Hello, very good evening. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's get you up to speed with the top stories today. Rahul and Priyanka lead Congress's protest. Priyanka Gandhi sits on a dharna, detained after a scuffle with cops. Rahul Gandhi has been detained as well during the march to President House.
हम शांति से राष्ट्रपति भवन जाना चाह रहे थे। सारे के सारे एमपीज हैं राज्यसभा और लोकसभा के, मगर यहाँ पे हमें अलाउ नहीं किया जा रहा। लोकतंत्र की हत्या हो रही है।
Congress party hits the streets against the Modi government on price rise and unemployment. Massive showdown in Delhi city. Scores of netas have been detained.
हम तो एक मकसद से है ना यहाँ। हमारा मकसद ये है कि हम इनके मंत्री कह रहे हैं इनको महंगाई नहीं दिखती, तो हम पीएम हाउस तक चल के महंगाई दिखाना चाहते हैं, गैस का सिलेंडर दिखाना चाहते हैं।
BJP calls Congress dharna drama, says inflation is an excuse. Congress on the streets to target the aide and save the Gandhis. Mamata's power-packed Delhi visit in the backdrop of ED crackdown. She will meet Prime Minister Modi at 4:30 p.m. and will also meet President Murmu at 6 p.m. Pakistan provokes on third anniversary of Article 370 purge. India today accesses anti-India toolkit to spread propaganda. Non-local laborer has been killed in a grenade attack in Pulwama. China sanctions Nancy Pelosi and her family after a historic visit to Taiwan. Pelosi sends a big message from Japan, says won't allow China to isolate Taiwan. Some news just coming in. The order has been reserved on Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee custody. Their ED custody came to an end. Now the ED has sought extension of the custody and the order has been reserved. ED says there is a specific threat perception in case of Arpita Mukherjee, but there is no threat perception in the case of Partha. The ED has told the court Partha and Arpita entered into partnership and formed a company. We have also recovered phone data and are inquiring whether these firms were involved in money laundering. So we request to send them to judicial custody and seek security for Arpita Mukherjee. Surya Agni has more details on that story. Surya Agni, what is the threat perception when it comes to Arpita Mukherjee? What exactly is the ED referring to? Tell us a little more about that.
Well, Sneha, if you just look at the entire course of investigation, the ED has on record, even on the last day, the ED's lawyers had completely stated in this particular courtroom as well that it is Arpita Mukherjee who is comparatively cooperating with the agencies in comparison to Partha Chatterjee. So all the raids that you see, we can state that the information about these residences might have been told to the ED by Arpita herself, and maybe that's the reason why they have gone ahead with this particular statement that she is way more, she is comparatively cooperative. Secondly, coming back to your question, Sneha, if you remember, on the first day when she was given, police custody in ED's, when the custody was given to ED, there was a minor accident with the vehicle that happened while she was being taken from the hospital after her medical to the ED's custody in Salt Lake. Now, citing that, these are the examples which are being taken as a threat perception, and maybe the reason why, behind her, as in Arpita, giving out details might be an issue for a lot of people. That is what easy sources have been citing, and that is something that ED has clearly mentioned at the court. And thirdly, and most importantly, the ED has asked for judicial custody of both of these individuals, Partha Chatterjee and Arpita. Arpita's lawyers have not called for a bail. They have not prayed for a bail. However, Partha Chatterjee's lawyers have called for a bail, citing that he is a 72-year-old man who has medical issues, has medical ailments, and he's not going to run away from this investigation. He's not going to run away from the city. He has resigned. He's no more in power. He's not he's not a MLA, he's not a minister anymore, and he's also contemplating that he may resign from this post of MLA. And citing these reasons, the Partha's lawyers have claimed bail for him. Back to you, Sneha.
Suryagni, as far as the money laundering allegation is concerned, just give us an idea about in which direction are the investigations headed in that sense.
Well, if you look at the entire amount, 49.80 crores were recovered from the premises of Arpita Mukherjee, not of Partha Chatterjee. That is what we have seen in the past 2 weeks of investigation. This is what Partha's lawyers have been citing, that there has been no direct relation between the money recovered or anything and Partha Chatterjee. It is found on someone else's property. How can Partha Chatterjee be arrested or accused of this particular money laundering? Now, what the ED claims is that there are 31 LICs of Arpita Mukherjee where the nominee is Partha Chatterjee. There are multiple deeds, joint deeds of Arpita and of Partha Chatterjee going back to 2012. These are the documents that the ED has presented in front of court. Partha's lawyers have cited that these documents that have been submitted, these deeds are not real, and there is nothing between Partha and Arpita, and these documents are forged. And he, once again, they have emphasized, they have importantized on the fact that Partha Chatterjee is someone who's not a minister anymore, and he's not associated with this particular money that has been recovered. And majorly, he's ready, he's contemplating to even resign from his post of MLA. Back to you, Sneha.
Suryagni, thanks for getting us those details. We'll, of course, keep coming back to you for more on that big developing story as far as the SSC scam and the investigations are concerned. High drama in Delhi city as Congress netas and workers stage a mega all-black protest. Senior Congress leaders led by Sonia Gandhi were seen marching to Rashtrapati Bhavan to mark their protest against issues of inflation, price rise, GST and unemployment, even when the Delhi police have denied permission for these protests. Dramatic pictures of protests surfaced when the workers were seen clashing with the police outside Parliament. The party leaders, including MPs, were seen wearing black bands on their arms. Priyanka Gandhi was seen sitting on the dharna. She climbed barricades, was later detained. Rahul Gandhi has also been detained as of now. The Delhi police have blocked the Vijay Chowk Road and the route from Parliament to President's House by barricades. Apart from the mega stir in Delhi city, protesters hit the streets in Guwahati, Mumbai, Lucknow, raising slogans and breaking barricades.
हम शांति से राष्ट्रपति भवन जाना चाह रहे थे। सारे के सारे एमपीज हैं राज्यसभा और लोकसभा के, मगर यहाँ पे हमें अलाउ नहीं किया जा रहा। हम महंगाई के मुद्दे पे, बेरोजगारी के मुद्दे पे हम यहाँ खड़े हैं।
ये आपको जाने क्यों नहीं दे रहे हैं?
ये आप उनसे पूछिए।
वो तो बोलते हैं
लोकतंत्र की हत्या हो रही है।
वो तो बोल रहे हैं 144 लगी, इसलिए आप लोग यहाँ पे नहीं खड़े हो सकते।
मगर हम हैं यहाँ पे, मतलब हम एमपीज हैं।
They are manhandling you.
Yeah, that's fine. No problem. I'm happy to be manhandled.
What is your next step now? They have.
I mean, we'll try and go. We'll keep trying and go. Continue.
They are not even responding. Anyone from the side of government is not even responding.
It doesn't matter. Our job is to resist these forces. Our job is to make sure that Indian democracy is protected. Our job is to raise issues of the people like unemployment and crisis, and we are doing that.
आप बोल रहे हैं महंगाई के मुद्दे पर, सरकार बोल रही है कि महंगाई देश में।
आप लोगों को आगे जाने नहीं दिया जा रहा है, पूरे को बैरिकेड कर दिया गया है। आपको इस पर क्या कहना है सर?
नहीं, हम तो यहाँ खड़े हैं। अब क्या करें? पुलिस वाले रोक रहे हैं, हम खड़े हैं। ठीक है।
आपके जो एमपीज हैं उनको डिटेन भी किया गया है।
हाँ, वो यहाँ पे हम सब आए थे, एक एक करके घसीट के ले गए। 2-3 को मारा भी है।
सर, जिस वजह से महिला सांसदों को डिटेन किया जा रहा है उस पर आपको क्या कहना है? जो एमपी फीमेल एमपी थे उनको जिस तरीके से ड्रैग करके लेके जाया जा रहा है, पहले भी आपके एमपी थे उन्होंने अपना क्वेश्चन को करके क्या दिखाना चाहिए?
राहुल जी क्या बोले महंगाई के मुद्दे पर सरकार के
इनको लगता है कि जितने भी इनके विपक्ष में जो कुछ कहता है उनको ये दबा सकते हैं, और इनको ये लगता है कि दबाने के बाद ऐसे अपनी फोर्स दिखाने के बाद हम चुपचाप से समझौता करके बस में बैठ जाएंगे इनके साथ। तो क्यों करें हम तो एक मकसद से है ना यहाँ। हमारा मकसद ये है कि हम इनके मंत्री कह रहे हैं इनको महंगाई नहीं दिखती, तो हम पीएम हाउस तक चल के महंगाई दिखाना चाहते हैं, गैस का सिलेंडर दिखाना चाहते हैं जो आज कोई खरीद नहीं सकता है। इतनी महंगाई है, चाहे गरीब हो चाहे मिडिल क्लास के हो, सब तरस रहे हैं, सब तड़प रहे हैं और कोई कुछ ना बोले। उनके लिए महंगाई तो है नहीं, उन्होंने तो पूरी देश की संपत्ति, मोदी जी ने पूरे देश की संपत्ति अपने दोस्तों को दे दी है, उन पे कभी कोई कार्रवाई नहीं है। 2-4 लोग रईस हो गए हैं, उनके महल बने हुए हैं, लेकिन जो आम जनता वो तरस रही है, तड़प रही है। ये ठीक है क्या? उनको महंगाई इसलिए नहीं दिखती, उनके लिए है ही नहीं, उनके पास पैसा ही पैसा है, जो चाहे जब खरीदे। सब्जी खरीद सकते हैं, दाल, आटा, चावल, सरसों का तेल, सब कुछ महंगा हो गया। गैस सिलेंडर किस लिए उठा के ले जा रहे हैं हम? क्योंकि नहीं दिख रही है ना महंगाई। देखिए ये सिलेंडर कितना महंगा हो गया कि कोई खरीद ही नहीं सकता।
There's more details in the story. Joining us from Delhi City, Amit. In fact, the drama continues. The Gandhis continue to be detained. Anything that you're picking up about when the Congress leaders, including the Gandhis, will be let off by the police? Because that usually is the case, and overnight detentions are very, very rare in case of political protests. Apologize for that. We'll just try and connect with Amit in a few moments from now. But Amit, of course, is standing by, getting us details from Delhi City on the protests that you see on your screens right now, where Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, Rahul Gandhi, all of them were detained and taken away to the Kingsway camp, police station. We'll put out those pictures also of the Gandhis along with top leaders of the Congress party who have now been detained. Well, the Congress says that they have been protesting against price rise, inflation and unemployment in the country. The BJP has been alleging that this is to save the Gandhis and to threaten the ED. Amit Bhardwaj has more on that story. Amit, what are the updates that you can share with us at this point in time about when the Gandhis and the other senior leaders of the Congress are going to be let off by the Delhi police?
Sneha, well, right now we are at Kingsway camp where all the MPs of the Congress party, including Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, have been detained. And I will request Alok to show you the visuals of this Kingsway camp. On the left-hand side, the kind of security deployment that you see on the other side of the road, that's the place where all the MPs of the Congress party, including Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, K.C. Venugopal, Mallikarjun Kharge and other senior leaders of the Congress party have been detained. We have been also told that Ashok Gehlot, Chief Minister of Rajasthan, is still inside, and in fact he has an important meeting to attend today later in the evening around 6, and that he will be conducting via video conferencing. So clearly the Congress party netas have come prepared here as to, and they are completely ready that they are going to stay they are going to stick to their agenda, even if that means long hours of detention. And in fact, from sometime from now, Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel is expected to reach Kingsway camp. So that is a big development, another big development in this entire story that is developing since the morning. And Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel's security has already reached here. They are constantly talking to the Delhi police, informing them about the Chief Minister's movement. And so clearly the Congress party is all prepared about the detention. They are not worried, even if this detention means several more hours. But normally what we had seen that when the Congress MPs were detained, when Rahul Gandhi was questioned by the Enforcement Directorate and when Sonia Gandhi was questioned by the Enforcement Directorate, the detention of the Congress MPs meant that they were allowed to move out of police stations like this one by late in the evening, around 6-7 in the evening. So that could, there's a possibility that maybe the Congress MPs, including Rahul Gandhi, could be allowed to leave the Kingsway camp by 6 in the evening. But as of now, what you would see is barricades right there, senior officials of the Delhi police standing right at the entry gate of the Kingsway camp. And both ends of this particular road, which leads to the police station, the police line in Kingsway camp, has been blocked by Delhi police. The traffic movement on this road has been completely stopped. And the reason behind this is that for the past a few hours, ever since the Congress MPs and Rahul Gandhi was brought here, Congress workers in small numbers and small groups have been holding flash protests, and the Delhi police has been busy. Congress workers have kept the Delhi police busy, making sure they are either detained or chased away. So that has been the story so far at Kingsway camp. And on this side, you would see that Chhattisgarh Chief Minister's security is constantly negotiating, possibly telling them, informing them about the movement of Bhupesh Baghel. And these updates are being given by the security team of Chhattisgarh Chief Minister to Delhi police officials. So right there, conversation of police of two states. And right behind all this are the Congress MPs and the Congress leaders, including very senior leaders of the Congress party, such as P. Chidambaram, Mallikarjun Kharge, Shakti Singh Gohil. All of them continue to stay in detention, Sneha.
Amit, thanks for getting us those details. We'll of course keep coming back to you. Amit was getting us a report from Kingsway Camp Police Station, where the Gandhis have been held by the police. Series of reactions that have been coming in.
ये उनकी हताशा। अब मैं राहुल गांधी के घटिया आरोप को बोलने के लिए यहां नहीं बैठा हूं। कितना तंग किया गया हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में, तब कर निकले कि नहीं निकले निर्दोष होकर, कानून की प्रक्रिया से निकले ना। जनता ने एक बार नहीं 2 बार लोकसभा जिताया, दर्जनों विधानसभा जिताया उनकी अगुवाई में, और आगे 24 में भी जीतेंगे। तो जनता का विश्वास है, यही तो लोकतंत्र है। तो फिर कहूंगा, राहुल गांधी जी, अगर जनता आपको वोट नहीं देती तो कृपया करके लोकतंत्र को आरोप लगाना बंद करिए।
Let's not forget, this entire protest is being staged to defend the Gandhis in the massive National Herald corruption case, in which the investigations are on. They are being questioned. Both Sonia and Rahul Gandhi are out on bail in the corruption case. So clearly, this is nothing more than a political ploy to ensure that the Gandhis can claim political vendetta, when in fact the courts have found huge evidence against both of them for siphoning property worth more than 2,000 crores for a paltry sum of money. Public property in private name. That is exactly what the Gandhis are accused of. The law of the land is supreme. The courts have looked in the matter. They have found evidence. Both Sonia and Rahul Gandhi are out on bail. The courts have ordered investigation. Several lawyers of the Congress party have not been able to get either Sonia Gandhi or Rahul Gandhi any relief. And the agencies are doing their job. They have confiscated properties worth thousands of crores across the country.
First you attack Supreme Court, then you attack Election Commission, then you attack the various institutions including the media, but then you even attack the people. And on the one hand you say this is a fight for the people. No, this is a fight for Parivar. And the Parivar is mocking at the people, is making fun of the voters, and is saying that the voters are not intelligent enough to decipher, and they are just voting blindly. So this kind of approach, that the Janta mein khote hai, there's no khote in the leadership of Congress party, there's no khote in the Parivar, there's nothing wrong with the Parivar. This shows the attitude of the Congress party.
Now, in the middle of the street fight, dharna and detentions, Congress leader Salman Khurshid stoked a controversy by declaring that he was there at the protest to save his leader. The BJP has latched on to this comment, sniping at the Congress, saying that for the party, it is always about saving the Gandhis and not about saving India.
मैं अपने नेता को बचाने के लिए आऊंगा, मेरा नेता मुझे बचाता है। अगर इसको वो परिवार की परिभाषा बना देते हैं तो मुझे कोई उसमें कष्ट नहीं। मैं अपने नेता को बचाने के लिए आऊंगा, मेरा नेता मुझे बचाता है। अगर इसको वो परिवार की परिभाषा बना देते हैं तो मुझे कोई उसमें कष्ट नहीं।
Congress and BJP are trading barbs over rising unemployment and price rise in the country. In a series of salvos, Congress MP Rahul Gandhi attacked the Modi government and said that under his regime, voices are only being muzzled and that democracy is dead. Opposition MPs are not allowed to debate in parliament is what he said. He also took the Hitler jibe at Modi. The BJP has countered this, tearing apart Rahul Gandhi as he countered his attacks one by one. This was Ravi Shankar Prasad. Listen in.
लोकतंत्र आज हिंदुस्तान में नहीं है, खत्म हो गया है. Democracy is now a memory in India. It is nothing more. And there are consequences to this. You will see there are going to be devastating consequences to this. Because the people of India are not just going to keep quiet.
अरे राहुल गांधी, आप एक सवाल का जवाब दीजिए. आपकी पार्टी में लोकतंत्र है क्या? I repeat, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, please reply to this straight question. Do you practice democracy within your party? आपकी पार्टी में अच्छे नेता हैं, हम भी जानते हैं. लेकिन बस सोनिया जी, राहुल जी और प्रियंका जी, ये जो तीन कहानी है. आपकी अगुवाई में कांग्रेस पार्टी बार बार हारती है. कांग्रेस पार्टी को अगर जनता वोट नहीं देती है तो कृपया करके लोकतंत्र पर क्यों आप ठीकरा फोड़ते हैं राहुल गांधी? Why you blame democracy when the people of India reject you with repeated regularity?
The idea is that people's issues, whether they are price rise, unemployment, violence in society, people's issues must not be raised. That is the sole agenda of the government, and the government is being run to protect the interest of 4 or 5 people, and the government, this dictatorship is being run in the interest of 2 or 3 small business, big business people by 2 people.
राहुल गांधी जी, आपने लोकतंत्र पर आज बहुत ही शर्मनाक बात कही है, गैर जिम्मेदाराना बात कही है. राहुल गांधी को हम क्या कहें? उनकी दादी जी ने देश में इमरजेंसी लगाई थी. आज मीडिया पर भी बहुत हमला किया उन्होंने. इमरजेंसी में बड़े बड़े संपादकों को जेल में बंद किया गया था, सेंसर लगाया गया था. और राहुल गांधी, याद करिए, आपकी दादी जी ने कमिटेड जुडिशरी की बात की थी. कुछ याद है आपको? लोकतंत्र की नसीहत हमें देते हैं.
हाँ, हिटलर भी चुनाव जीत के आया था. हाँ, हिटलर भी चुनाव जीत जाता था. हिटलर चुनाव कैसे जीतता था? हिटलर चुनाव ऐसे जीतता था कि जर्मनी के पूरे इंस्टीट्यूशंस उसके हाथ में थे. उसके पास एसए थी, पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स थी, उसके पास पूरा का पूरा ढांचा था. मुझे पूरा का पूरा ढांचा दे दो, फिर मैं दिखाऊंगा आपको कैसे इलेक्शन जीता जाता है.
ये उनकी हताशा है. अब मैं राहुल गांधी के घटिया आरोप को बोलने के लिए यहां नहीं बैठा हूं. कितना तंग किया गया हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में. तब कर निकले कि नहीं निकले निर्दोष होकर? कानून की प्रक्रिया से निकले ना. जनता ने एक बार नहीं 2 बार लोकसभा जिताया, दर्जनों विधानसभा जिताया उनकी अगुवाई में, और आगे 24 में भी जीतेंगे. तो जनता का विश्वास है, यही तो लोकतंत्र है. तो फिर कहूंगा, राहुल गांधी जी, अगर जनता आपको वोट नहीं देती तो कृपया करके लोकतंत्र को आरोप लगाना बंद करिए.
हम महंगाई के मुद्दे उठाना चाहते हैं, बेरोजगारी का मुद्दा उठाना चाहते हैं. हमें ना बोलने दिया जाता है. पार्लियामेंट हाउस में हमें डिबेट नहीं करी जाती, अलाउ करी जाती है. हमें अरेस्ट किया जाता है. ये आज हिंदुस्तान की हालत है.
महंगाई और बेरोजगारी की चर्चा होती है तो चर्चा में आते नहीं, सदन में वॉकआउट कर जाते हैं. साफ झूठ बोला राहुल गांधी ने. मैं आरोप जिम्मेदारी से लगा रहा हूं. बड़े तीखे निम्न स्तर के आरोप लगाए कि नहीं लगाए, ये झूठ क्यों बोला राहुल गांधी ने कि उनको बदलने नहीं दिया जाता है? ये देश को बताना जरूरी है.
Well, it's time for a quick break here. On the other side, China sanctions Nancy Pelosi and her family after a historic visit to Taiwan. We're getting into that story in 2 minutes.
You are watching India Today.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
We have some news just coming in. Let's go straight to that. Mamata Banerjee has reached the Prime Minister's residence. Mamata Modi meeting to begin shortly. We're getting these pictures of the West Bengal Chief Minister meeting with the Prime Minister. In just a few moments from now, the meeting is going to begin. Remember, Mamata Banerjee is in fact on a 4-day visit to Delhi, is meeting the Prime Minister today. On the agenda, MGNREGA and GST dues in West Bengal. Mamata Banerjee is also all set to meet the President today, is what we are learning. Palmi Saha has more details on that story on the important meeting of the West Bengal Chief Minister with the Prime Minister. Palmi, first of all, take us to the details of what really is on the agenda today.
Well, as far as the agenda is concerned, this is something that Mamata Banerjee has reiterated in the past as well. It's about the financial dues as far as the state is concerned. Usually, whenever she comes to Delhi and has a meeting with the Prime Minister, she, of course, raises those issues of the GST dues as well. So those are some of the issues as far as central allocation of funds for the state is concerned, which, of course, Mamata Banerjee will be, of course, raising in that meeting that she is having with the Prime Minister. But of course, it's going to be extremely significant because this meeting is coming off the back of the scam that has rocked the state of West Bengal, specifically, of course, the Trinamool Congress government and the party itself. She is, of course, mired in a controversy, and her party is mired in a controversy. She's, of course, tried to make a lot of corrective changes, including, of course, sacking Partha Chatterjee, her erstwhile minister, and then, of course, inducting new ministers in the government, as well as making some changes at the organization level in the Trinamool Congress as well. But this is a scam which refuses to go away, and given the investigation which is being conducted, obviously the tentacles are BD is investigating the tentacles of which they believe go far and wide as well. Already, very interestingly, ahead of this meeting, National Vice President of the Bharatiya Janata Party and a Member of Parliament from the state of West Bengal, Dilip Ghosh, has made a comment saying Mamata Banerjee usually has these meetings with the Prime Minister in order to send out a signal that a setting, quote unquote, has been done, and the centre should never fall for it. I.e., he meant that the centre shouldn't grant her these meetings because all she's trying to do is send out some sort of a message that, she's fixed the problem, she's met the Prime Minister, she's fixed the problem, and henceforth there won't be any more trouble for the party. Of course, I put that question to Shukhendu Shekhar Roy yesterday when Mamata Banerjee, of course, met with her party MPs at his residence, and he said that these are wild allegations which the adversaries of the party continue to make. But yes, the fact obviously remains, aside from Dilip Ghosh's allegation, that all eyes are on this meeting and the crucial takeaways that will, of course, emerge from this meeting, and how much of Mamata Banerjee, in fact, is willing to reveal to the media after that meeting, it remains to be seen, of course.
Yes, Palmi, apart from that, the important Niti Aayog meeting also on Sunday, which Mamata Banerjee had skipped the last time around. In fact, that is also going to be looked at very closely in terms of, okay, we'll just go back to Palmi, but we're getting you all the details of the meeting between Prime Minister Modi and Mamata Banerjee, who's now reached the Prime Minister's house. Remember, this comes at a time when the ED is also investigating Partha Chatterjee, the former minister in Mamata Banerjee's cabinet, and is looking into the role of the former minister, in the teachers' recruitment scam. On the agenda, as far as this meeting is concerned, is MGNREGA, also GST dues in West Bengal. Mamata Banerjee is going to be in Delhi for 4 days. She's also going to be meeting President Droupadi Murmu. Remember, this comes at a time when the monsoon session of Parliament is also on, and the bonhomie of the TMC with the Congress and the other opposition parties in taking the BJP on is visible. The Chief Minister is meeting the Prime Minister any moment now. In a meeting with Modi, She will be discussing the GST dues in Bengal. Post a meeting with the Prime Minister, she will also meet President Droupadi Murmu at 6 p.m. The West Bengal Chief Minister will attend a Niti Aayog meeting on Sunday on the 7th of August. Also on the cards is a meeting with the opposition leaders. With the TMC warming up to the Congress in Parliament, Mamata Banerjee might also meet the Grand Old Party President Sonia Gandhi, who is being probed by the ED in a money laundering case. Well, it is being speculated that there could be a courtesy meeting with Sonia Gandhi as well. But the meeting with other opposition parties is also on the cards, with Mamata Banerjee now spending at least 4 days in Delhi city, including attending the meeting of the Niti Aayog on the 7th of August. This is a 4-day visit to Delhi, where Mamata Banerjee is going to be attending a Niti Aayog meeting. Today she is meeting the Prime Minister. She is also going to be meeting President Droupadi Murmu, is what we are picking up this at 6 o'clock today. On the agenda when it comes to the meeting with the Prime Minister is discussion on MGNREGA and the GST dues in West Bengal. The monsoon session of Parliament is also on, and Mamata Banerjee is also expected to meet leaders of the opposition in Delhi city, where the bonhomie of the TMC with the Congress and with the other opposition parties in Parliament is also visible. She is meeting the Prime Minister now and meeting the President in the evening. We have some news just coming in. The US-China diplomatic war has escalated, is what we are picking up. This comes at a time when China has already announced sanctions on Nancy Pelosi over the Taiwan trip. China has cancelled defense meetings with America, is what we are learning. The climate talks have also been cancelled. The US-China climate talks have also been cancelled. So China is now choosing not to talk to the US on important issues like climate talks, climate conversations. The defense meetings with the US has also been cancelled, is what we're picking up. So China is now trying to register a protest when it comes to diplomatic issues with the US. The defense talks have been cancelled. The climate talks have been cancelled. This also comes some hours after China just announced sanctions on Nancy Pelosi over her Taiwan trip. Now the China is trying to register a protest, trying to cancel all the diplomatic conversations as far as defense is concerned, as far as climate change talks are concerned. US-China diplomatic war has escalated, with China cancelling defense meetings with US and US-China climate talks also being cancelled. Geeta Mohan, a Foreign Affairs Editor, is getting us more details on that story. Geeta, China here trying to register a protest, and how? Also trying to cancel all talks with the US when it comes to important issues like climate talks, for example.
Well, that's right, Sneha. Important and major developments coming in from China, from Beijing. We know that the decisions were going to be on economic and military front when it comes to Taiwan. But China also certainly was going to hit out at the United States of America. We'll have to wait and see what the reactions from Washington, D.C. is going to be with regards to the cancellation of meetings. But remember, Sneha, at this juncture where business, trade and climate meetings are very important, China coming ahead and going ahead and cancelling these meets are going to have an impact on how the global community has to will be able to come together to discuss very important matters. So yes, there are going to be huge hurdles, obstacles ahead when it comes to two P5 nations at it. And two P5 nations who are nuclear powers, wherein one side has already raised the nuclear alarm, saying that should the United States of America enter this territory, they will have to face the consequences. and that not to forget China is nuclear. So a lot of warnings, threats coming in from China, but the biggest news that's coming in right now is the steps that are being taken not against Taiwan particularly, which has already begun, but against the United States of America. Whether it is Nancy Pelosi, her delegation and her family members being sanctioned, and the fact that they will neither be allowed to enter China or do business with China, the fact that they are also looking at now G2G sanctioning, which means a government to government, despite the US administration saying that this was an unofficial visit and not the US administration's decision or representation. The Chinese administration now taking steps against US government. But this is only the beginning, Sneha. We'll have to wait and see if there are going to be some specific economic sanctions against the United States of America.
All right, Geeta, thanks for getting us those details of China now taking a position against the US, trying to cancel diplomatic talks. Also, the important climate change talks is what China has cancelled, and the defense talks as well. Tensions are soaring between China and Taiwan after the visit of Nancy Pelosi. Now on Thursday, multiple PLA aircraft and vessels conducted military exercises crossing the median line of the Taiwan Straits. Taiwan has said these actions are provocative, highly provocative. Beijing escalated its military drills after Pelosi's Taiwan visit and has sent over 100 warplanes around the island of Taiwan since then. China has also fired multiple missiles near Taiwan. China had warned Taiwan of grave consequences during the US speaker's visit.
And I don't want the Taiwan visit to deflect attention from what really our purpose was. We planned this a long time ago, and we couldn't go at one point because of COVID, and then a high-powered Senate delegation came. I don't know what the Chinese said about that. We must work with China on issues that relate to the climate crisis, being two of the biggest emitters, and we can learn a lot from China in that regard, but we also have to work together for some decisions in that. So again, it isn't about our visit determining what the U.S.-China relationship is. It's a much bigger and longer-term challenge, and one that, again, we have to recognize that we have to work together in certain areas. We want to proceed in a way that has the fullest participation and intellectual resources of the countries that are affected. Many of them have friends on both sides of China and the United States. We didn't ask them to make any choices. We just wanted to be able to work together with them.
Nancy Pelosi is being accused of putting Taiwan in harm's way. But what is the United States doing, and what will be the strategy? What does strategic ambiguity actually mean? Will the US come to Taiwan's defense, and would that be only supplying weapons and intelligence, also be putting boots on the ground? USS Ronald Reagan, a Nimitz-class super aircraft carrier, is in South China Sea. Routine patrol is on to ensure sea lanes of communication remain open, or is this a signal to China?
USS Ronald Reagan, Nimitz-class aircraft carrier, somewhere east of Taiwan in the South China Sea. Amongst the world's largest supercarriers, the USS Ronald Reagan is quietly carrying out a patrol to ensure free and open Indo-Pacific in the South China Sea. As China begins 4 days of live-fire exercises after having surrounded Taiwan from 6 sides, including firing ballistic missiles, the US Carrier Battle Group is watching from a distance as it carries out a patrol in the Philippine Sea. Every move of the Chinese Navy and Air Force, including the crossing of the median by Chinese Air Force fighters before they returned, and the Chinese ships and submarines are being monitored very closely, both by Taiwan and the United States. USS Ronald Reagan has conducted flight operations in the Philippine Sea. The Carrier Battle Group is the only forward deployed battle group carrying out a regular scheduled patrol As part of the patrol, the anti-ship and anti-submarine warfare exercises are being conducted by MH-60R Seahawk multi-role naval helicopters in the South China Sea. Amphibious assault ship Tripoli is also a part of the US Navy's 7th Fleet that is operating along with guided missile cruiser USS Chancellorville. These warships have been sailing through the South China Sea in the past 24 hours to show complete sea control and dominance, ensuring free and open Indo-Pacific. Fueling at sea operations are also being undertaken. Simultaneously, US Army paratroopers are conducting combined active operations in Indonesia called Exercise Super Garuda Strikes. The US Navy Pacific Fleet, incidentally, is the world's largest fleet. USS Abraham Lincoln, the second aircraft carrier part of the Pacific Fleet, is sailing in formation as part of RIMPAC 2022 exercises, where 26 nations are participating with 38 ships and 170 aircraft in a massive show of joint operations and to test interoperability. China and its actions around Taiwan are being watched closely by navies across the democratic world. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, it's time for a break. Here on the other side, we're getting you details from Jammu and Kashmir. 3 years of Article 370's abrogation. PDP Chief Mehbooba Mufti takes to the streets to protest against the revocation of Jammu and Kashmir semi-autonomous status.
You are watching India Today.
Tensions are rising between China and Taiwan. Since Nancy Pelosi's visit to the island, China has broken into Taiwan airspace more than 20 times. If a war is unleashed, Taiwan is likely to fall short against China. Here's a look into China's 5 most powerful weapons that can set the tone if there is a war. Number 1 is China's hypersonic glide missile. This is a DF-Z7 model. It is a precision strike weapon. It is capable of delivering nuclear weapons. This weapon can be fitted to various Chinese ballistic missiles. AG-600 is the world's largest seaplane. It can operate on ground and water. It is 129 feet long and has a wingspan of 127.3 feet. The seaplane's speed is 500,000 per hour and its range is 4,500 kilometers. China has 15 of these landing ships. They are amphibious in nature. They can carry up to 30 attack helicopters per dock. Its length is 778 feet and the beam is 118 feet. There is not much information on the stealth bomber, but it has a range of 8,500 kilometers. It is nuclear capable and can threaten US targets. This weapon is said to be under development. Golden Eagle is an unmanned airship. Since China has a lack of pilots, this breaks their way. It can fly at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. It can stay in the air for up to 6 hours. Its length is 50 feet and the height is 16.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. Now, today marks 3 years since the application of Article 370. PDP Chief Mehbooba Mufti took to the streets to protest against the revocation of Jammu and Kashmir's semi-autonomous status on the 5th of August 2019. Meanwhile, National Conference's Omar Abdullah took to social media to challenge Article 370's abrogation, claiming the decision is unacceptable and in violation of constitutional rights. Now, at these protests in Srinagar and a slew of tweets, the PDP chief claimed the BJP's malicious designs for Kashmir, she says, is unraveling and stifling dissent has become the norm. The BJP has hit out at Mufti, saying that ever since Article 370 was abrogated, there has been a dramatic decline in terror incidents, while also boosting employment for the region's youth.
आज जम्मू कश्मीर के लिए नहीं बल्कि पूरे मुल्क के लिए काला दिन है, क्योंकि आज के दिन ही जम्मू कश्मीर का जो स्पेशल स्टेटस है, जो हमारा आईन है, जो हमारा झंडा है, हमसे गैर आईनी, गैर कानूनी तरीके से छीन लिया गया, जिसने इस मुल्क की बुनियादें जमहूरियत और सेकुलरिज्म पे रखी हैं, उसको खत्म करके ये इसको एक मजहबी मुल्क बनाएंगे। और जो तिरंगा आज लोग शान से लहरा रहे हैं, उस तिरंगे को बदल के ये भगवा झंडा आपके हाथों में देंगे। उसके बाद आप पछताओगे, तब कुछ होने वाला नहीं होगा।
मन की सोच हो सकती है, ये धारा 370 कभी वापस आने वाली नहीं है। ये उस आड़ में कभी 20 साल डिलिमिटेशन नहीं होगी और परिवारवाद, आतंकवाद, भ्रष्टाचार, पाकिस्तान का जो एजेंडा है उसको चलाएंगे। वो यहाँ पर अब मान्य नहीं है। आप कुछ भी कहें, कितनी भी कोशिश करें, ये धारा 370 अब वापस आने वाली नहीं है।
देखिए, महबूबा जी ने जो अपना ट्वीट किया है, उनकी बौखलाहट दिखती है। हाँ, उनका डेमोक्रेटिक हक है कि वो कौन सा डीपी लगाती हैं, लेकिन उनको ये समझना चाहिए कि झेलम से और चनाब से काफ़ी पानी बह गया है और डीपी बदलने से इतिहास नहीं बदलते। दूसरा झंडा जो है वो उनको भूल जाना चाहिए, वो इतिहास बन चुका है।
India today has accessed Pakistan's toolkit to fan anti-India sentiments on the anniversary of Article 370 abrogation. Pakistan has made a toolkit to tarnish India's image all across the world. Pakistan embassies across countries are circulating propaganda messages on social media. Pakistan agencies plan to bombard social media with these messages tomorrow to mark 3 years of the abrogation. Pakistan's embassies in China, Belgium, Japan and many other countries are circulating drafted messages on social media. India, however, has prepared a dossier to counter Pakistan's efforts to circulate anti-India content. Day before 370 abrogation anniversary, Pakistan terrorists in Pulwama killed a labourer from Bihar. 2 labourers have been injured. Been issued in 8 districts of Kerala by the Indian Met Department as rains continue to lash various parts of the state, disrupting day-to-day lives of the people. Here's more.
Kerala is battling monsoon fury. Deluge and destruction plague the state that has been lashed by incessant. Kerala's longest river, the Periyar, has fallen beyond normal levels, overflowing into villages surrounding it.
After a small breather, Kerala is once again set to get a heavy spell of rainfall. In fact, we are currently at Aluva, and this Sivan temple, which is a famous one here, is almost underwater. This Sivan temple is situated on the banks of River Periyar. Similar situation was observed back in 2018 as well, and we could see the repetition of it. In fact, after going through weather models, IMD has once again issued a red alert to Alappuzha, Kottayam, Ernakulam, Idukki, Thrissur, Palakkad and Kannur.
The state government has swung into action. Round-the-clock rescue and relief operations are on to evacuate people.
I'm right now at Kottayam district, and it's a region which is around 500 meters away from the Meenachala river in Kottayam. It's a residential area, and you can see the water level has come really high. The house behind me is almost half submerged in water. The water, even though the river is 500 meters away, the water level has come really high, and the people here are finding it very difficult to commute, to walk out of their houses and move to the other regions.
A red alert has been issued in 8 districts fighting flood fury. IMD predicts non-stop rain in Kerala till Sunday.
water going inside the houses where we have to face a lot of difficulties, especially for the parents inside. There are aged people inside and it's very difficult for them to stand in the water for a long time, causing a lot of health issues. And post that, we have a lot of issues around the property as well. Our house is getting damaged every year.
Kerala is ravaged by deluge, its people reeling from devastation as they await aid and relocation.
Heavy rainfall continuing in various parts of the state. High alert issued, red alert issued to many districts in the state. The school here is under the water, is submerged in water. And if the rain keeps continuing and if the heavy rainfall is going to hit the state till Monday, it's going to be a very, very dangerous situation. With video journalist Tinku Rajashekhar, Shibimol KG for India Today from Kottayam.
Break here on the other side. Congress party hits the streets against Modi government on price rise and unemployment. Massive showdown in capital. Scores of netas have been detained after the protest.
You are watching India Today.
Black holes. Did you ever worry that Earth could get sucked into one of them? Black holes do have a massive gravitational pull that allows it to swallow anything that gets in its way. Let's find out more about them. Black holes have been lurking in the galaxies for billions of years. The most powerful known forces in the universe, their gravitational field is so strong that nothing, not even light, can escape from them. They're actually packed full of space matter, so they're not really holes. There are at least two types of black holes. Stellar mass black holes form when a huge star, more than 10 times bigger than our sun, burns up all its fuel and collapses in on itself. Scientists say there could be billions in our galaxy, the Milky Way alone. They grow by gobbling up other stars or merging with other black holes to become a supermassive black hole, millions to billions of times bigger than the sun. Humans can't even see black holes, but we can observe their effect on matter close by. When normal stars are sucked in, they accelerate and heat up, emitting X-rays which are detected by orbiting space telescopes.
It doesn't surprise me that you say ICICI. I mean, you almost single-handedly brought that bank up to where it was. But having done that, I mean, it's been quite a few years since you stepped off the MD's chair there. Do you still keep tabs on how your old bank is doing?
I keep tabs on everything that is happening around. Now, your last question, I think, is going to be, what are my other interests? My interests are trying to understand what happens around me. And that includes in every space, whether it is the IT space, whether it's the technology, the new technology, old banks, that indeed would mean ICICI Bank also. So I look at working results of all banks, try to understand what's happening, just to educate myself. Nothing from the point of view of talking to the bank and giving them feedback. If at all I have feedback to any of my relationship with as a customer, and not as anything in the past. But yes, I look at all banks, I look at performance, and see what is happening so that I'm wiser.
You're on 5 Live, I'm Shiv Arur. It's been a day of intense drama in the heart of central Delhi. And we've chosen just 6 of those images to tell you what it was like out there. It was the Congress's Black Friday, a big, ferocious protest, escalating the political temperatures in the national capital on the issues of GST, inflation, price rise, unemployment. The notable aspect of this was the Gandhis were leading from the front. Sonia Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, all dressed in black to send out a message, not just to their cadres, but to the country as well as to the opposition, that this is game on for 2024. Is it going to work out? As we speak, as I bring you this broadcast, Priyanka and Rahul Gandhi, along with several other senior political leaders of the Congress party, are in police detention. They wanted to get out the Prime Minister's house. They did not have permission and they were not permitted to do so. What followed has been turbulence, detentions, dangal and dharna. I'm going to take you down to each one of those images to tell you how they came to pass. I'm Shiv Arur. This is 5 Live. These are the headlines. Massive political fight over the Congress's Black Friday protest. BJP calls Congress dharna a drama. Says for the Congress it's always family first. Rahul, Priyanka and several other Congress netas still in detention. Enforcement Directorate says there's a threat to Bengal job scam accused Arpita Mukherjee's life. The agency demands that Arpita's food and water be tasted in jail. Big scoop by India Today. And while the Bengal scam unravels, Mamata Banerjee meets with Prime Minister Modi in Delhi. She's still in that meeting. She will also meet President Murmu later this evening. Meanwhile, Pakistan provokes on the 3rd anniversary of Article 370. India Today accesses anti-India toolkit to spread propaganda. Non-local labourer killed in a grenade attack in Pulwama. China sanctions Nancy Pelosi and her family after historic visit to Taiwan. Pelosi sends big message from Japan, says will not allow China to isolate the island nation. So the 4 big images that represent what the Congress made possible on the streets of central Delhi today. From the Congress office to outside Parliament to the buses that took all these leaders away. Sonia Gandhi in black, Rahul Gandhi in black, Priyanka Gandhi in black. Dramatic images of the 3 Gandhis on the front line of this protest after a very long time. All 3 of them were out there with the Congress cadres, and ailing Sonia Gandhi has felt the need to be physically present and visible much more than usual in recent times. Rahul Gandhi, recently returned from Karnataka, also wearing a black shirt, kicked off the proceedings. But the person who, whether it was intended or not, who has become the face, the most dramatic face of today's protest is Priyanka Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi's younger sister has stolen the limelight today with her words and what happened to her on the streets of Delhi. Remember that Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi are still in, Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi, I beg your pardon, are still in detention by the police as we speak. Let's show you some more images of the other leaders who've been detained at this time. From leader of the party in the Lok Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge, to K.C. Venugopal, who is the organization chief of the Congress party, to Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, to Harish Rawat and others. All of these leaders you see on your screen of the Congress party have all been detained by the police. They were bundled into buses and taken away. The police says they had no permission to protest there. The Congress says they have every democratic right to protest. There were lots of traffic diversions as a result of the huge Congress crowds. These 4 leaders also in police detention as we speak. Now let's take you closer in case you missed all the drama of the late morning and the early afternoon. Let's take you through the top defining images that I've chosen that tell you the story like nothing else about what happened today. Big defining image number one. Amidst this Congress dharna against inflation and GST, Priyanka Gandhi was detained by the Delhi police in this escalating vicious face-off. And this is one picture, one image that has gone totally viral. Priyanka tried dodging the arrest, but was eventually picked up as the showdown escalated. This particular sequence, an unsettling sequence inside a car as the police try to take her away. She's refusing to go with them and they drag her away. Lady Cops with Priyanka Gandhi has become the most viewed image of today's dharna. Defining image number two from today's dharna, with the high drama outside the Congress headquarters and right before her detention, Priyanka Gandhi breached barricades and dodged police deployment to stage a sit-in dharna. Once again, viral images of Priyanka Gandhi dressed all in black, climbing through those barricades with that huge crowd cheering her on and also chanting her name. Ironically, Priyanka Gandhi has turned out to be much more visible and on the front foot than her older sibling, Rahul Gandhi. Priyanka Gandhi, along with Rahul, both in detention at this point of time. Defining image number three, of course, Rahul Gandhi was also there. He had kicked off the proceedings. Rahul Gandhi too has been detained in a dramatic turn of events. He was detained right after he sat on that dharna against the government. He addressed a press conference earlier in the morning in dressed in white, soon changed into black, and here he is being taken into that bus to be detained by the police. So Rahul Gandhi also fully in black, front-footing the protest today. Defining image number four, total dangal in Delhi as this Congress netas took to the streets. This is one of the sequences where things rapidly escalated and a collision with the police happened. The huge protests come at a time when there is ED heat on the Gandhis. Remember, in the National Herald case, Rahul Gandhi has underscored this entire protest by saying, "Hum nahi darenge." That is the theme and the tonality of today's protest, and Rahul Gandhi has ensured that he, his sister and his mother have taken center stage in the proceedings. Big defining image number five, amidst the raging protests, many Congress leaders were detained for staging their dharna outside Parliament. There was a crackdown by the police. Several leaders, including Youth Congress Chief B.V. Srinivas and others, were dragged away just like this. Images of this kind became very, very common through the morning and through the afternoon as leaders like Harish Rawat and others were dragged away by the police. Big defining image number six, a picture accessed exclusively by India Today. Congress netas Shashi Tharoor and Sachin Pilot seen clicking selfies from detention, while Jairam Ramesh was seen scrolling through his phone as he sat with the other leaders. You can see Rahul there, you can see Priyanka, K.C. Venugopal, Gaurav Gogoi and others. It was selfie time for Shashi Tharoor and Sachin Pilot in police detention today. Defining image number seven, the Congress's Youth Congress Chief, B.V. Srinivas, one of the most high-profile protesters, and MP Jyoti Mani, who was suspended recently in the Lok Sabha, were carried away by the Delhi police in a dramatic manner. The Congress, being defiant, says, drag us, attack us, arrest us, but nothing can take us down. Nothing will take us and pull us down away from this path of protest. Jyoti Mani on your screen being dragged away by the police. Defining image number eight, Congress workers also clashed with the police outside Parliament premises amidst these protests. These were some turbulent images from barricading that was being crossed over by Congress leaders, youth leaders, as high drama was witnessed in the national capital. It spread from the Congress office to this location outside Parliament, and the situation continues to be tense. Big defining image number nine. It wasn't just the Gandhi siblings, remember, but Congress President Sonia Gandhi, who also took part in the protest, dressed in black for the parliamentary proceedings and lending her weight and her stature to this entire protest, and ailing Sonia Gandhi was out there physically present. She isn't always present during Congress protests. Sometimes she makes a token appearance. Today from Parliament, she continued to be there with the crowds. And defining image number 10 of the day, some of the Congress netas resorted to their own kinds of unique protests. This was before the actual dharna and dangal began. Some of them were seen cooking outside Parliament to stage a protest against the price rise in LPG, GST, food prices, inflation, and the price of food items. This was how things began earlier in the morning. But it was the Gandhis by far who led today's dharna and dangal. They were the most visible. They were the ones rallying the crowds. They were the ones galvanizing the karyakartas, and in many ways became the rallying point behind the energy and the tension that was made possible in central Delhi. Donning black, the Congress netas and workers were taking to the streets, but it was the three figures of Sonia, Rahul and Priyanka that were the generals of this army. Take a look at this report on how the drama unraveled in the national capital first.
फोर्स दिखाने के बाद हम चुपचाप से समझौता करके बस में बैठ जाएंगे, तो क्यों करें हम?
ये विपक्ष की बात को दबाना चाहते हैं।
पुलिस बल और लगातार पुलिस और कार्यकर्ताओं के बीच में यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं कि लोग जो सीधे तौर पर देखी जा रही है।
Off the grid for weeks, this was Priyanka Gandhi on Friday. Dressed in black, jostled by the police. Carried by Congress crowds, rapidly becoming the face of the fiercest Congress protest in many weeks.
इनको लगता है कि जितने भी इनके विपक्ष में जो कुछ कहता है उनको ये दबा सकते हैं, और इनको ये लगता है कि दबाने के बाद ऐसे अपनी फोर्स दिखाने के बाद हम चुपचाप से समझौता करके बस में बैठ जाएंगे.
Just returned from attempting a public patch-up of feuding leaders in Karnataka, Rahul Gandhi kicked off the Congress's Black Friday, setting the mood with this quip at a morning press conference before the dharna. Rahul then changed into a black shirt and hit the streets, leading a fierce Congress crowd. After a collision with the police, he too was detained.
How are you enjoying the onset of dictatorship in India? Are you enjoying it? लोकतंत्र की जो मौत हो रही है, उसके बारे में क्या लगता है आपको?
Matriarch Sonia Gandhi, ailing but forced to become more visible in recent days, also threw herself into the protest dressed in black. The Gandhi family in a dramatic, turbulent spotlight weeks after mother and son were grilled by the Enforcement Directorate in the National Herald case. Lurching from one election loss to another, the high-profile dharna allowed the Congress party to showcase its high command parivar after many years.
हम शांति से राष्ट्रपति भवन जाना चाह रहे थे। सारे के सारे एमपीज हैं राज्यसभा और लोकसभा के, मगर यहाँ पे हमें अलाउ नहीं किया जा रहा।
आप लोगों को आगे जाने नहीं दिया जा रहा है, पूरे को बैरिकेड कर दिया गया है, आपको इस पर क्या कहना है सर?
नहीं, हम तो यहाँ खड़े हैं, अब क्या करें, पुलिस वाले रोक रहे हैं, हम खड़े हैं, ठीक है।
आपके जो एमपीज हैं उनको डिटेन भी किया गया है।
हाँ, वो यहाँ पे हम सब आए थे, एक एक करके घसीट के ले गए, 2-3 को मारा भी है।
A muscle flex that goes beyond the party's trials and tribulations, Rahul's Mission Black had 5 basic objectives. Mission 1, shift focus to price rise, GST, jobs and inflation. Mission 2, pile pressure on the government before the 75th Independence Day celebrations. Mission 3, show that the Congress is not on the back foot over the Herald case. Mission 4, reclaim primacy in the opposition narrative. And Mission 5, show that the Gandhis are not defensive over Enforcement Directorate actions. The primacy of the Gandhis on the streets of Lutyens, Delhi was also a move to debunk the impression of the two siblings as part-time netas. With Congress presidential polls scheduled for this month, Friday's dharna practically clears the decks for Rahul to return as Congress president.
मैं अपने नेता को बचाने के लिए आऊंगा, मेरा नेता मुझे बचाता है। अगर इसको वो परिवार की परिभाषा बना देते हैं तो मुझे कोई उसमें कष्ट नहीं।
And while this is a clear message from the Gandhis to a bickering and divided opposition, it's conclusive proof that only the Gandhis can galvanize the principal opposition party. With Mosmi Singh, Milan Sharma and Supriya Bharadwaj in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today. At 9:30 in the morning, Rahul Gandhi kicked off the proceedings with a press conference where he said that this was a dictatorship that India was descending into. Minutes later, he changed out of his kurta, wore a black shirt, and then the bomb just exploded on the streets of Delhi. Here's a blow-by-blow look at how things went sequentially from the Congress office to the streets outside Parliament to the rest of central Delhi. This is how it unfolded. A mega all-black Akrosh led by Sonia Gandhi. Barricades breached. Big face-off with the Delhi police. Senior Congress leaders detained. The Congress at the peak of its anger, fueled by National Herald heat, hit the streets as they staged a mega dangal in the national capital against price rise, GST on food and unemployment. It all began with chaotic scenes outside the Congress headquarters. Congress leaders and workers were seen raising slogans as they defied the police ban on their protests. Dramatic images of the protests surfaced when the workers were seen clashing with the police outside Parliament. Congress party leaders, including members of Parliament, were seen wearing black bands on their arms as a mark of protest. Their Black Friday. The Congress MPs tried to march from Parliament to Rashtrapati Bhavan, while party workers sought to gherav the Prime Minister's residence. The showdown escalated when Congress MPs, including Rahul Gandhi and Shashi Tharoor, were detained by the police during the dharna.
हम तो यहाँ खड़े हैं, अब क्या करें? पुलिस वाले रोक रहे हैं, हम खड़े हैं। यहाँ पे हम सब आए थे, एक एक करके घसीट के ले गए। 2-3 को मारा भी है।
The protest took a further dramatic turn when Priyanka Gandhi entered the arena. Priyanka was seen breaching barricades and dodging police deployment to stage her own protest. In a fiery face-off, she was detained by the Delhi police when she tried to dodge arrest.
इनके मंत्री कह रहे हैं इनको महंगाई नहीं दिखती, तो हम पीएम हाउस तक चल के महंगाई दिखाना चाहते हैं, गैस का सिलेंडर दिखाना चाहते हैं, सब्जी खरीद सकते हैं, दाल, आटा, चावल, सरसों का तेल, सब कुछ महंगा हो गया। गैस सिलेंडर किस लिए उठा के ले जा रहे हैं हम? क्योंकि नहीं दिख रही है ना महंगाई। देखिए ये सिलेंडर कितना महंगा हो गया कि कोई खरीद ही नहीं सकता।
Several other Congress leaders were manhandled, dragged and detained by the Delhi police. Some of the Congress netas resorted to their own kind of unique protests. They were seen cooking outside Parliament to highlight the rise in cooking gas prices. With Milan Sharma in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today. I want to go across to India Today. Supriya Bharadwaj, who's been tracking every escalation that has taken place today. Starting 9 a.m. today, she's been in those crowds. She's gotten you all the voices first and exclusive here on India Today. The only journalist to get both Priyanka and Rahul's voice today. Supriya, behind you is the Kingsway Camp police station. Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, senior leaders of the Congress party, all still in there. What are you hearing from inside? When are they going to be released?
Well, Shiv, first and foremost, that the information we are getting is that around 7:30 p.m. these leaders will be released from here where we are at Kingsway Camp. Just now, Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel has also reached. Already Ashok Gehlot was detained along with Priyanka Gandhi and was brought here. So both the chief ministers are also present here. This entire area has also turned into a fortress. We have seen that it was the Friday fury which the Congress party has unleashed in the national capital and also across the country. The issue was that of price rise and unemployment. Well, Rahul Gandhi made it loud and clear in the morning itself in that special press conference. He said the only problem he has is that he speaks truth and he will continue to speak truth, and he knows the more truth he speaks about the state of conditions in the country, the more he will be targeted. He even went on saying that the more his political opponents are going to target him, the more happy he is, because it's going to strengthen him and his resolve. Congress party MPs in the morning stage protest inside the Parliament House. Then they walked up to Vijay Chowk, where we saw this massive showdown between Delhi police and the Congress MPs. The third epicenter, Shiv, was the AICC headquarters, where Priyanka Gandhi, along with other leaders, were trying to march up to the residence of Prime Minister Mr. Modi. And now this is the fourth epicenter, where I would ask my camperson Deepak to just show you what is happening now. Slowly, the Congress workers have started coming here. Well, the Chhattisgarh Chief Minister has just reached here, and you can see as to how in this area also there is a massive, not just police deployment, but even that of the paramilitary force, officials who are present in large number. The Vajra has been stationed. Still we haven't got any confirmation as to by what time these leaders will be released from here. All we can say is that Rahul Gandhi, along with Priyanka Gandhi, and all the other MPs and senior leaders of the Congress party, around 80 top leaders of the Congress party are present here at the Kingsway camp. Right. And still no word till what time they'll be released. Only thing we are getting is that around 7:30 p.m. there can be some movement. But one thing is for sure, Shiv, there are two big messages which are coming out from this entire thing. First being that the entire Congress party has sent a message loud and clear that Gandhis are their leaders, and they will go, they will fight tooth and nail for their leadership and under their leadership. The second message is that somewhere the poll bugles for 2024 Lok Sabha polls have been blown. These are the issues on which Congress is saying that they will continue to protest till 2024, because first being that of price rise, then being that of unemployment, and third being that of the communal harmony on which Rahul Gandhi is going to carry out a protest, it's going to carry out a march.
And we'll have to see how long they can actually sustain it, because the question that will now arise after Rahul and Priyanka are released from prison, from inside the police station, and stay with me, Supriya, is, is this a street fight today or a war for India or a war for the Gandhis? Is it a one-off, show of strength by the Congress party, or has, like Supriya said, the war for 2024 been declared? Can the Gandhis, especially Rahul, sustain this momentum? Because what appears clear right now is that Rahul Gandhi is going to be the president of the Congress party. Whether officially or unofficially, it doesn't make a difference. Maybe it's going to be formalized very soon. But the Congress will be hoping that this agitation gives them the push they require to turn the tide against the Modi government. Remember, the Modi government says this is all drama by a bunch of dynasts for the high command of the Congress party and nothing more. Take a look. Big question. The beginnings of the big war for 2024? Or just another one-off street fight? A question that will haunt the Congress as it pulls off another high-voltage dharna in the national capital. Its third in the last few weeks. With the party's muscle fully energized on Friday around the three towering figures of the Gandhis, a question echoes without pause. Can the Gandhis sustain this aggression? The BJP has scoffed at the dharna as typical Gandhi theatrics for a dying party.
हिटलर चुनाव कैसे जीतता था? हिटलर चुनाव ऐसे जीतता था कि जर्मनी के पूरे इंस्टीट्यूशंस उसके हाथ में थे. उसके पास एसए थी, पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स थी, उसके पास पूरा का पूरा ढांचा था। मुझे पूरा का पूरा ढांचा दे दो, फिर मैं दिखाऊंगा आपको कैसे इलेक्शन जीता जाता है।
ये उनकी हताशा है, तो जनता का विश्वास है, यही तो लोकतंत्र है। तो फिर कहूंगा, राहुल गांधी जी, अगर जनता आपको वोट नहीं देती तो कृपया करके लोकतंत्र को आरोप लगाना बंद करिए।
Well, for a party that's fighting on multiple fronts, fighting against internal implosions, against a chain reaction of electoral defeats, and even the territorial ambitions of other opposition parties, Friday's protest is being crafted as a signal moment. The Congress hopes this turns the tide against the Modi Sarkar.
Our job is to resist these forces. Our job is to make sure that Indian democracy is protected. Our job is to raise issues of the people like unemployment.
उनके लिए महंगाई तो है नहीं, उन्होंने तो पूरी देश की संपत्ति, मोदी जी ने पूरे देश की संपत्ति अपने दोस्तों को दे दी है, उन पे कभी कोई कार्रवाई नहीं है।
As a political party and as elected representatives, we are bound to voice the grievances, the burden and the fears of the people, which is what we are doing.
इस तरीके से सरकार काम कर रही है, हिरासत में ले रही है, सैकड़ों बार हमारे सांसदों को, हम लोगों को अरेस्ट किया जा रहा है, अपनी बात रोकने से रोका जा रहा है, ये अलोकतांत्रिक है।
To be sure, the Congress has immediate as well as long-term objectives from Black Friday. For now, the Gandhis are hoping to capture the political mood and blunt the government's planned celebrations ahead of India's 75th Independence Day. Rahul especially hopes that with the national chatter dominated by the Herald case and Enforcement Directorate actions, he now gets to establish the narrative with price rise, GST, inflation and unemployment. The Gandhis will also be hoping that this power play proves a tipping point for the Congress party and triggers a larger party revival. Last but definitely not least, the ferocity of the protests is a message to other opposition parties that friendly fire among a divided opposition has only handed the advantage to the ruling BJP. As always with the Congress, it comes down to one thing. Does the party have the stamina, will and resources to convert a few hours of lighting up TV screens to a sustained national battle-ready campaign for 2024? Bureau Report, India Today.
I want to take you, the viewer, straight back to Delhi's Kingsway Police Station, Kingsway Camp Police Station, where Supriya continues to be with us. Kunal also joining us. Kunal, Rahul and Priyanka are still in there with the other netas. We understand by around 7 p.m. they may be released. They have definitely, the spotlight has been on them, Kunal, non-stop since around 10 this morning. Non-stop. There has been no other story in the media except Rahul and Priyanka today as a result of the actions that were taken during this entire protest. The question that many will be asking is, can they sustain the stamina of this protest? Kunal, you covered politics, you've covered the Congress party. What is their next step? How are they planning to take this forward now?
See, there are several challenges, Shiv, before Congress party as well and before the sister-brother duo as well.
Yeah.
One thing is that they are seeking a change of narrative. They want to change the narrative. Actually, right now what government is portraying that we are in the Amrit Kal of, they are celebrating Amrit Kal of Azadi Mahotsav. And at the same time, this kind of protest, that is, they are just trying to change the narrative and trying to portray that at the time when ED is targeting the opposition leaders, actually there are other several issues which government has to focus upon, like inflation and even what they are saying that jobs are critical, joblessness is at a critical juncture, and that's why they are right now, I can show you the pictures right behind me that inside this premises, Rahul and Priyanka along with other MPs and even chief ministers, they are sitting for now 4 hours almost, and that's why this fight is quite critical. And your question is also quite relevant, that can they sustain, because they are not just facing challenge from the government, they are facing challenges from other political parties, other opposition parties like Aam Aadmi Party and Trinamool Congress as well. So there are fights on several fronts. And as Supriya was mentioning that it might be a start for 2024 campaign, but that campaign won't be that easy. There will be several challenges, and it might be a beginning to fight against all those challenges.
And we're going to have a big debate on this at 7:30 p.m. today with Akshita also on whether this is a one-off street fight that the Congress has indulged in just because of the Gandhis, or is it going to be a larger narrative-bending, battle-ready campaign for 2024? Those are big political questions that only the Congress can answer in the hours and the days ahead. At 7 p.m. when Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka are expected to be released from the Kingsway Camp police station, both Kunal and Supriya will be live with us. Thanks very much, both of you, for joining me on this story. Meanwhile, while the Congress has hit the streets and they're still out there, their leaders are in detention with the police, trouble continues to rise for both Rahul and Sonia Gandhi in the National Herald scam case. Enforcement Directorate sources have told India Today that during the investigation into the Herald case so far, the last few days, including the grilling, the sealing and the raids that have taken place, none of the Congress netas that were questioned have been able to prove that all financial decisions were actually taken, as they claimed, by the late treasurer of the Congress party, Motilal Vora. Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi and others in their statements have said that all financial transactions were overseen by the late Motilal Vora, as he was treasurer of not just Congress party but also these two entities, AJL and Young Indian Limited. Well, during the course of the investigation, the Enforcement Directorate has come across, they say, several shell companies. And the ED says it has found suspicious entries, Hawala entries, in the account books during the raids of the National Herald's real estate assets in different parts of the country. And that could be more trouble for the Gandhis. If there are Hawala transactions that are proven to be illegal in this manner that is being suggested, then it takes this entire investigation completely to the next level. Remember, the Congress says no wrongdoing has taken place.
ये मोदी मेड महंगाई है, तो इन लोगों को समझ पे नहीं आ रहा है आम गरीब मजदूर लोग कैसे जी रहा है। पूरा जो ग्रामीण इलाका में जो सिलेंडर से लेके हर चीज मोदी है तो महंगाई है, बीजेपी है तो महंगाई है। तार जानबूझ के सरकार ने कहीं ना कहीं महंगाई रोकने में कोई सोच नहीं किया है अपने लोगों के अलावा।
काम है देश की रक्षा करना।
Let's show you which Congress netas are currently under the scanner in the continuing raids and investigation that is taking place at this time. Let's put it on our screen. The Hawala entries that are under the scanner, raids are aimed at looking into suspected Hawala entries in different parts of the country at this point of time. The entries in the accounts books are suspicious as far as the Enforcement Directorate is concerned. Hawala entries have been found in transactions made in Kolkata as well as in Mumbai. And that's the reason why trouble could be up for the Gandhis, Rahul and Sonia in particular, at this point of time. And now we've got breaking news coming in from the other side of the opposition. First pictures of the Modi-Mamata meeting that's taking place in the national capital. Let's break that picture, put it on our screen immediately. This image of Prime Minister Modi with Mamata Banerjee, West Bengal Chief Minister. Remember, their two parties are at loggerheads, their two governments are at loggerheads. The big jobs, cash for jobs scam has taken center stage in West Bengal over Partha Chatterjee and his friend Arpita Mukherjee. Amidst that entire atmosphere of hostility, animosity and political rivalry, here comes the meeting between Prime Minister Modi and Mamata Banerjee. She's in Delhi on official work. She's called on the Prime Minister. Post her meeting with Modi, she will also meet President Droupadi Murmu at 6 p.m. The West Bengal Chief Minister will attend a Niti Aayog meeting on August the 7th. Also on the cards is a meeting with opposition leaders. Remember, the Trinamool and the Congress party, which has hit the streets in a big way today, have their own bickering and rivalry, as a result of which opposition unity has been a kind of faraway dream as far as the upcoming Lok Sabha elections are concerned. But Mamata Banerjee meeting with the Prime Minister is very tantalizing politically, given everything that's happening between their governments and their political parties, especially not just at the center, but also in West Bengal. The full story of what happened in this meeting will be here on India Today in just a few minutes. I'll get you an update as soon as that meeting is over. Very quick break. On the other side, I'm taking you from India to Taiwan to show you how China has relentlessly escalated hostilities and aggression. The air of intimidation continues non-stop. Taiwan has just claimed that over 100 Chinese warplanes have been flying in their airspace. More details coming up.
Is it so hot and humid in your city that you're finding it difficult to fall asleep? Well, you are not alone. Hundreds and lakhs of people in India are facing this problem, and now it has been documented. It's now clear that heat waves are messing up our sleep patterns. This has to do largely with your body temperature in the night. Our bodies are tuned in to dropping body heat in the night to help us sleep. The hormone melatonin serves essentially as a natural alarm clock. When it's nighttime, it widens the blood vessels in our hands and feet to get rid of heat from our bodies. So what really happens when the air around us is too hot? When temperature goes up, deep sleep gets affected. Deep sleep for at least a few hours is the bare minimum we all need to ensure our body truly gets the rest it requires.
Sleep deprivation can lead to various mental health disorders. The most commonly seen are depression and anxiety. Chronic insomnia, that is chronic sleep disturbances, can lead to something called as early onset dementia, which is again a memory disorder. So it is important in order to maintain our mental health as well as physical health that we give ourselves adequate sleep.
Now, there is not just the problem of rising temperatures, there is also the problem of the pandemic. COVID-19 has interfered with our sleep patterns, and this too has now been documented. The pandemic ruined sleep cycles. The stress and anxiety of COVID, added to the work from home patterns, completely hit our lifestyle choices. A recent survey by a social media platform found that 54% Indians surveyed confirmed that their sleep patterns have changed post the pandemic. Many of these Indians speak about the fact that they're suffering from sleep apnea, finding it difficult to go off to sleep or sleep properly at a stretch altogether. This has now even got a term called coronasomnia, caused by personal stress, by grief of losing a loved one, and even anxiety over any COVID-related news.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You can buy Taj Mahal, and quite literally so, on a metaverse. But only if it is sold as an NFT virtual land. NFT virtual land is an ownable area of digital land on a metaverse platform. And metaverse is like a digital duplicate of the real world where you can buy, sell things, including land in this case. NFTs or non-fungible tokens here would represent land ownership. So when you buy a virtual land in a metaverse, NFT is proof that you own it. Singer Dilair Mehendi even bought virtual real estate on the Indian metaverse platform called Party Night. He's now named the property Balle Balle Land. The price of a virtual land is evaluated similarly to NFTs or cryptos. Virtual land price will depend on its use cases and utility. For instance, if in a metaverse or a digital world, your virtual land receives many visitors, you can charge for advertising. It's fairly simple now. You can purchase it from projects or through marketplaces like Decentraland. You can also buy from NFT exchange platforms where a buyer and seller is protected by a smart contract. A smart contract is a self-executing contract with the terms of the agreement between buyer and seller.
We can make NFTs of all the monuments we have, and we can create those NFTs, and we can actually create an NFT of Taj Mahal, and just imagine what hype it will have. And Taj Mahal can be bought as an NFT without giving the ownership right of the Taj Mahal, obviously. So imagine in the country today, we only get 300 crores from all these monuments, from tourism. Imagine if we put all these monuments on metaverse through NFTs, we can earn another 300 crores in there.
So virtual lands have many use cases. For instance, in India, it can hypothetically add to tourism economy. But if you are buying virtual land in India and earning gains through it, be ready to pay a flat 30% tax. And just like that, the difference between the real world versus the virtual world is now blur.
In what appears to be another big escalation by China around the island of Taiwan, Taiwan's defense ministry has just announced that 68 Chinese Air Force aircraft and 13 warships have crossed the median line in the Taiwan Strait on Friday. That's today. Taiwan says we strongly condemn such intentional intrusions. China, meanwhile, has released a statement saying that the PLA, that's the People's Liberation Army Eastern Theater Command Air Force, on Friday has continued its Air Force drills around the island of Taiwan with fighters, bombers, early warning aircraft and electronic reconnaissance planes. Pilots say they could visually confirm Taiwan's coastline and the central mountain range. So the war drills are escalating, the intensity, the number of aircraft and warships being used to encircle Taiwan, to intimidate Taiwan, increasing. I want to go across to India Today's National Bureau Chief Abhishek Bhalla, tracking all of these images, all of these statements very closely. Abhishek, it looks like what's happening today is much bigger, much more intense than the war drills that were taking place yesterday. Clearly, China is cranking things up incrementally.
Certainly looks like a big escalation, Shiv. And, just to give a comparison, over the last 2 days, the firing range, if one can say, has gotten much closer to the Taiwanese mainland. Much closer to the island. And, if one is to compare what is happening now and what happened back in 1995-96, when there was a similar kind of a large-scale deployment and, these kind of exercises, then one would easily analyze that this time the distance from where the Chinese were targeting areas is far ahead now, because there are not only several warships in the Taiwan Strait, there are repeated air incursions. 68 today have been reported by the Taiwan Ministry of Defense. Other than that, several warships, which include 2 aircraft carriers. So both the aircraft carriers are hovering around in the Taiwan Strait area, which clearly demonstrates.
In fact, we've got that, Abhishek. We've got that piece of breaking news on our screens coming in right now. Like you just said, the US too is stepping up its offensive. The aircraft carrier USS Ronald Reagan, a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, has been ordered to remain in the Taiwan Sea and monitor the situation as it develops. The White House has said that the Ronald Reagan aircraft carrier, massive aircraft carrier, nuclear-powered, with lots of F-18 Super Hornet aircraft and missiles on it, has been asked to stay in the Taiwan region until further notice. Taiwan has said that it seeks no escalation, but its armed forces are committed to protecting Taiwanese territory and its citizens. Remember, the United States is committed to protecting Taiwan in the event of any direct show of force by China. For instance, if it attacks or it fires a missile. So this is becoming a situation that is in rapid escalation, clearly. Geeta Mohan, our Foreign Affairs editor, also live with me on this story. Geeta, carrier battle group ordered by the White House to stay in the Taiwan region, clearly in response to China ratcheting things up. 68 aircraft, bombers, fighters crossing the median line within visual range of the Taiwanese island. The island is completely on red alert, so no surprises that the White House has issued orders as well.
Unprecedented escalation by China over here, like we were discussing, through the past few days. This is a red line that China would not want any country or any other leader of the United States of America to really cross. And that's why the moves are not just internal or regional, wherein you're seeing for the first time breaching not just the median line, but flying over islands that belong to Taiwan or to neighboring nations. Japan has also escalated the issue of how their territorial waters have been breached. And this entire escalation will continue not just with Taiwan, Shiv. We're looking at the kind of sanctions and decisions that China is taking with regards to the United States of America. Critical meetings, these are 2 P5 nations we're talking about. Critical meetings being cancelled. Climate, technology, defense, all meetings being cancelled would mean that there will be no forward movement on many fronts when it comes to global conversations. So a lot of cost to pay for a Pelosi visit.
Okay, so the war drums are beating and there's a huge diplomatic breakdown, as Geeta said, between the United States and China at this point of time over Taiwan. Geeta and Abhishek, thank you very much for that. Let me, summarize for you all the meetings that have been cancelled. This is what diplomatic breakdown actually looks like over that one Nancy Pelosi visit. China and the US theater commanders' talks have been cancelled at this point of time. China-US defense policy coordination talks have been cancelled or kept on hold at this point of time. China and the US military maritime consultative meet has been cancelled at this point of time. China-US cooperation on repatriation of immigrants, even such a thing has been put on hold at this point of time. Certain meetings have also been suspended. China-US talks on legal aid in criminal matters suspended. China-US cooperation against transnational crimes has been suspended. China-US counter-narcotics cooperation meeting suspended. Talks on climate change as well have been suspended. So total diplomatic breakdown as a result of Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. And visibly and through the words being spoken, tensions are only soaring between China and Taiwan after Nancy Pelosi's visit. Very, very visible. On Thursday, multiple Chinese aircraft and vessels conducted military exercises and continued to escalate around Taiwan. They crossed the median line over the Taiwan Straits and are continuing to do so. Taiwan has condemned these actions as highly provocative. Beijing has escalated its military drills after Pelosi's Taiwan visit and has sent over 100 warplanes so far, total, around the island of Taiwan since that time, including, as Taiwan says, 68 aircraft today. China has also fired multiple missiles that have splashed down, across or around Taiwan. China had warned Taiwan of grave consequences during the US speaker's visit earlier this week. China has also sanctioned Nancy Pelosi and her family over her visit to Taiwan. Meanwhile, Nancy Pelosi, who's now in Tokyo, continues to shower praise on Taiwan while pledging US solidarity to the island nation. Pelosi stated that her Asia trip, which led to this unprecedented military drills by a seething China, was never about changing the regional status. Here's a report.
U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has defended her high-profile visit to Taiwan earlier this week, claiming it was never intended to change the regional status quo, but rather to preserve peace in the Taiwan Strait. Speaking at a news conference in Tokyo on Friday, Pelosi addressed the Chinese military drills and missiles which went off around the island in the wake of her unannounced but highly anticipated visit. She further vowed not to isolate the self-ruled island claimed by Beijing.
They may try to keep Taiwan from visiting or participating in other places, but they will not isolate Taiwan by preventing us to travel there. We've had high-level visits, senators in the spring, a bipartisan way, continuing visits, and we will not allow them to isolate Taiwan.
Pelosi's stop in Taiwan marks the highest level visit by a U.S. official in 25 years, where she met with Taiwanese President Tsai Ing-wen and praised the island's democracy and human rights record. Beijing was quick to condemn Pelosi's trip, which also took her through Singapore, Malaysia, and South Korea before ending in Japan, one of Washington's closest allies. 5 of the missiles fired off by Beijing this week landed in Japan's exclusive economic zone, prompting further warnings from Tokyo that increasing Chinese military activity in the Taiwan Strait threatens both national and wider regional security. China's military exercises near Taiwan have further disrupted key shipping lanes and prompted several commercial airlines to reroute or cancel their flights around the island for the time being. In response to the increasing military action nearby, Taiwanese President Tsai Ing-wen said Taiwan would not provoke conflicts, but would firmly defend its sovereignty and national security. Premier Su Tseng-chang had stronger words, referring to China as the, quote, evil neighbor showing off her power at our door.
And news just breaking here on India Today. 14-day judicial custody for both Arpita Mukherjee and Partha Chatterjee, former Trinamool minister in West Bengal, in the jobs for cash scam. After those mountains of cash and gold ornaments have been found, 14 days judicial custody for both Partha Chatterjee and his close friend Arpita Mukherjee in this colossal scam in West Bengal. Both have been remanded to 14 days extended Enforcement Directorate custody. Clearly, the evidence against them is piling up. We'll have a full update on this from Kolkata with Nabila on the other side of this very short break. Stay with us. The full extent of the Enforcement Directorate now on these two people. One of them very close to Mamata Banerjee. Full update coming up next.
We've just concluded the historic 5G spectrum auctions. How satisfied are you with the outcome of this, and what is its significance?
See, the 5G spectrum auction has concluded with good success. It's a reflection of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi's reform program. In September last year, he set out a very important structural and procedural reform. He followed it up with reforms in WPC, which is the spectrum management body of the country. Then there were reforms in how telecom towers are set, how the optical fiber cable which has to be laid, so what are the ROW permissions. So there is a whole series of reforms across the gamut of telecom sector, and what we see today, the result of the spectrum auction is basically a reflection of that reform process.
Now, in terms of the amount collected, the sums that were there, is it as anticipated, or you expected less, more? What did you think would happen in this?
So before the auction, all the estimates which were there from the analysts, from the industry bodies and everybody, the general anticipation was that anywhere between 80,000 to 1 lakh crore would be the spectrum auction result. But we are very glad that the whole industry has now come out of the deep trouble that it was in and getting into a new growth phase. That's why they've been able to take spectrum throughout all the bands, 700, 800, 900, 1800. So almost all the bands which were put to auction have been taken by the industry, and that's why the numbers which have come, 1,50,000 crore, is basically a reflection that the industry is coming out of its deep trouble.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Co-presented by PolicyBazaar.com. Big disclosure by ED in cash for job scam. ED claims threat to Arpita's life. ED wants Arpita's food and water tested in jail. Will Cash Queen spill more secrets?
All right, as you see, there's no way out yet for Partha. Mamata Banerjee's top minister, who's now been sacked. ED heat and crackdown on the TMC's cash for job scam. I'm going to take you through updates on that. First, the headlines. I'm Nabila Jamal. Rahul and Priyanka lead the Congress protest. Priyanka sits on dharna, detained after scuffle with the cops. Rahul Gandhi too detained during a march to the president's house.
हम शांति से राष्ट्रपति भवन जाना चाह रहे थे। सारे के सारे एमपीज हैं राज्यसभा और लोकसभा के, मगर यहाँ पे हमें अलाउ नहीं किया जा रहा। लोकतंत्र की हत्या हो रही है।
Congress party hit the streets against Modi government on price rise and unemployment. Massive showdown in the capital. Scores of netas detained after protests.
आगे बढ़ते हम तो एक मकसद से है ना यहाँ। हमारा मकसद ये है कि हम इनके मंत्री कह रहे हैं इनको महंगाई नहीं दिखती, तो हम पीएम हाउस तक चल के महंगाई दिखाना चाहते हैं, गैस का सिलेंडर दिखाना चाहते हैं।
Big political fight over Congress's Black Friday march. BJP calls the Congress dharna drama. Says for the Congress, it's always family first. Rahul and Priyanka and several other Congress netas still in detention. Mamata Banerjee meets Prime Minister Modi in Delhi. She will be meeting with President Murmu a little later this evening. Pakistan provokes on third anniversary of Article 370 purge. India today accesses anti-India toolkit to spread propaganda. Non-local labourer killed in grenade attack in Pulwama. And China sanctions Nancy Pelosi and her family after historic visit to Taiwan. Pelosi sends big message from Japan, says won't allow China to isolate the island nation. All right, here's a big breaking news that we've just got here for you. 14-day judicial custody for both Arpita and Partha Chatterjee. Here's the big news coming in the cash for job scam. ED probing this case that's literally jolted the West Bengal government. TMC government left worried over ED's crackdown in this cash for job scam where Mamata Banerjee's top minister, now sacked Partha Chatterjee, is currently in custody. He was seeking for bail, but Enforcement Directorate now manages to get 14-day extension. Partha and Arpita both will remain in custody until the 18th of August. Suryagni joining us live for a little more on that. Suryagni, this has come as a massive setback. This clearly shows there's enough and more evidence that's possibly mounting on Partha and Arpita. As much as Partha Chatterjee's lawyer, his counsel, we believe in court, has claimed that there's no evidence, there's no document, there's no way to prove that money belongs to him, then there's literally no reason for the Enforcement Directorate to keep him in custody. Seems like the court didn't agree with that.
Well, absolutely, the court didn't agree with anything, what Partha's counsels had stated. And as we rightly mentioned a while back, that Partha Chatterjee, former minister, former Trinamool Congress heavyweight leader, along with his close aide, Arpita Mukherjee, have been sent to 14 days of judicial custody. That means on the 18th of August they will be produced again over here at the Special Sessions Court in Calcutta, where we are currently. Very interesting observations from the order that we have received from this court is that ED officers will be able to interrogate both of these individuals in jail custody for in this gap of 14 days. And as per the lawyers of the ED that we heard is that a report will be filed by the jail authorities at the place where Arpita will be kept, and that will be that will be produced on the 18th, and it will read out the safety precautions and the safety measures that had been taken to keep Arpita in safe custody. So these are the two major points that have come out of the order.
We do know that the Enforcement Directorate has asserted that there's serious threat perception when it comes to Arpita Mukherjee, and that's the highlight here. In fact, stay with us, Suryagni, as we know that Partha Chatterjee and Arpita were both produced in court today. They've now been sent to 14-day judicial custody. Until the 18th of August, they will remain in custody because the ED says they have enough evidence that they want to question Partha with. The lawyers of Partha Chatterjee argued in court that in a CBI case, ideally, the accused has not been seen or directly linked to that money that they've recovered, and therefore the ED cannot keep him in custody. However, ED now hitting back in the PMLA court asking for Partha's custody has now claimed that they've recovered Partha's phone data and are currently scanning at least 50 bank accounts that are connected with him. ED has further elaborated here that there is specific threat perception in the case of Arpita Mukherjee. The ED has also demanded that food and water that's given to Arpita be thoroughly checked and tested. Remember, Arpita is currently in prison. She is in ED custody. And they believe that Arpita has serious threat perception here as per their intelligence reports. They also assert that Arpita's food and water that's given to him must be thoroughly tested as they suspect foul play with that regard. And also furthermore, while the ED argues in court for their custody, they claim that there is indeed enough evidence to show that Arpita and Partha were linked with each other. They were hand in glove. ED states in court that Partha Chatterjee was in fact marked as a nominee in 31 LICs of Arpita Mukherjee. But Partha's counsel there slamming this claim, calling this absolutely false and only an attempt by the Enforcement Directorate to twist around this case. What we see here is that Arpita and Partha, both of them will remain in ED custody, at least until the 18th of August. But I'm going to quickly take you through exactly what the Enforcement Directorate has, in fact, recovered. Over the last few weeks of these raids, the ED has found out enough and more links between Arpita and Partha. And these links involve at least the first of all, in fact, in the latest, they claim that 31 LICs of Arpita and Partha as nominees. This is the nominee that Partha Mukherjee has testified for Arpita. And we're looking at this as a confirmed link of both of them being hand in glove in business that they carried out. And then, of course, over the last few weeks, we know that there was a cash haul of 49.8 crores in cash, illegal money, all black money that was found at the residence of Arpita. Now, apart from that, we're also looking at gold jewelry worth 4.3 crores that was found again in the residence of Arpita Mukherjee. We're looking at, in detail, ED has established that in that gold chunk, there were 7 bangles, 500 grams each. Furthermore, a lot more gold that was recovered. We're looking at least 7 bangles of 500 grams each. Apart from that, a lot of gold chains, gold bricks, and a gold pen that was also recovered from Arpita's residence. And all of this illegal or ill-gotten wealth was all stashed at their bathroom, at the cupboards, and hidden under several layers of clothing. This is as per the Enforcement Directorate's claims as they now present all of these details in court. Now, Arpita and Partha, both of them remain in custody until the 18th of August. And remember, it's not just the two leaders, or rather, not just Partha Chatterjee and his close aide that are currently under the ED scanner. We're looking at several TMC netas now who could be pulled in easily in the next few weeks by the Enforcement Directorate with regards to this cash for jobs scam. Now, while West Bengal government, Mamata Banerjee so far has maintained that she's not going to interfere in this matter, it appears that Mamata Banerjee right now is attempting to firefight. Amid this hectic ED crackdown in West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee has arrived in New Delhi. She's met with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and the agenda of the meeting here in paper was to discuss GST dues for her state. But It sure will not be surprising if Mamata Banerjee has extended her chat with Narendra Modi on other issues that's currently plaguing her state, which is the ED crackdown on the cash for job scam, which may just bring many TMC netas in the dock. Let's have a listen.
ED's biggest crackdown on Mamata's top minister. The mountains of cash and unexplained wealth found on Partha Chatterjee has not just exposed the former minister, but has also jolted the West Bengal government. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has been awfully quiet ever since the ED crackdown on the Bengal cash for job scam. The probe has in fact dragged in a whole bunch of TMC netas, which has left the state government worried sick. Amid this hectic ED activity in West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee arrived in Delhi to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The agenda of the meeting, in paper, was to discuss GST dues for her state. But it sure won't be surprising if Mamata had an extended chat with Modi on other issues that plagued her state. Accusing her of just that was the former governor of Meghalaya and former BJP state president Tathagat Roy, who tweeted raising suspicion on Mamata's meeting with the Prime Minister. Kolkata is agog with apprehension of a setting, which means a secret understanding between Modi and Mamata. Mamata Banerjee has so long maintained that ED raids on her neta must go on as per law and vouched to never interfere in the trial, even if it meant the accused sentenced to life. But this separate meeting with Prime Minister Modi has naturally sparked off speculations. Bureau Report, India Today.
Right, I'm going to cut across to Munish Pandey, who's been tracking the ED investigation into this case. Munish, it's of course very hard for Partha or Arpita for that matter to really get bail from the PMLA court. It was quite understood that the Enforcement Directorate will manage to extend their custody, and that's what's happened. 14 days longer that they'll have to remain in prison, and it could go much longer than that. But what's the highlight here is that the ED claims that there's serious threat perception with Arpita Mukherjee. They claim that Arpita could likely be poisoned in jail. That's more or less what they summed it up as, saying that the food and the water given to Arpita in prison must be thoroughly tested. So they fear that someone might be after her life.
Yeah, well, Nabila, even before this court hearing took place, I was in touch with several ED officials, and what they had told me a few days back that once Arpita Mukherjee is sent to judicial custody, she will be in a Kolkata jail, and at that point of time, her life may be under threat. And the reason why they said that, because she has disclosed many things about Partha Chatterjee, the money which was recovered from her premises to the tune of more than 50 crore rupees. She has disclosed the association of that money with Partha Chatterjee, and that is why ED officials are saying that her life is under threat, and that is why the ED officials are also in touch with the state authorities to make sure that she should be given the security which is required to keep her life safe inside the jail of Kolkata. Now, as far as this entire case is concerned, remember, Partha Chatterjee also moved a bail application before the court. But why ED officials opposed? Because what they are claiming that this is not limited to only 50 crore of cash which was recovered from the premises of Arpita Mukherjee. They are saying there are 18 properties of Arpita Mukherjee. They are suspecting that these properties were bought using the black money of Partha Chatterjee. There are multiple shell companies. There are companies linked to Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee. So all those things has to be investigated by the ED officials. Many more people will be summoned in coming days, and ED opposed this bail application filed by Partha Chatterjee, and based on that, both of them have been sent to 14-day judicial custody.
Right. It was quite natural that this would happen because a lot of talk on how he may be the nominee for at least 31 LIC policies of Arpita, and of course 50 bank accounts that they both might have together. That's all going to be probed. Data, phone data of Partha also right now under scanner. So the Enforcement Directorate really wanting to cross-question Arpita and Partha for a little longer, and this could be a long haul that they will be in custody of the Enforcement Directorate. We're going to continue tracking that, Munish. Thank you for now. All right, on the other side, we also know that the ED crackdown is also happening extensively on the Gandhi family of the Congress. While the Congress has hit the streets today, we saw trouble mounting for Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi in the National Herald corruption case, which the ED is now probing into some financial irregularities. They're also looking at some Hawala transactions, which is now in the latest under scanner. ED sources have exclusively told India Today that during this investigation in the National Herald case, none of the Congress netas that were questioned have been able to really prove all of the financial decisions were indeed taken by late Motilal Vora. In fact, Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge, a few other leaders were also probed and they were questioned. And all of their statements remain the same, that all financial transactions with regards to Young Indian was handled by late Congress Treasury Motilal Vora. In fact, during the course of the investigation, ED has come across several shell companies as well. And according to the sources, ED has found some suspicious entries in account books, which they're not able to verify or explain. ED now continuing its raids across 13 locations in India, including Delhi, Kolkata, and Lucknow. I'm going to quickly now cut across to a few observations here by the Enforcement Directorate as we see that the ED now is probing into financial irregularities that the Young Indian Limited, which the owners is Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, may be involved in. Now, of course, at this point, we know that both the Gandhis and extensively all the others who've been probed have said and maintained that they have no idea of all the financial transactions. It was Motilal Vora who handled it. We're looking at the CEO, Mallikarjun Kharge of Young Indian Limited. He's been probed for he was grilled for almost 7 hours. And post that, we see that account books of the National Herald and the Congress has been confiscated to try and see how the transaction has happened of close to about 90 crores that was loaned off to AJL. How did that happen without anything established in those account books? And then we're also looking at Hawala transactions through shell companies, which the ED is now probing into. And very suspicious transaction here from one of the shell companies called Dotex Merchandise Private Limited. 1 crore rupees was given to Young Indian Limited. And that transaction from that shell company to Young Indian is currently being probed. And then, like I mentioned, the 90 crore loan that came from the Congress party to AJL, which is a publisher of the National Herald newspaper. That's also under lens because that does not really add up in their account books. Congress leaders, including Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, along with a few other leaders like Mallikarjun Kharge, have been grilled. All of them have maintained the same, that late Motilal Vora handled all of those transactions. In fact, what we know now is that the Enforcement Directorate, who's right now probing this, has asked for some kind of proof on whether indeed Motilal Vora signed on any of the documents that showed that he indeed was the one responsible for all those financial trails. In fact, they're so far unable to prove or produce any documents with Motilal Vora's signatures. No proof on any of the board meetings that happened because that's a natural instinct. If at all there is a transaction of close to 90 crores from a Congress party to a private company, then at least there is a board meeting that happens, a minute book that is usually kept. None of that is present as proof for the ED to or for the accused here to corroborate their claims. The raids currently is on across 13 locations related to all Hawala transactions across various shell companies now under scanner. So we know now extensively that the ED may have something substantial for them to go after the Gandhis. High drama that we see unfolding in the national capital as several Congress leaders today, it seems like out of anger, came out, venting out their anger and frustration when it came to price rise, GST, and other issues. We saw Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi vociferously protesting. They came out, almost carried a march towards the president's house and condemned the government for its failures. I'm going to take you through this next report here with all the dramatic images from this all-black Akrosh that was led by Sonia Gandhi herself, possibly for the first time. She gets down to the streets.
A mega all-black Akrosh led by Sonia Gandhi. Barricades breached. Big face-off with the Delhi police. Senior Congress leaders detained. The Congress at the peak of its anger, fueled by National Herald heat, hit the streets as they staged a mega dangal in the national capital against price rise, GST on food and unemployment. It all began with chaotic scenes outside the Congress headquarters. Congress leaders and workers were seen raising slogans as they defied the police ban on their protests. Dramatic images of the protests surfaced when the workers were seen clashing with the police outside Parliament. Congress party leaders, including members of Parliament, were seen wearing black bands on their arms as a mark of protest. Their Black Friday. The Congress MPs tried to march from Parliament to Rashtrapati Bhavan, while party workers sought to gheraw the Prime Minister's residence. The showdown escalated when Congress MPs, including Rahul Gandhi and Shashi Tharoor, were detained by the police during the dharna.
हम तो यहाँ खड़े हैं, अब क्या करें? पुलिस वाले रोक रहे हैं, हम खड़े हैं। यहाँ पे हम सब आए थे, एक एक करके घसीट के ले गए। 2-3 को मारा भी है।
The protest took a further dramatic turn when Priyanka Gandhi entered the arena. Priyanka was seen breaching barricades and dodging police deployment to stage her own protest. In a fiery face-off, she was detained by the Delhi police when she tried to dodge arrest.
इनके मंत्री कह रहे हैं इनको महंगाई नहीं दिखती, तो हम पीएम हाउस तक चल के महंगाई दिखाना चाहते हैं, गैस का सिलेंडर दिखाना चाहते हैं, सब्जी खरीद सकते हैं, दाल, आटा, चावल, सरसों का तेल, सब कुछ महंगा हो गया। गैस सिलेंडर किस लिए उठा के ले जा रहे हैं हम? क्योंकि नहीं दिख रही है ना महंगाई। देखिए ये सिलेंडर कितना महंगा हो गया कि कोई खरीद ही नहीं सकता।
Several other Congress leaders were manhandled, dragged and detained by the Delhi police. Some of the Congress netas resorted to their own kind of unique protests. They were seen cooking outside Parliament to highlight the rise in cooking gas prices. With Milan Sharma in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, joining me live here on the phone line, Priyank Kharge, who is the son of Mallikarjun Kharge, a Congress Neta himself. Priyank, thank you very much. Appreciate your time. I know it's a busy day for you. And it's been quite hectic. Over the last few days, we see ED raids on all offices related to National Herald, which involves the Gandhi family and your father, of course. Would you have anything to say? As Mallikarjun Kharge, we believe, was questioned by the ED at the Young Indian office for 7 hours, 7 long hours until midnight. He was present there. How would you take it as a family?
See, we are, as a party or as a family, we are law-abiding as a citizen, and we are ready to cooperate with every single action that is expected of us. But the point is, what is this entire case about is something that is perplexing, you know. Na khaya, na piya, glass soda, para na ho raha hai. The government is saying it's a money laundering act even without a single rupee being exchanged anywhere. They're saying we are investing a PMLA where there is no scheduled offence or FIR registered. They're bringing up Young Indian and Associated Journalists Limited, with who have clean records, who have a clear history of financial history, and they're just trying to intimidate and harass us. They just want to push the people away into other issues rather than the real issues, that is their failures of the government. They don't want to talk about price rise. They don't want to talk about the economy. They don't want to talk about China's intervention.
Oh, you know, Priyank, the price rise, GST, economy, all of that is one part of the debate. But here we are looking at a National Herald corruption case, which is a whole different scenario altogether, which the ED is probing into. Mixing that, don't you think, is not right?
If you see in the last 8 years, this has been the standard operating procedure for BJP. Anytime any big issue that is plaguing the country comes up, they bring up Congress and they bring up any of the Gandhi families into the picture. Now tell me, it's been 8 years. What happened to the Robert Vadra issue? Why haven't there been? Have they not made any progress in this? They've been claiming a lot of things. What happened to it? And why do these issues crop up only when the country is in crisis?
You know, Priyank, your father, Mallikarjun Kharge, is the CEO of Young Indian. He also claims he has no idea of the transactions between Young Indian, AJL and National Herald. But Motilal Vora seems to be knowing it all. Is that not absurd?
See, the AJL was formed in Young India, and AJL were all formed pre-independence, right? My father became a trustee in last December in 2021. So whatever he knows, whatever he's been, whatever documents he's gone through, he's already told it to the ED, not once but more than 3 times. I mean, what more can he say? And
now, there was talk that he was not available. They summoned him. He did not appear. Is any of that true?
Who said that? Who said that? No, yesterday, never has he told that he's not coming up for an interview for the summons. Never has he told, no, postpone this. Each time ED has summoned him, he has gone with due documents.
Right. All right. So you look at this as complete vendetta, nothing else, diversionary tactic. That's what you say, Priyank.
Example, yesterday when the House was in session, you are pulling up a member of the House out of the Rajya Sabha for questioning. We are not saying that the process, we did not say we will not go. Doesn't the ED know that the House is in session and he is an honorable member of that House? At least what I know about the law, it states that if people are to be arrested, if people are to be detained, or if people are to be questioned, they have to seek the permission of the chair. Was that done? And okay, chalo bhai, nahi kiya. But still, we went. So where is the question of us not cooperating? Why is the government trying to और कितना खोदेंगे पहाड़ निकल रहा है, कुछ भी नहीं निकल रहा. बाकी के कहावत में चूहा तो निकलता है, इसमें तो कुछ भी नहीं निकल रहा है.
Priyank, thank you very much. Really appreciate your time on that. We're seeing how the Congress party today all came in black, a Black Friday protest that they carried out. We just spoke to Priyank Kharge, Mallikarjun Kharge's son, who claims this is nothing else but just a diversionary tactic by the BJP government. All right, cutting across to big breaking news coming in on Arpita Mukherjee and Partha Chatterjee. Both of them now leaving for prisons. At this point, Arpita now will be taken into Alipur Women's Correctional Home, while Partha Chatterjee will be sent to Presidency Correctional Home. Both Arpita and Partha sent to different cells, as the ED now suspects and has also stated in court that there's a serious threat perception to Arpita. That's precisely the words of the Enforcement Directorate, that threat perception to Arpita is established as per the intelligence reports, that all the food and water that's given to Arpita must be thoroughly tested. All that's given to her for consumption in prison must be checked before she consumes it, because they suspect some kind of foul play from people who may want to threaten Arpita, who, according to the Enforcement Directorate, has been cooperative in this case. All right, on the other side of a short break, I'm going to come back with the 3 years of Article 370 abrogation. PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti now taking to the streets to protest against the revocation of Jammu and Kashmir's semi-autonomous status. Details up next. Stay with us.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
So there has been a lot of talk recently about a security vulnerability on smartphones known as the dirty pipe vulnerability. Now, this one has the potential to infect major Android smartphones and any other device which is functioning on the Linux operating system. Now, Linux is one of the most popular operating systems and Android is powered by Linux. What happens is when this dirty pipe vulnerability infects any Android smartphone, it will not only compromise the operating system but the phone as well, and it will make it susceptible to further attacks. So if you use an Android phone, this is very crucial information. The attacker can easily bypass the security and gain root access to modify the system without taking your permission. Basically, it puts your device at risk of foreign intrusions and it can tweak the system any way they want. Dirty pipe is the name of the vulnerability, a serious bug in the operating system which allows malicious data to be injected into any file. Now, this vulnerability has been found on the Linux kernel version 5.8 or higher versions of this. And since most of the phones in the market, including Android smartphones which majorly dominate the market, since all of them are built over the Linux kernel version, this is a major concern. Android 12 users are most at risk because it has been discovered that the Linux kernel version 5.8 has been majorly used in Android 12. So if you're wondering how do you get to know which version of Linux your phone is functioning on, this is the way to do it. Go to settings on your phone, click on About Phone. Scroll down to the Android software version. Tap on it and that will tell you the Linux kernel version that your phone is on. So if the Linux kernel version that your phone is functioning on is 5.0 and below, then your phone is really not in danger. But if the Linux kernel version is 5.0 and above, then make sure that you check for any updates on your smartphone. And if you don't find any, then do contact the smartphone manufacturer to ensure that your phone remains safe.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
All right, today now marks 3 years since abrogation of Article 370. PDP Chief Mahbooba Mufti took to the streets to protest against the revocation of Jammu and Kashmir's semi-autonomous status on August 5th, 2019. Meanwhile, the National Conference's Omar Abdullah has taken to social media to challenge Article 370's abrogation, claiming that the decision is unacceptable and a complete violation of constitutional rights. At her protest in Srinagar and in a slew of tweets as well, PDP Chief Mahbooba Mufti has claimed that BJP's malicious designs for Jammu and Kashmir is now unraveling and stifling dissent has really become the norm. BJP has hit out at Mufti, stating that ever since Article 370 was abrogated, there has been a democratic decline in terror incidents, while also boosting employment for the region's youth.
आज जम्मू कश्मीर के लिए नहीं बल्कि पूरे मुल्क के लिए काला दिन है, क्योंकि आज के दिन ही जम्मू कश्मीर का जो स्पेशल स्टेटस है, जो हमारा आईन है, जो हमारा झंडा है, हमसे गैर आईनी, गैर कानूनी तरीके से छीन लिया गया, जिसने इस मुल्क की बुनियादें जमहूरियत और सेकुलरिज्म पे रखी हैं, उसको खत्म करके ये इसको एक मजहबी मुल्क बनाएंगे और जो तिरंगा आज लोग शान से लहरा रहे हैं, उस तिरंगे को बदल के ये भगवा झंडा आपके हाथों में देंगे, उसके बाद आप पछताओगे, तब कुछ होने वाला नहीं होगा।
मन की सोच हो सकती है, ये धारा 370 कभी वापस आने वाली नहीं है। ये उस आड़ में कभी 20 साल डिलिमिटेशन नहीं होगी और परिवारवाद, आतंकवाद, भ्रष्टाचार, पाकिस्तान का जो एजेंडा है उसको चलाएंगे। वो यहाँ पर अब मान्य नहीं है। आप कुछ भी कहें, कितनी भी कोशिश करें, ये धारा 370 अब वापस आने वाली नहीं है।
देखिए, महबूबा जी ने जो अपना ट्वीट किया है, उनकी बौखलाहट दिखती है। हाँ, उनका डेमोक्रेटिक हक है कि वो कौन सा डीपी लगाती हैं, लेकिन उनको ये समझना चाहिए कि झेलम से और चनाब से काफ़ी पानी बह गया है और डीपी बदलने से इतिहास नहीं बदलते। दूसरा झंडा जो है वो उनको भूल जाना चाहिए, वो इतिहास बन चुका है।
All right. Meanwhile, India today has now accessed Pakistan's Toolkit to fan anti-India sentiments on the anniversary of Article 370 abrogation. Pakistan has made a toolkit to tarnish India's image all across the world. Pakistan embassies across countries are circulating this propaganda message on social media. Pak agencies plan to bombard social media with these messages starting tomorrow to mark 3 years of this abrogation of Jammu and Kashmir. Pakistan's embassies in China, Belgium, Japan and many other countries are circulating drafted messages on social media. India has, however, prepared a dossier to counter Pakistan's efforts to circulate anti-India content. A day before 370 abrogation anniversary, Pakistan terrorists in Pulwama killed labourers from Bihar. 2 labourers are injured as well. All right, it's now time for a short break. On the other side, monsoon mayhem wreaks havoc in several parts of India, especially God zone country Kerala. We're going to take you through all the damage inflicted on that state. On the other side, stay with us.
अभी तक 56 से भी ज़्यादा स्टार्टअप्स मैंने खोले हैं और उस पर काम कर रहा हूँ, जिसमें से कुछ के नाम ये हैं। जैस एक्सप्रेस जो कि एक मीडिया और न्यूज़ वेबसाइट है, शादी कीजिए जो कि एक मैट्रिमोनियल वेबसाइट है, जैस बिजनेस जो कि एक क्विक कॉमर्स और ई कॉमर्स कंपनी है, मंत्राफाई जो कि एक डिसेंट्रलाइज्ड ऑटोमेटिक इन्वेस्टमेंट प्लेटफॉर्म है जो कि क्रिप्टो करेंसी की कंपनी है, मंत्रा कॉइन जो कि खुद ही क्रिप्टो करेंसी है। टेक क्रंच अमेरिका की लीडिंग मीडिया एजेंसी है जिसमें दुनिया के 7 करोड़ एंटरप्रेन्योर, स्टार्टअप फाउंडर्स और बिजनेसमैन का डाटा रखा रहता है। उसी की सब्सिडियरी कंपनी क्रंच बेस जो कि पूरे दुनिया के 7 करोड़ लोगों का डाटा रखती है, जिसमें मेरा रैंक 14 आया है। क्रंच बेस पे मेरी 30 से ज़्यादा ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस लिस्टेड हैं और मेरा रैंक मिस्टर बिल गेट्स, सर रतन टाटा, मिस्टर मुकेश अंबानी जी, मिस्टर मार्क जकरबर्ग, मिस्टर आनंद महिंद्रा, मिस्टर गौतम अडानी, इन सब से ज़्यादा। तो मिस्टर वॉरेन बफेट, मिस्टर बिल गेट्स और मिस्टर मार्क जकरबर्ग, इन सब की वीडियोस देख के मैं मोटिवेट हुआ था बिजनेस ये सब स्टार्ट करने के लिए। ये बिजनेस के दिग्गज बिलियनियर्स और एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हैं, इनसे मैं मोटिवेट होता हूँ। अगर और क्रंच बेस में मैं इनसे आगे निकल रहा हूँ तो ये मेरे लिए बहुत गर्व की बात है। मेरी सारी कंपनियां लॉन्च हो रही हैं क्योंकि ये तो डिजिटल बिजनेस है। हम लोग इसे पूरी तरीके से मार्केट में उतारने के लिए आपको 3 से 4 महीने लगेंगे, जिसमें हमारी सारी कंपनी मार्केट में आ जाएंगी। फाइनेंशियल माहौल एक और था हमारे फैमिली में, जिसके कारण 2021 के जून के बाद ये इंटरेस्ट जगा और अभी तक मैंने 56 से भी ज़्यादा स्टार्टअप्स खोले हैं और उस पर काम कर रहा हूँ। इसमें मेरी मदद करते हैं मेरे पापा और मेरे कंपनी के 5 को फाउंडर्स हैं जिनकी मैं सहायता लेता हूँ काम करने में।
काफी खुशी की बात है कि इतना छोटा बच्चा जब खेलने कूदने का उम्र होता है, इतने छोटे बच्चों को लोग स्कूल जाने के लिए समझाते हैं, इसके उम्र के बच्चों को एक मोटिवेशन दे रहा है और देगा। और मेरी उम्मीद है कि जितनी लगन से यह कार्य कर रहा है यह काफी आगे जाएगा।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
All right, now, red alert has been issued across 8 districts of Kerala. We're looking at least 18 people who've lost their lives in massive rains that continue to lash several parts of Kerala, disrupting normal life. Let's take a quick look at the rain fury.
Kerala is battling monsoon fury. Deluge and destruction plague the state that has been lashed by incessant. Kerala's longest river, the Periyar, has fallen beyond normal levels, overflowing into villages surrounding it.
After a small breather, Kerala is once again set to get a heavy spell of rainfall. In fact, we are currently at Aluva, and this Sivan temple, which is a famous one here, is almost underwater. This Sivan temple is situated on the banks of River Periyar. Similar situation was observed back in 2018 as well, and we could see the repetition of it. In fact, after going through weather models, IMD has once again issued a red alert to Alappuzha, Kottayam, Ernakulam, Idukki, Thrissur, Palakkad and Kannur.
The state government has swung into action. Round-the-clock rescue and relief operations are on to evacuate people.
I'm right now at Kottayam district, and it's a region which is around 500 meters away from the Meenachala river in Kottayam. It's a residential area, and you can see the water level has come really high. The house behind me is almost half submerged in water. The water, even though the river is 500 meters away, the water level has come really high, and the people here are finding it very difficult to commute, to walk out of their houses and move to the other regions.
A red alert has been issued in 8 districts fighting flood fury. IMD predicts non-stop rain in Kerala till Sunday.
Water going inside the houses where we have to face a lot of difficulties, especially for the parents inside. There are aged people inside, and it's very difficult for them to stand in the water for a long time, causing a lot of health issues. And post that, we have a lot of issues around the property as well. Our house is getting damaged every year.
Kerala is ravaged by deluge, its people reeling from devastation as they await aid and relocation.
Heavy rainfall continuing in various parts of the state. High alert issued, red alert issued to many districts in the state. The school here is under the water, is submerged in water, and if the rain keeps continuing and if the heavy rainfall is going to hit the state till Monday, it's going to be a very, very dangerous situation. With video journalist Tinku Rajashekhar, Shibimol KG for India Today from Kottayam.
All right, coming up on the other side of a short break, Murli Sri Shankar, in fact, makes history and wins a silver medal in the long jump event at the Commonwealth Games. More details up next. Stay with us.
How does crypto TDS work? TDS deduction on cryptos depends on your mode and medium of transaction. If you have crypto at your disposal and you are thinking of selling it off, then from July 1st onwards, you will have to pay 1% of tax deducted at source of the transaction value to the government. Now, who will be liable to deduct this TDS depends on your mode and medium of transaction. So consider this. If you are buying and selling through an exchange, then no TDS will be deducted from the buyer on buying crypto using INR, while the seller of the crypto will be liable to pay TDS. The crypto exchange will deduct this amount and deposit it with Income Tax Department. The seller would be able to offset this 1% TDS from her or his total tax liability when he files for tax returns. A TDS certificate will also be issued in due course. However, in a peer-to-peer direct buyer-to-seller transaction, the buyer is required to deduct tax under Section 194S of the Income Tax Act. The next important point to note is how you are selling, whether it is in INR or another crypto. If it is in rupees, then the crypto exchange will deduct it from the seller. But if the transaction is done in crypto pairs, then 1% TDS will be deducted from both the parties in respective coins and then converted to INR. For example, sale of 1 Bitcoin from 10 Ethereum will incur a deduction of 0.01 BTC and 0.1 ETH, being 1% of sale value as TDS. The crypto that is deducted as TDS will be liquidated to INR at the end of the day, and this INR realized amount will be paid as TDS to the government. A newsletter from WazirX states, if TDS gets deducted in crypto, users will be able to see the INR value of this TDS in the trading report after 48 hours. The tax would be deducted only if the consideration exceeds Rs 10,000 for the financial year. But in the case of individuals or HUFs who are not into business or profession or are not subject to audit under the income tax, this limit would be Rs 50,000. Moreover, TDS shall be charged on net consideration, which is sale value after reducing charges and GST.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
All right, India added another medal to its tally on day 7 at the Commonwealth Games 2022. Murli Srishankar made history when he won a silver medal in the long jump category on Thursday. In fact, the 23-year-old from Palakkad, Kerala, had a best jump of 8.08 meters in the finals, which was the same as the gold medal winner, Laquan of the Bahamas. However, Naren's second best jump of 7.9 was better than Sri Shankar's, which really edged him ahead in this race for a gold. But that didn't really stop him from becoming the only second male long jumper from India to bag a Commonwealth Games medal after Suresh Babu won it back in 1978. Our correspondent Nitin Srivastava caught up with Murli Srishankar right after his win. Here's what he had to say. Let's take a listen.
भारतीय एथलेटिक्स इतिहास में एक और नाम दर्ज हुआ है और कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स में करीब 40 साल के बाद सिल्वर मेडल आया है लॉन्ग जंप में और श्रीशंकर हमारे साथ मौजूद है जिन्होंने ये सिल्वर मेडल हासिल किया। श्रीशंकर, बहुत ही टफ कंपटीशन था मैं कहूँगा, क्योंकि इनिशियली आप ट्रेल कर रहे थे और फिफ्थ जंप आपको ये सिल्वर मेडल दिलाया। कैसा रहा ये आपका ये टूर्नामेंट?
बहुत खुश हूँ सिल्वर मेडल से और अभी कंपटीशन भी बहुत टफ था। जो गोल्ड मेडल आ गया वो भी 808 ही जंप किया। आज का कंडीशन, वेदर कंडीशन थोड़ा चैलेंजिंग रहा, बहुत ठंड भी था और विंड भी, टेल विंड का प्रॉब्लम भी था। तो ये वेदर कंडीशन से चैलेंज मतलब निपटना बहुत मुश्किल हो रहा था। और जब 3 राउंड के बाद जब ठंड और भी ज़्यादा बढ़ रहा था और मेरा पहले जो 3 राउंड में रिदम में बहुत प्रॉब्लम हो रहा था, क्योंकि क्वालिफाइंग राउंड में मैं बहुत अच्छा रिदम में था, बहुत अच्छा टेक ऑफ और अच्छा मतलब इवन टेक ऑफ बोर्ड के पीछे से भी 805 किया और बहुत अच्छा रिदम में था उस समय। और अभी फाइनल का, क्योंकि फाइनल का थोड़ा बहुत प्रेशर तो होता है और इसी वजह से मेरा फर्स्ट जंप बहुत पीछे से लग गया और टेक्निक उतना अच्छा भी नहीं था और फर्स्ट 2 जंप्स भी बहुत टेक्निकली उतना अच्छा नहीं था। फोर्थ जंप एक अच्छा जंप था पर बहुत छोटे मार्जिन से फाउल हो गया और फिफ्थ जंप में एक अच्छा जंप मिल गया जो सिल्वर मेडल जीत गया। तो खुश हूँ सिल्वर मेडल से, अभी और मेहनत करना है और अगली बार ज़रूर गोल्ड जीतना है।
अगली बार ज़रूर गोल्ड जीतना है। देश का झंडा है, हाथ में सिल्वर मेडल है, इसका आप ड्रीम कर रहे थे जब आपने इंडिया से जो है फ्लाइट पकड़ी थी, क्या ये ड्रीम था? आप वो ड्रीम आपको लगता है फुलफिल हुआ?
मेरा एक तो ड्रीम रह गया है, क्योंकि मैं चाहता था कि वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप में भी एक मेडल जीत पाए, क्योंकि अगर मैंने बेस्ट किया होता तो ज़रूर कम से कम ब्रॉन्ज मेडल तो जीती जाते और मैं अपना परफॉर्मेंस अच्छा नहीं कर पाया उधर वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप में। और अभी मैं खुश हूँ कि देश के लिए कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स में मेडल ला पाया हूँ। और कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स आप सबको पता है क्योंकि एथलेटिक्स उतना कॉम्पिटिटिव है और अभी देश के लिए मेडल एथलेटिक्स में जीतना, वो भी कॉमन एक गेम्स में जीतना, तो मेरे लिए और मेरे परिवार के लिए, मेरा देश के लिए तो मैं ये डेडिकेट करना चाहूँगा और बहुत खुश हूँ।
नीरज के गोल्ड मेडल ने देश में एथलेटिक्स का आपको लगता है चेहरा कंप्लीटली बदल दिया है?
बिल्कुल, मैं यही कहना चाहूँगा कि अभी जो रिजल्ट्स आ रहे हैं एथलेटिक्स में, अभी कल तेजस्विन का ब्रॉन्ज मेडल आया, आज मेरा सिल्वर मेडल आया और कल परसों बहुत सारे इवेंट्स भी रहे। ट्रिपल जंप में भी हमको 3 मेडल का भी होप है, जैवलिन में भी 2 मेडल का होप है। अनु दीदी और शिल्पा दीदी भी अच्छी कर रहे हैं जैवलिन में, तो बहुत बड़ा होप है हमारी लिए एथलेटिक्स में। अभी हमारे जूनियर्स जो कोलंबिया गए वर्ल्ड जूनियर चैम्पियनशिप में, वो भी बहुत बढ़िया कर रहे हैं। हमारे सिल्वर जीत गया रिले में, तो ये हमारे देश के लिए बहुत बड़ी चीज़ है, क्योंकि एथलेटिक्स का चेहरा ही ऐसे ही बदल गया नीरज भाई के वो गोल्ड से कि हमको भी लगने लगा है कि हाँ हम भी कर सकते हैं ग्लोबल स्टेज में। अभी पहले जो एथलीट्स थे तो जब भी मेरे पापा मुझसे बोल रहे थे तो वो बताते कि हमारे टाइम में जब स्पोर्ट्स करते थे हमको ओलंपिक्स और वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप का होप ही नहीं था, हमको सिर्फ साफ गेम्स और एशियन गेम्स खेलना है। बट तुम लोग अभी जो मोटिवेशन ले रहे हो, क्योंकि अभी जो एथलीट्स उदास हो रहे हैं क्योंकि वो वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में मेडल नहीं जीत पाए, क्योंकि अविनाश भैया के रेस के बाद जो ओरेगन में मैं भैया से बात कर रहा था तो अविनाश भाई इतना दुख थे क्योंकि वो अपने देश के लिए मेडल नहीं जीत पाए। तो सिर्फ परफॉर्म करके वापस आने से हम ये बात से दुखी है कि हमको मेडल मिस हो गया। तो इंडियन एथलेटिक्स अभी बहुत बढ़ गया है और आशा करता हूँ कि अगर अभी 2-3 साल में और भी बेटर हो जाए और पेरिस में बहुत मेडल टैली बहुत अच्छा रहे।
All right, we're wishing him all the very best. Coming up on the other side of a short break, Mamata Banerjee now meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Delhi in a separate meeting. In fact, she's also said to be meeting with President Murmu shortly from now. All that and more with my colleague Arpita Mukherjee on the other side. Stay with us.
We will continue our agitation on price rise. We will raise the common people issue. We will never stop. They can detain us, they can arrest us, they can attack us. Let them do what, but we will continue to raise the issue of common people like price rise and unemployment.
So this entire battle continues. You will continue protesting on this issue?
Yes, certainly. We will not stop.
And next week when the parliament starts, what are you going to do?
We will find out the strategies. Okay?
Well, that was Mr. Venugopal speaking to us. I'd like to get in a word from Mr. Imran Pratapgarhi. Also, Mr. Pratapgarhi, sir.
घर में खड़ा करना हमारी जिम्मेदारी है, लेकिन जिस तरह के अलोकतांत्रिक तरीके से अनडेमोक्रेटिक तरीके से लोगों को डिटेन किया गया है, मैं समझता हूँ ये अच्छा संकेत नहीं है हमारी लोकतंत्र के लिए।
आम आदमी और महंगाई। Camp right now. The cavalcade is heading.
इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में कहा कि हम लोग कार्य कर रहे हैं लेकिन इम्पैक्ट नहीं है।
जवाब देना पड़ेगा।
सचिन जी, आपको लगता है नैरेटिव वॉर में जीत हुई आज आप लोगों की? नैरेटिव वॉर में जीत हुई?
हम चाहते हैं जनता की जीत हो, महंगाई कम हो, किसान को राहत मिले, बेरोजगारी खत्म हो देश के अंदर।
देश भर में आप एक डिबेट ट्रिगर कर पाए हैं आज इस मुद्दे पे।
पूरा देश देख रहा है क्या कांग्रेस कर रही है और क्या भाजपा कर रही है।
जी, और 5 घंटे तक डिटेंशन को कैसे
कितने घंटे बैठाने को फर्क नहीं पड़ता,
कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है। बड़ी बात सचिन पायलट कह रहे हैं कि ये 5 घंटे के डिटेंशन से कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है। आज तक के सवालों का जवाब देते हुए सचिन पायलट ने कहा कि
So the big breaking news that's coming in this evening, Rahul and Priyanka have now been released by the Delhi police after they were detained this afternoon. They've now been officially released along with all the other Congress leaders who were taken into custody as a precautionary measure as they continued their agitation for the last many hours. They've now been released after a brief detention by the Delhi police. Priyanka and Rahul Gandhi have been allowed to leave from the police station and head back to their residences after what they would deem a very, very successful protest. Let's cut across live to Supriya Bharadwaj's reports.
इस मौजूदा सरकार की तानाशाही के खिलाफ आपको चैलेंजेस तो लेने पड़ेंगे, सारे विपक्ष के लोगों को लेना पड़ेगा। आपको ये सरकार जनता का खून चूस रही है, आपको ये बात समझनी पड़ेगी। और अगर पूरा विपक्ष के बाकी दल अगर ये चाहते हैं कि देश में लोकतंत्र बचे, देश में आम जनता आराम से खा पी सके, तो आपको एकजुट होकर के लड़ना तो पड़ेगा।
Well, this is what the sentiments are echoing at the ground zero. I'd like to once again show that this is the Kingsway camp in the national capital, wherein Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, along with around 70 Congress parties, MPs and senior leaders were detained. What was for more than 5 hours, they were detained here. And finally, now from here, they are leaving. That is Sachin Pilot. I'd like to show you as to what is the scene over here. That Mr. Pilot is also being released. He's leaving from here. They are not talking much. Behind me, you can see also there are other leaders coming in, and Congress party's top leaders were present here. They were detained, and finally now workers, leaders all are coming out. Dheeraj Gujar is there. आप ये बताइए, आप लोगों को डिटेन करके रखा, जिस तरह से प्रियंका गांधी जी को अरेस्ट किया गया, डिटेन किया गया, उस पर आपको क्या कहना है?
देखिए, देश के अंदर नरेंद्र मोदी और अमित शाह मिलकर तानाशाह लाना चाहते हैं और ये चाहते हैं कि कोई इस देश के अंदर इनके खिलाफत बोले ना, चाहे बेरोजगारी का मुद्दा हो, चाहे लोगों के महंगाई का मुद्दा हो, चाहे लोगों के संविधान की रक्षा का मामला हो, हर मामले के अंदर ये लोग चाहते हैं कि जो बोलेगा उसका मुंह हम चुप कर देंगे। लेकिन इनको ये बात याद रखनी चाहिए कि हम कांग्रेस के सिपाही हैं और तिरंगे झंडे के लिए हम लड़ते रहेंगे।
Well, I would also like to show you there is Mr. Jitendra Singh who's present here. We like to take a quick comment from him also.
जिसका हम गब्बर सिंह टैक्स कहते हैं, इसका असर दिखेगा सर? आज विरोध किया
सर, क्या नैरेटिव,
तो कोशिश करेंगे।
अधीर जी, आपके नैरेटिव की जीत हुई है, बॉडी लैंग्वेज से लग रहा है।
It is the protest against the astronomical increase of the price. But they don't want. It's this Hitler Raj which is happening here.
Also, you guys have been detained, but BJP is saying that this is nothing short of actually trying to divert the attention from the ED action.
See, ED is another point of view, but this is also connected with the ED in the sense that they have misused every single agency. The finance ministry is being used to implement GST. So there's completely anarchy in this country now. This is how it's going to be. So this is another fight we'll have to fight to save this country.
Well, that was Mr. Bhava Jitendra Singh who was talking to us. Well, that is what is happening at ground zero right now. Leaders after leaders who have been here, and I would like to show you what is going on. That there is this massive police deployment over here, and this is what is going on at the moment. The MPs have left from here, from the Kingsway camp, where all of them were detained along with Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi. With visuals, Deepak Bish, Supriya Bharadwaj for India Today in Delhi.
So our reporter is getting us the latest updates from the ground there. Let's take this across to Amit Bharadwaj. He's joining us live from the venue, from the Kingsway camp, which is where all of the Congress leaders have been released from. Amit, take us through what's happening there. Several Congress leaders, MPs, Rahul, Priyanka, all of them were detained. After 4 hours, they've been released now.
Akshita, I will show you the visuals right there. Dipendra Singh Hooda is just coming out, and one after other the Congress MPs are coming out of the Kingsway camp where they were detained for nearly 5 hours. We spoke to Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, and Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary that it does not, they were just raising the issue of the people, issues which are connected with the people, and that's what Mr. Sachin Pilot said as well. So clearly the Congress party netas are happy right now. That their body language is showing that they are confident, they are happy of the outcome. Sir, one comment. Shashi Tharoor leaving the premises. So one after other, the Congress MPs are stepping out, they are driving out of Kingsway camp, and we spoke to two senior leaders of
We'll reconnect with Amit in just a bit as he's getting us details of all the leaders who are now making their way out in their respective vehicles. The likes of Shashi Tharoor, KC Venugopal and several other senior MPs who were detained along with Rahul and Priyanka are now being released one after the other. For 4 hours they remained in custody after they held two protests. One at Parliament when they attempted to march towards Rashtrapati Bhavan, the other at the AICC headquarters. Amit is back with us. Amit, take us through what's happening.
See, one after other Congress MPs are just coming out of Kingsway camp, and Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary stepped out. I asked him about the detention. He said that they were just raising the Mehengai ka mudda, the mudda connected with the Aam Aadmi. And before that, Sachin Pilot, speaking to India Today group, said that, the narrative of people must win. They were not here to ensure victory of the Congress's narrative, but they were here to make sure the people's narrative gets victory, and they are not afraid of these detentions. So now you see the door of the Kingsway camp has been closed, which means that the Congress party MPs who had their own vehicles stationed right here at the Kingsway camp have stepped out. And now a bus is coming out, so we'll have to look into the visuals as to who all are inside this bus. But clearly, Sachin Pilot and Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary spoke to India Today group, and they spoke about the details as to what went in. But Sachin Pilot very clearly mentioned that it is not victory of the Congress party, but it is victory of the people's narrative. And he said कि लोगों के जनता के मुद्दों की जीत होनी चाहिए. So that's what Sachin Pilot had said. Now a couple of Congress karyakartas have just stepped inside the Kingsway camp. We'll have to we'll get to know as to why they have went inside. But one thing is clear: all the netas, bigwigs of the Congress party, be it Digvijay Singh, be it Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, Deepinder Singh Hooda, all these people, Jairam Ramesh, Shashi Tharoor, all these leaders have already left Kingsway camp, and they were here for nearly 5 hours of detention. One thing that needs to be noted here, Akshita, is that the body language of the Congress netas. For the long time now, we have been seeing that, Congress netas were away from street fights like this one, struggle on the street like this one, and when they have eventually done it on the issue of Aam Aadmi, on the issue of price rise, on the issue of inflation, there is sudden increase in their confidence. You just saw Deepinder Hooda, the way he came up outside, he had his supporters.
Supriya, she's getting us a live reaction from Supriya Srinath.
मैम, आज आप लोग प्रदर्शन कर रहे थे, आप लोगों को हिरासत में लिया गया, आप जो है छोड़ दिया गया है. आपके पर्सनली जो है हमने देखा कि किस तरीके से आपने वो वीडियो पोस्ट किया. क्या कहना है आपको पूरे मसले पर?
सुप्रिया जी, ये मेरे कपड़ों की बात नहीं है. ये बात है कि अगर मुद्दों की बात होगी इस देश में, तो उस आवाज को क्यों बंद किया जाएगा? हम क्या कर रहे थे सड़क पर? हम यही तो पूछ रहे थे कि बेलगाम महंगाई क्यों चल रही है, बेधड़क बेरोजगारी क्यों चल रही है. उस पर आपको क्या आपत्ति है? क्या इस देश में प्रदर्शन करना मना है? क्या इस देश में डेमोक्रेसी खत्म हो चुकी है? क्या लोकतंत्र को ताक पे रख दिया गया? आप महिलाओं की बात करते हैं. जिस तरह से प्रियंका जी, मेरी लीडर को मैन हैंडल किया गया, पर्सनली लोगों के कपड़े फाड़ रही थी दिल्ली पुलिस. ये क्या है? तमाशबीन बना के रख दिया इस देश को. इस देश का क्या तमाशा बना रहे हैं आप? ये सवाल हम पूछेंगे. आपने हमें इतनी देर डिटेन करके रखा, आप सवालों से कैसे भाग सकते? आप हमारी आवाज बंद करने की कोशिश करिएगा, आप वो नहीं कर सकते. आप जनता की तो सुनिए. आज जनता त्राहिमाम कर रही है, आय घट गई है, बेरोजगारी सर पे है, और उसके ऊपर से महंगाई से आप कमर तोड़ रहे हैं. तो ये कौन सी नैतिकता है? ये कौन सा राजधर्म है? यही तो सब लोग पूछ रहे हैं. आज
आप लोगों ने प्रोटेस्ट मार्च निकाली, और एक पार्लियामेंट से निकली सांसदों की, एक आप लोगों की एआईसीसी हेडक्वार्टर से निकली, लेकिन बैरिकेड कर दिया गया. दिल्ली पुलिस कह रही है बार बार
बैरिकेडिंग थी एआईसीसी के बाहर. ये मुख्य विपक्षी दल का हाल है. कांग्रेस के मुख्यालय के बाहर 6 लेयर ऑफ बैरिकेडिंग थी. प्रियंका जी वहां पर बैठकर शांतिपूर्ण प्रदर्शन करना चाहती थी, अनशन करना चाहती थी. उनको जिस तरह से पुलिस ने मैन हैंडल किया, जिस तरह से हम लोगों को मैन हैंडल करना पड़ा, हम लोग को नए कपड़े खरीदवा के यहाँ मंगवाने पड़े क्योंकि कपड़े फाड़ दिए थे दिल्ली पुलिस. ये क्या हो रहा है? क्या इन लोगों के घर पे लोग नहीं है? क्या गांव और गरीब और कस्बे में लोग देख नहीं रहे इस देश में क्या हो रहा है? सब देख रहे हैं. और मुझे ऐसा लगता है जितनी तानाशाही ये करें उतना अच्छा है इनके लिए, क्योंकि विनाश काले विपरीत बुद्धि इसी को कहा गया है.
तो यहाँ से आप सुन सकते हैं क्या सेंटिमेंट्स हैं. चित्रा, यहाँ पर कांग्रेस पार्टी के जितने भी तमाम वरिष्ठ नेता हैं, उनमें सबसे पहले जो है राहुल गांधी, प्रियंका गांधी और जो केसी वेणुगोपाल और अन्य नेता थे, वो सब यहाँ से
So it's getting us that live reaction from Supriya Srinath, Congress leader. We want to cut across to Pramod Tiwari now.
हम अपनी बात कह नहीं पा रहे महंगाई पर, बेरोजगारी पर, एजेंसियों के दुरुपयोग पे. तो आप मेहरबानी करके निर्देश दें, यही तो कहते हैं उनसे. परंतु जिस बर्बरता से, जिस निरंकुशता के साथ रोका गया, बलपूर्वक हम लोगों को यहाँ लाया गया, यहाँ रखा गया जेल में, ये लोकतंत्र की हत्या है.
तो आगे कांग्रेस की क्या रणनीति है? अब
सड़क पर, संसद में, हर जगह लोकतांत्रिक ढंग से तब तक संघर्ष करेंगे जब तक महंगाई जो बढ़ी है, जीएसटी नहीं हटाई जाती, बेरोजगारी के लिए कोई रोड मैप नहीं तैयार होता और सरकारी एजेंसियों का दुरुपयोग के लिए.
धन्यवाद।
All the latest reactions from Congress leaders. 64 Congress MPs or 300 protesters in all who've been detained in the last few hours by the Delhi police because of the protest at the AICC headquarters and also at the parliament. Let's take this across to Amit Bharadwaj again, who's getting us all the live updates. More reactions in the meanwhile coming in.
प्रोटेस्ट करने दे रहे हैं। ये लोकतंत्र में आज से पहले कभी हुआ नहीं। विपक्ष को पूरा राइट होता है अपनी बात कहने का। हम महंगाई पे प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे थे, शांतिपूर्वक मार्च कर रहे थे और राष्ट्रपति जी से मिलने जाना चाहते थे। आज पूरे देश में मैसेज गया है और आज पूरे देश में कांग्रेस का प्रोटेस्ट हुआ है और आवाम हमारे साथ है और हम चाहते हैं कि जो गूंगी बहरी सरकार है उसके कान में आवाज पहुंचे और जो जीएसटी 5% और 12 से 18 किया गया है उसको कम किया जाए।
All right, as we get you the latest reactions, I want to get you now a ground report from Amit Bharadwaj as well. Amit, the dramatic protest that we've seen today culminating in this moment as the Congress leaders are moving out one after another. We hear that in all 64 Congress MPs were detained.
Well, absolutely right, and we saw that there was drama unfolding on the streets of the national capital today. First, the action started at Vijay Chowk, where you had Congress MPs coming out of the parliament, coming to the Vijay Chowk, Rahul Gandhi joining them. And when Rahul Gandhi joined the protest, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, KC Venugopal, along with a couple of more Congress MPs, had literally sat on a dharna right at the Vijay Chowk because they were not allowed to move forward to march towards the president's house. And after that, what we saw was 1 hour of struggle between the Congress MPs and the Delhi police, which led to eventual detention of all the Congress MPs who were part of the protest and had attended today's parliament. And they were brought here, right here in Kingsway camp. But that was not the end of the story. That was just the beginning of the Black Friday protest of the Congress party in the national capital and across the country. The second part of the massive showdown between the Delhi police as well as the Congress Karyakartas started at Akbar Road. And in Akbar Road, the Congress Karyakartas were actually, there was confrontation, physical confrontation between the Congress Karyakartas and the Delhi police. And we have seen this on and recorded on camera that the clothes of the Congress Karyakartas were torn in that process. There was aggressive physical confrontation of sorts between the Congress Karyakartas. IYC Chief Srinivas was one of the Congress workers who actually had a physical confrontation with the Delhi police. And then you had Supriya Sinat alleging that she was manhandled, her clothes were torn off. So all this happened on Akbar Road. And there was third protest, a flash protest of sorts which happened in which the youth Congress Karyakartas were actually aggressively protesting against the crackdown by the Delhi police. So 3 chapters of the protest of the Congress party in the national capital, which eventually led to this Kingsway camp where all the leaders were detained for nearly 5 hours. And Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra were inside. So were the MPs. The interesting turn of events actually happened when Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel came with his cavalcade right here and entered the premises to show his solidarity with the protest that Congress party and its leaders were staging in the national capital and across the country. And today what Congress intended was to display Mehengai par Mahasangram, a war on inflation. And
Yes.
that seems to be, Congress seems to have achieved that purpose. And
Very
clearly
true.
that shows in the body language of the Congress
You're
leaders.
right,
who have just
Amit, in the
stepped
sense that they will consider this to be a successful protest. They will consider this agitation to be a success. They've managed to send across their message to the government. Many of them, despite knowing what would play out on the streets, gathered in such large numbers. 64 MPs, members of parliament, were also detained. And this is an issue, Amit, that means will echo a parliament in the days to come as well.
Well, absolutely right. What we have heard, normally there's a classic term, sadak se sansad tak ki ladai. But in this time around, what we saw was these issues were actually raised in the parliament, which led to suspension of several opposition MPs and eventually leading to a dharna of 50 hours of dharna inside the parliament complex. And all the opposition parties, TMC, Aam Aadmi Party, DMK, Congress Party, all parties got united while making sure that while they're not able to raise those issues inside the house, they can raise the issue, at least build a narrative around it, and which eventually led to a discussion in the house. And after that, Congress party actually upping the ante, hitting the streets, fighting it out on the streets. Rahul Gandhi saying that he is not going to get intimidated, his leaders are not going to intimidate it, and they are going to continue the battle against the inflation price rise and the policies of Narendra Modi government. So clearly, two parts of this agitation have been, the checklist has been checked out, and Congress would consider it a success story. But one thing is sure, Akshata, as you pointed out, that in the days to come, because the parliament is in session, so not only the issue of price rise will be raked up, not only the issue of GST and inflation will be raised, and an issue of unemployment will be raised in the House of the Parliament, but also the treatment meted out to the MPs today. Because the Congress is claiming that several of their MPs were manhandled. Supriya Srinath, the way she has made serious allegations against Delhi police, these issues will be also raised in the Parliament. Back to you.
There is this claim that's been made by several Congress leaders that they've been manhandled, and that is going to also resonate in Parliament, no doubt, because many of them were members of Parliament. But in order for this protest to actually be deemed successful, they're going to have to carry this forward. A 24-hour agitation isn't going to do it. They're going to have to take this forward, ensure that they build on the momentum that we've created. Let's cut across, in fact, live to a reaction from Amit Shah.
देखिए, सबसे पहले तो मैं मानता हूं कि एक जिम्मेदार पार्टी के नाते कानून का सहयोग देना चाहिए था। ये सारा जो मामला है, ये कहीं ना कहीं कोर्ट ने रजिस्टर की हुई एफआईआर के बेसिस पर चला है, मगर हर रोज वो प्रदर्शन करते हैं। जहां तक आज का सवाल जो आपने स्पेसिफिक मुझे पूछा है, मेरा स्पष्ट मानना है कि कांग्रेस ने इसमें हिडन तरीके से अपनी अपीसमेंट की पॉलिसी को आगे बढ़ाया है। आज ईडी ने किसी भी प्रकार का ना किसी को तलब किया है, ना पूछताछ की है, ना कोई रेड हुई है, कुछ नहीं हुआ है। और अचानक ही कांग्रेस ने आज ये कार्यक्रम दिया विरोध का। मैं तो समझ ही नहीं सकता विरोध का कार्यक्रम क्यों आज दिया गया है। और हर रोज जब विरोध के कार्यक्रम होते थे तो अपने अपने ड्रेस में होते थे। आज सभी के सभी लोग काले कपड़े पहनकर करें। मैं मानता हूं कि आज ही के दिन इस देश के प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने राम जन्मभूमि का शिलान्यास किया था। 550 साल पुरानी ये समस्या का बहुत शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से समाधान निकला था, और कहीं पर भी देश में ना दंगा हुआ था, ना हिंसा हुई थी, और शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से करोड़ों करोड़ों लोगों की श्रद्धा को परवान चढ़ाने का काम इस देश के प्रधानमंत्री ने किया था। कांग्रेस ने आज का दिन इसीलिए विरोध के लिए और विशेषकर काले कपड़ों में विरोध के लिए सिलेक्ट किया है कि वो एक सटल मैसेज देना चाहते हैं कि हम राम जन्मभूमि के शिलान्यास का विरोध करते हैं और अपनी तुष्टीकरण की नीति को वो आगे बढ़ाना चाहते हैं। और मैं तो यही कहना चाहूंगा कि तुष्टीकरण की नीति न देश के लिए अच्छी है, न कांग्रेस के लिए अच्छी है। तुष्टीकरण की नीति के चलते ही आज कांग्रेस जिस स्थिति में है वो स्थिति में दिखाई पड़ रही है। और जहां तक ईडी का सवाल है, सभी ने देश के कानून की व्यवस्था का सम्मान करना चाहिए और सहयोग करना चाहिए। धन्यवाद।
So breaking reaction there from Home Minister Amit Shah, who's lashed out, gone all out against the Congress and asked, why did they choose today? Why are we seeing this kind of an agitation with all Congress workers dressed in black today? Amit Shah is saying that's because it's the day that the Ram Mandir dispute, the Ram Janmabhoomi issue was sorted out. And so the BJP and Home Minister Amit Shah saying that the reason Congress is wearing black and protesting today was because they were trying to send out a subtle message that they oppose the Ram Mandir construction. This is the big breaking news that's coming in right now. A reaction for the first time from Home Minister Amit Shah to all the drama that we witnessed on the streets of the national capital. He is saying that this kind of a step will not help India, it won't help the Congress either, and that this is a protest against the Ram Mandir as well.
कानून का सहयोग देना चाहिए था। ये सारा जो मामला है ये कहीं ना कहीं कोर्ट ने रजिस्टर की हुई एफआईआर के बेसिस पर चला है, मगर हर रोज वो प्रदर्शन करते हैं। जहां तक आज का सवाल जो आपने स्पेसिफिक मुझे पूछा है, मेरा स्पष्ट मानना है कि कांग्रेस ने इसमें हिडन तरीके से अपनी अपीसमेंट की पॉलिसी को आगे बढ़ाया है। आज ईडी ने किसी भी प्रकार का ना किसी को तलब किया है, ना पूछताछ की है, ना कोई रेड हुई है, कुछ नहीं हुआ है। और अचानक ही कांग्रेस ने आज ये कार्यक्रम दिया विरोध का। मैं तो समझ ही नहीं सकता विरोध का कार्यक्रम क्यों आज दिया गया है। और हर रोज जब विरोध के कार्यक्रम होते थे तो अपने अपने ड्रेस में होते थे। आज सभी के सभी लोग काले कपड़े पहनकर करें। मैं मानता हूं कि आज ही के दिन इस देश के प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने राम जन्मभूमि का शिलान्यास किया था। 550 साल पुरानी ये समस्या का बहुत शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से समाधान निकला था और कहीं पर भी देश में ना दंगा हुआ था, ना हिंसा हुई थी और शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से करोड़ों करोड़ों लोगों की श्रद्धा को परवान चढ़ाने का काम इस देश के प्रधानमंत्री ने किया था। कांग्रेस ने आज का दिन इसीलिए विरोध के लिए और विशेषकर काले कपड़ों में विरोध के लिए सिलेक्ट किया है कि वो एक सटल मैसेज देना चाहते हैं कि हम राम जन्मभूमि के शिलान्यास का विरोध करते हैं और अपनी तुष्टीकरण की नीति को वो आगे बढ़ाना चाहते हैं। और मैं तो यही कहना चाहूंगा कि तुष्टीकरण की नीति न देश के लिए अच्छी है न कांग्रेस के लिए अच्छी है। तुष्टीकरण की नीति के चलते ही आज कांग्रेस जिस स्थिति में है वो स्थिति में दिखाई पड़ रही है। और जहां तक ईडी का सवाल है, सभी ने देश के कानून की व्यवस्था का सम्मान करना चाहिए और सहयोग करना चाहिए। धन्यवाद।
So that is the reaction that's come in from Home Minister Amit Shah. He's linked today's protest to the fact that it was on this day that the Supreme Court had delivered a verdict on the Ram Janmabhoomi issue. And he's saying that the Congress was seen wearing black, hitting the streets of Delhi and across the country because they're sending out a message that they're against the construction of Ram Mandir. So this is no doubt going to open a whole new front as far as the fight between the BJP and the Congress is concerned. With this kind of a claim being made by Home Minister Amit Shah and this attack coming in that the Congress was staging this protest because they're against the Ram Mandir. His question is simple. He's asking the Congress, why did you choose today? Why are you protesting right now? There was no fresh development that happened in the National Herald case, nothing that's broken out right now in the last 24 hours that's prompted the agitation to happen today of all days. And Amit Shah is saying it's no coincidence that it's happened on the day that we saw the resolution of the Ram Mandir dispute. And he's saying that the Congress is sending out a subtle message. In his own words, he said that this is a subtle message that the Congress is against Ram Mandir. We're going to try and get you reactions from the Congress also on this. But this is a big charge that's coming from Home Minister Amit Shah. Even as the Congress has maintained that this is a protest over unemployment, over price rise, over inflation, etc. Amit Shah is saying that's not the real intent here. The reason that this kind of an agitation is happening today is because the Congress wanted to send out a message on Ram Mandir, and that's why they were out on the streets of Delhi wearing black, referring to Rahul, Priyanka and all the senior Congress leaders stepping out in black today. So this is the BJP now opening a whole new front against the Congress, saying don't think the date on which this protest has happened is any coincidence. It's happened on purpose, according to Home Minister Amit Shah. He's also latched on and lashed out to the Congress, essentially saying that they should respect the law of the land. They should maintain law and order. Let's take this across to Amit Bharadwaj, who's joining us live from, in fact, the Kingsway Club, which is where all of these Congress workers were. Interesting development, unbelievable really, Amit, because the BJP has now said that the Congress's protest was actually over Ram Mandir, that they wanted to register the opposition to the Ram Mandir.
Absolutely right, Akshata. This is a big development, and that too coming from the second in command of the government. Amit Shah alleging, the Home Minister alleging that the Congress deliberately chose 5th of August because it is the day when the foundation stone of Ram Mandir was laid down. It was a historical moment and Congress wants to send across a subtle message. But clearly this is a classic case as to how the political battles are fought. And clearly the BJP is master of fighting out the political battles. Congress wanted to keep this entire issue, today's protest, focused on single issue, that is of price rise, of inflation and unemployment. And they chose not to respond to the BJP's allegations throughout the day, be it Rahul Gandhi, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, K.C. Venugopal, Sachin Pilot. All of these leaders kept on avoiding the charges coming from the Bharatiya Janata Party side, and they kept on talking that today we are going to talk about Mehengai, we are going to talk about the inflation and price rise and unemployment. And that is what they kept on doing till the time they were here in Kingsway camp. But clearly now BJP is responding, and that response is coming from the second in command of the Modi government, from Home Minister itself. And Amit Shah, Home Minister, has made big allegation right now, and we'll have to see as to how Congress party now responds to the spin given by the BJP to the entire protest that has been staged today. But clearly this is war of narrative now.
Come back to you. Let's get the first Congress reaction on this. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, Amit Shah says that the Congress's protest today wasn't about price rise, inflation, unemployment. It was about you registering your opposition to the Ram Mandir.
He is talking like a buffoon. I really feel
No, let's not resort to personal attacks, Mr. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. Let's not resort to personal attacks. Your reaction to what Amit Shah said, sir?
I am not attacking anyone personally. I said that it is like a buffoon. He is talking like a buffoon. That does not mean that I am attacking him personally. Because it is ridiculous to note that being a Home Minister of our country, how can he utter this kind of word, this kind of accusation against the opposition party? Because we have expressly stated that we are protesting against the astronomical height of price rise in our country. We are protesting against the abnormal hike of GST taxes. So everybody knows it, the reasons behind our protest. But
here's what Mr. Amit Shah has said. Here's what he said, sir. He said that why has it happened today of all days? Why have all Congress leaders worn black and gone out today on the exact same day that the Prime Minister had laid the foundation stone for the Ram Mandir 2 years ago? So he's saying that the dates are no coincidence. We've lost the connection with Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. You heard but what the Congress has to say. They're stunned. They're saying that this is not at all what it's about, and Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary essentially saying that nowhere in our protest did we mention the word Ram Mandir. But Amit Shah essentially, with this particular attack, has stumped the Congress, and we'll try to get reactions also from Congress leaders on this. You just heard Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary for the first time speaking on this particular issue. And he's essentially expressed shock, saying, where has this come from? None of us mentioned Ram Mandir. Our focus is on issues like price rise, like unemployment, and that's what we intended to bring out with this particular protest. Amit Bharadwaj is also with us. I also want to play out for you exactly what Home Minister Amit Shah said when he in fact attacked the Congress, saying that this particular protest was staged in opposition to the Ram Mandir.
संसद में भी आया, क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
देखिए, सबसे पहले तो मैं मानता हूं कि एक जिम्मेदार पार्टी के नाते कानून का सहयोग देना चाहिए था। ये सारा जो मामला है ये कहीं ना कहीं कोर्ट ने रजिस्टर की हुई एफआईआर के बेसिस पर चला है, मगर हर रोज वो प्रदर्शन करते हैं। जहां तक आज का सवाल जो आपने स्पेसिफिक मुझे पूछा है, मेरा स्पष्ट मानना है कि कांग्रेस ने इसमें हिडन तरीके से अपनी अपीसमेंट की पॉलिसी को आगे बढ़ाया है। आज ईडी ने किसी भी प्रकार का ना किसी को तलब किया है, ना पूछताछ की है, ना कोई रेड हुई है, कुछ नहीं हुआ है। और अचानक ही कांग्रेस ने आज ये कार्यक्रम दिया विरोध का। मैं तो समझ ही नहीं सकता विरोध का कार्यक्रम क्यों आज दिया गया है। और हर रोज जब विरोध के कार्यक्रम होते थे तो अपने अपने ड्रेस में होते थे। आज सभी के सभी लोग काले कपड़े पहनकर करें। मैं मानता हूं कि आज ही के दिन इस देश के प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने राम जन्मभूमि का शिलान्यास किया था। 550 साल पुरानी ये समस्या का बहुत शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से समाधान निकला था और कहीं पर भी देश में ना दंगा हुआ था, ना हिंसा हुई थी और शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से करोड़ों करोड़ों लोगों की श्रद्धा को परवान चढ़ाने का काम इस देश के प्रधानमंत्री ने किया था। कांग्रेस ने आज का दिन इसीलिए विरोध के लिए और विशेषकर काले कपड़ों में विरोध के लिए सिलेक्ट किया है कि वो एक शटल मैसेज देना चाहते हैं कि हम राम जन्मभूमि के शिलान्यास का विरोध करते हैं और अपनी तुष्टीकरण की नीति को वो आगे बढ़ाना चाहते हैं। और मैं तो यही कहना चाहूंगा कि तुष्टीकरण की नीति न देश के लिए अच्छी है न कांग्रेस के लिए अच्छी है। तुष्टीकरण की नीति के चलते ही आज कांग्रेस जिस स्थिति में है वो स्थिति में दिखाई पड़ रही है। और जहां तक
All right, so Amit Shah there linking the Congress's protest today to the Ram Mandir issue. We're slipping into a short break. I'll be right back on To The Point, where we're going to get you all the latest reactions to this big news break and Amit Shah's charge at the Congress. Stay with us.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter,
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter, I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
The air we breathe inside an airplane is continuously renewed during a flight. It's captured from outside. 30 to 50% of the fresh air, depending on the plane, is mixed with air already inside the cabin. Air from outside is collected near the engines. It then passes into an air conditioning pack where it is heated to about 20 degrees and pressurized to a level close to atmospheric pressure at sea level. The air is then filtered by HEPA, high efficiency particulate air filters, which eliminate 99.9% of 0.3 micron particles, including viruses and bacteria. Once it's mixed with ambient air, the flow is then distributed inside the aircraft, moving up the fuselage towards the cabin ceiling before passing through vents situated above passenger seats. Meanwhile, a pressurization valve at the rear of the aircraft continuously sucks in air from the cabin at the floor level near passengers' feet and blows it out of the aircraft, thereby creating a continuous airflow. This makes it possible to maintain a constant pressure inside the aircraft and to renew air inside the cabin every 3 minutes.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Co-powered by RK Marble, Khoobsurat Imandari. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car.
Good evening. You're watching To The Point. I'm Akshita Nandagopal. This evening, we're going to be talking about the mega Congress protest that was staged on the streets of the national capital. And the big breaking news that's coming in right now, Home Minister Amit Shah, in his reaction to this protest, has lashed out to the Congress and said that this agitation, why has it happened today of all days? And he claims that the Congress, wearing their black shirts and completely clad in black out there on the streets of Delhi, were actually out to send out a subtle message. That's the word he's used, to send out a subtle message against Ram Mandir. That's what Home Minister Amit Shah has claimed. The BJP now opening a whole new front against the Congress. We're going to be getting you all the latest reactions coming in on this. But first, listen in to exactly what Amit Shah said.
आज ही के दिन इस देश के प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने राम जन्मभूमि का शिलान्यास किया था। कांग्रेस ने आज का दिन इसीलिए विरोध के लिए और विशेषकर काले कपड़ों में विरोध के लिए सिलेक्ट किया है कि वो एक शटल मैसेज देना चाहते हैं कि हम राम जन्मभूमि के शिलान्यास का विरोध करते हैं और अपनी तुष्टीकरण की नीति को वो आगे बढ़ाना चाहते हैं। और मैं तो यही कहना चाहूंगा कि तुष्टीकरण की नीति न देश के लिए अच्छी है न कांग्रेस के लिए अच्छी है। तुष्टीकरण की नीति के चलते ही आज कांग्रेस जिस स्थिति में है वो स्थिति में दिखाई पड़ रही है।
So that is the attack that's come in from Amit Shah just moments ago while speaking there. He's in fact lashed out at the Congress. Let's cut across to the UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath's reaction.
मानित करने वाला कांग्रेस के नेताओं का आचरण अत्यंत निंदनीय है। कांग्रेस पार्टी कई दिनों से आंदोलन कर रही है, अपने सामान्य कपड़ों में कर रही थी। सहमति असहमति हो सकती थी, लेकिन 5 अगस्त की तिथि को श्री राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर निर्माण कार्य के शुभारंभ दिवस के दिन, अयोध्या दिवस के दिन, माननीय उच्चतम न्यायालय के सम्मान दिवस के दिन राम भक्तों को अपमानित करने वाला कांग्रेस का यह आचरण एक बार फिर जग जाहिर हुआ है। आज कांग्रेसियों ने काले कपड़े पहन करके जो प्रदर्शन किया है, यह श्री राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर निर्माण की तिथि के दिन यह राम भक्तों का अपमान है, अयोध्या दिवस का अपमान है, भारत के लोकतंत्र का अपमान है, भारत की न्यायपालिका के सम्मान का अपमान है। कांग्रेस के इस कृत्य की हम निंदा करते हैं और कांग्रेस पार्टी जिस प्रकार का आचरण कर रही है, मुझे लगता है कोई भी भारत का आस्थावान व्यक्ति कांग्रेस के इस आचरण का समर्थन नहीं कर सकता है। यह राम भक्तों का अपमान है। कांग्रेस पार्टी को अपने इस कृत्य के लिए देश की जनता से माफी मांगनी चाहिए। इस प्रकार के कृत्य को इस देश कतई स्वीकार नहीं कर सकता। कांग्रेस ने आज जो भी आचरण किया है, इसको कोई भी भारतीय स्वीकार नहीं कर सकता है।
That is the live reaction that just came in from UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. He claims that the Congress has offended and insulted Ram Bhakts by holding this kind of a black protest on the day that the Prime Minister had laid the foundation stone for the Ram Mandir 2 years ago. In fact, now clearly the BJP is latching on to what Home Minister Amit Shah has said and taking forward that exact narrative with one senior leader after another, now sending out a message that the Congress has offended, insulted Ram Bhakts by holding this kind of a Black Friday protest on the exact same date. This is the big news that we're tracking right now. We're going to try and get you also reactions that are coming in right now from the Congress. I spoke to Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary earlier, who said that we have not mentioned Ram Mandir even once for Amit Shah to state this. But Home Minister Amit Shah's contention is this: why did you choose today of all days? Rajyavardhan Singh Rathore of the BJP is joining us on this broadcast. Lok Sabha MP, good evening, Mr. Rathore. The Congress is asking, how has this parallel been drawn? We have not mentioned Ram Mandir even once during our protest.
Yes, so first of all, the very premise of the protest is trying to protect one family. And they are trying to divert the attention by talking about inflation. Today, Congress leaders, if you heard them, their throats were going hoarse, trying to tell that, oh, this is not about one family, this is all about inflation. But really, this is about deflecting the attention that is coming because of 5,000 crore scam that is against one family. They want to protect one family. And yes, there is a subtle messaging that is going on of choosing the day, wearing black clothes on the very day that the puja was held for Ram Mandir. I mean, these things will not go unnoticed, and certainly the initial protests which they were doing, trying to protect this one family, was getting exposed in the entire media. They were destroying the public property, rioting, and it is only for sheer questioning by an institution of the country. And now to sort of hide that, they created a facade of inflation. I mean, they can talk about the inflation numbers. They discussed in the parliament. The finance minister very clearly articulated as to how, despite the global scenario, despite big nations like US, China, of them defaulting in multiple ways, including banks going bankrupt, India has still maintained the inflation rate below 7%, and in the UPA times it used to be above 9%. It was very bad in that state. So they have no argument. They could not argue in the parliament, and hence they want to block the streets and basically divert attention from one family. And for what? For refusing to be questioned by institution,
but
by
Mr.
a constitutional
Rathore,
institution
Mr.
of India.
Mr. Rathore, even you've said that this is an attempt to divert attention from the National Herald case. At the same time, now with this Ram Mandir issue, this narrative being brought up, is it an attempt by the BJP to divert attention from issues like unemployment and price rise?
No, the finance minister very clearly articulated in the parliament, which was broadcasted by all the television channels. We have clearly stated that despite the global bleak scenario, economic scenario, India is still doing very well. Most of the nations, most of the agencies are rating Indian economy as the fastest growing economy. There is no person who is going hungry. It was UPA that had declared anybody who was earning 29 rupees as above the poverty line, and therefore they wanted to wash their hands off from even taking care of such people. We've been distributing free rations for the last 2.5 years to about 80 crore population. We are ensuring that the states, everybody in the state is able to get the right infrastructure for development of the country. The banks are ensuring that there's liquidity available with people. The industries are growing. That's why India is projected by whether it's IMF, whether it's World Bank as the fastest growing economy. Now, the world is also seeing India as a stable country to invest in a country. So let's not talk about inflation. We have been able to maintain that. The point is that they are trying to deflect the attention from one family that needs to answer the questions. And we are not deflecting the attention. We are talking that let's go into the subtle messaging of why the black dress today? Why today?
And Karthi Chidambaram is with us. Karthi Chidambaram is wearing that black shirt. Karthi, vanakkam. Thank you for joining us here on India Today. I can see you're wearing that black shirt, which has become the uniform for Congress today. Black Friday, essentially, during your protest. Amit Shah is saying that you're wearing that black shirt in protest over the Ram Mandir and the construction of the Mandir.
I'm glad that the Home Minister has noticed our black shirts, because it's not very often that they notice or pay attention to what we say. I'm glad that we caught their attention today. And it's appropriate they're wearing the black shirt today, because it is 3 years ago today, exactly on August 5th, is when Kashmir was dismembered into 3 union territories, and still people have been held under detention in Kashmir. In order to highlight that, I think it's an appropriate day that we're wearing a black shirt, even though this was not our original intended purpose. Now that the BJP has come up with the reasoning of why we are wearing a black shirt, I can tell you that we are wearing a black shirt today because it's a black day in the history of India, because Kashmir and the people of Kashmir have been humiliated and have been subjugated.
So you're saying you're protesting over the abrogation of Article 370 as well?
I mean, of course we're protesting against that. If they can come up with an argument saying that we are protesting against the Bhumi Puja of the Ram temple, which is going to be come up in Ayodhya, I could easily say that we're protesting against the abrogation of 370, which happened exactly today, 3 years ago. So if that argument holds good, this argument equally holds good. And secondly, whenever an auspicious occasion happens, it always happens on a Hindu calendar day, not on the Gregorian calendar day. So in fact, you should look at the Hindu calendar to see which particular day the Bhumi Puja happened. And that definitely did not happen today, because I know today is Swati Nakshatra, and they did not do the Bhumi Puja on a Swati Nakshatra 3 years ago.
2 years back, Karthi, they did it. 2 years back on this day was when the puja had happened, the foundation stone laid.
No, that's the point. That's the point I'm trying to explain to you. Hindu auspicious days are as per the Hindu almanac and Hindu calendar, not according to the Gregorian calendar. If you go back by the Hindu calendar, that day would not correspond to August 5th year on year, because the Hindu calendar goes by the nakshatra, which is 27 nakshatras. It'll change. It won't coincide with the Gregorian calendar. So this is not the day.
What's your message, Karthi, to the BJP when they say that, you've offended Ram Bhakts?
I'm trying to explain it to you again. If you're going to extrapolate our protest today against inflation as an affront to people who pray to Lord Ram, including me, I mean, to say that, I could say that we are protesting against the abrogation of 370 and dismembering Kashmir into 3 union territories, and by incarcerating people for the last 3 years. I mean, do you, as a channel, do you have the number? Do you have the exact number of people who have been held in captivity for the last 3 years? I mean, the number is huge. The rest of India seems to have forgotten that story.
You've opened up a whole new front here, and I want to also, Mr. Rajavardhan Singh Rathore is with us. Mr. Rathore, I'd like your reaction to what Mr. Karthi Chidambaram has said here. He's saying that if you're saying that this is about the Ram Mandir, then let's also highlight here that we're worn black to protest the abrogation of Article 370.
I'm very happy that the Congress spokesperson revealed their real intentions. You were just mentioning that why has the Home Minister brought the subject of Ram Mandir in it. You see, the real intentions of Congress is this. They have a certain ideology which is so much against India at present. I mean, just imagine very clearly articulating on the television right now that we are against abrogation of Article 370. I mean, lives have been lost in Kashmir. No progress has been made in Kashmir. Policy, there was no policy for really bringing about any sort of progress and development in Kashmir. The present Modi government decided to go ahead and ensure that there is peace, there is tranquility, there is progress, there is There's infrastructure development in all the places like Leh, which was totally ignored earlier, or Jammu for that matter, or even Kashmir. There could have been a focused approach in Kashmir, and that's the reason why Article 370 was taken off. And the entire country is in support of having taken off Article 370. And in here is a Congress spokesperson who's clearly articulating that we are wearing the black dress for this. And exactly, that's their real intention. They are against.
Okay, Mr. Rathore, my apologies for interrupting, but unfortunately, I just have to cut across right now to an latest reaction that's coming in from Mr. Amit Shah.
आज ही के दिन करोड़ों लोगों की आस्था का केंद्र जो राम जन्मभूमि है, वहां पर इस देश के लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने भूमि पूजन किया था। 550 साल से एक समस्या अधर में लटकी हुई थी। आजादी के बाद ज्यादातर समय कांग्रेस शासन में रही, समस्या के निपटारे के लिए कुछ नहीं किया। और जब मोदी जी ने शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से समस्या का समाधान भी निकाला और बड़ी श्रद्धा और गौरव के साथ करोड़ों लोगों के श्रद्धा केंद्र श्री राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर का शिलान्यास किया, आज उसी का पवित्र दिन है। हर रोज जो प्रदर्शन करते थे आप सभी ने भी देखे हैं, आप सभी ने भी उनके कपड़े देखे हैं। आज सभी लोग बड़े से बड़े नेता से लेकर छोटे से छोटे कार्यकर्ता तक सारे कांग्रेसी काले कपड़े पहनकर आए थे। प्रच्छन्न रूप से उन्होंने एक संदेश भेजने का प्रयास किया है कि राम जन्मभूमि का जो शिलान्यास हुआ वो और अब जो भव्य मंदिर बनने जा रहा है, दोनों के साथ हमारा विरोध है और हम इसी के लिए प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। कहने की तो हिम्मत नहीं है, मगर आज भी इतनी जगह शिकस्त खाने के बाद भी कांग्रेस अपनी तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति छोड़ नहीं रही है। मेरा स्पष्ट मानना है कि उन्होंने 5 अगस्त के दिन श्री राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर का जो शिलान्यास हुआ है, इसी के विरोध के कारण ही काले कपड़े पहनकर विरोध किया है, अति तीव्रता के साथ विरोध किया है। और मैं मानता हूं कि तुष्टीकरण ने आजादी से अब तक देश का बहुत नुकसान किया है, तुष्टीकरण की नीति ने भी किया है और सभी लोगों ने तुष्टीकरण की नीति से तौबा करना चाहिए। धन्यवाद।
सर 370
So that is the latest reaction from Home Minister Amit Shah, where he's reiterated what he said earlier, that all of this protest that we saw today of Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi wearing black, all Congress leaders wearing black, it was to show the opposition to Ram Mandir. What this has effectively done, Karthi, is shift the narrative. We're no longer talking about unemployment, we're no longer talking about price rise, we're talking about Ram Mandir, we're talking about abrogation of Article 370.
This is classic BJP tactics to kind of divert the people's attention. Our declared purpose was and is to highlight the inflation, to highlight the dismal economic conditions in India today. But if the BJP wants to say that we are somehow protesting against the Bhumi Puja of the Ram Mandir, which happened 3 years ago or 2 years ago, I could equally argue saying that we are doing it to protest against the abrogation of Article 370 in Kashmir and dismembering of Kashmir, which happened 3 years ago, and so many people still being incarcerated and the freedom and they don't have the liberty and freedom. And if you look at the statistics of what has happened in Kashmir in the last 3 years, you would see that there's been no improvement. In fact, the life has become more miserable for the people of Kashmir in the last 3 years than ever before. But that being the point, the reason why we protested today was to highlight unemployment, to highlight the rise in prices and the inflation which is going around, which the government wants to conveniently distract the people's attention by going into emotive issues. And if to say that we are protesting against the Ram temple is completely ridiculous. And I just want to tell you this again. I know at the cost of repeating myself. Auspicious occasion for a temple is always fixed as per the Hindu almanac. And the Hindu almanac day does not necessarily coincide.
Karthi, just quickly, because I'm running out of time and I want to bring in Mr. Rathore as well. Finally, but why today? Amit Shah is asking the question, why today?
Why today? It is we picked the day. It has nothing to do with that. You're just trying to go. If you can extrapolate it as a protest against the Ram Temple, I could extrapolate it and say that we are protesting against the abrogation of 370. But that is not the reason why we protested. We protested against price rise. We protested against the inflation, and we protested against the apathy of this government, which has given a death blow to the economy from its demonetization, for its mindless lockdown, and as well as for the completely flawed GST.
Okay, final comment from you, Mr. Rathore. In the Congress protest, I was there, I covered it, there was not a single mention of Ram Mandir made by any Congress leader who was there wearing black and staging a protest. Is this an attempt, and I'd like to ask this because I started off with this question to you as well, is this an attempt to brush these people issues under the carpet of price rise, of unemployment, inflation?
Look, I mentioned to you that the finance minister very clearly in the debate in parliament, that's the place where you debate on national issues. In the debate in the parliament, she very clearly articulated, we are the highest GST collection right now is 1.49 lakh crores. We are edible oils, which is used in food, is low now because of the government's proactiveness of cutting off the import duty reduction. Many other measures. The government debt to GDP ratio is 3 times in other nations, whereas it's only half in our country. Despite the global scenario, we are maintaining the inflation below 7%. And in Congress time, it used to be above 9. But let's get to fact. I'm surprised and shocked. I mean, the Congress spokesperson is talking like a Pakistan spokesperson. He's talking about 370 again and again. Pakistan says the same. They did not want 370 to be taken off. That's exactly what Congress is saying. So they are against 370. The issue in which the entire country is united in the abrogation of 370. They are against Ram Temple. They were always against it. They've chosen today's date as for the same reason. They are wanting to divert the attention from the one family which has to answer questions like anybody else, any other citizen of the country. They have to answer questions. Why are they running away of this 5,000 crore scam? Why can't they simply answer the question? Why does the whole country have to be up in arms just because of one family? That's the whole issue. And as regards inflation, as regards Mengai, there is a place for discussion, and it's been discussed, and they were not present in the parliament at that point of time. Now they want to block the roads for what? Diverting the attention of the country and talking about 370, talking about all of these issues. It's quite apparent why they're doing this.
The narrative being pushed here from both you, Mr. Rathore, is that this is a diversionary tactic. From Karthi, you too, you're also saying that this is a diversionary tactic. But I'd like your response to what the BJP is saying here, that why did you walk out when Nirmala Sitharaman was speaking in Parliament? That's where the debate should have happened. There are attempts to disrupt, and instead you're taking this to the streets.
The finance minister was behaving like she was in Alice in Wonderland. She was completely denying the existence of inflation and the pain which the people are feeling today. In order to protest her apathy, we walked out.
Okay, but what prompted this protest today? What prompted all of you to hit the streets? Because before this, I can't think of a single instance, Karthi, when the Gandhis have hit the streets bringing up these issues.
Not? When we do it, you ask us why. When we don't do it, you ask us why not. So we chose this day in consultation with all our state units, and this day was chosen to protest against the apathy of the BJP's government, against the economic situation in India, and their complete disregard to the fact that common people are suffering. End of story. I mean, now you want to give it a completely different spin in the evening. It took them a whole day to come up with this narrative, and a completely different spin, trying to spin it as if we were against the Bhumi Puja of the Ram Temple, which happened 2 years ago. If they are willing to spin it like that, I can spin it to say that we are protesting against the abrogation of 370, which is a dark day in the history of Kashmir and the history of liberty in India.
Is this the Congress's stand, though, Karthi? Because, they've been very shy of making comment, because you've got Mr. Rathore even saying that this is like Pakistan speaking.
No, that is anybody who believes in liberty would oppose what happened to the people of Kashmir. The people of Kashmir are suffering. They've been subjugated, and that is the truth, and that is the position. The point is, I am saying this because you're spinning it. You're spinning the purpose of our protest today from the economy to the Ram Temple. Since you came up with that narrative, I could say I could come up with another narrative as well. That's the point I'm trying to make. But the point is, the protest today was about the economy and about the apathy of the BJP government towards the suffering of the common people.
Okay, I take your point, particularly on the fact that, when you don't protest these particular issues, there's a lot of criticism saying why not. So I take that point. It's a fair one. Mr. Rathore, considering that, the opposition has a right to protest, They are expected to raise issues that matter to the people. And Karti Chidambaram is now saying this is an attempt to kind of spin the narrative and change the entire issue, take the focus away from unemployment, from price rise, because that's something that matters to the people.
Okay, let's for one instance go to the core issue. Isn't Parliament the place where they should be debating? Haven't they been elected by whatever few numbers that have been elected? Haven't they been elected to debate in the Parliament? At that place, the Congress spokesperson gives a very simple explanation that, oh, we did not believe the numbers and so we walked off. And now, for the same purpose, you're blocking roads and you are creating all this riotous situation outside. So the very core issue which needed to be debated in the Parliament, there you did not stand your ground and contest the BJP or the finance minister there. All numbers are there in front. If there's a GST collection of the highest till date of 1.49 lakh crore, it's being collected. If the inflation is below 7%, it's a fact. If our debt to GDP ratio is just half of our GDP, whereas in other nations is 3 times, it is very much there. So these needed to be debated in the Parliament. But he has a very simple explanation. Oh, we didn't like it, we walked off. But we like protesting on the streets. So we are now on the streets and wearing black dress so that we are noticed. And we want to also, the debate is on, as per him, the debate is on price rise, but we want to bring in 370 again and again and talk about why the Kashmir people are suffering. Well, they weren't suffering for 50 years.
Okay,
I've completely
run out of time.
You are the one who's Alice in Wonderland.
I've run out of time. Mr. Rajavardhan Singh Rathore, thank you very much for joining us. Thanks, Karti, for taking the time out and joining us as well. Essentially, between the BJP and Congress right now, it's become a narrative versus narrative fight. That's all we have time for in this edition of To The Point. Thanks very much for watching. Coming up next is News Track with Rahul Kabul.
We've just concluded the historic 5G spectrum auctions. How satisfied are you with the outcome of this and what is its significance?
See, the 5G spectrum auction has concluded with good success. It's a reflection of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's reform program. In September last year, he set out a very important structural and procedural reform. He followed it up with reforms in WPC, which is the spectrum management body of the country. Then there were reforms in how telecom towers are set, how the optical fiber cable which has to be laid, so what are the ROW permissions. So there is a whole series of reforms across the gamut of telecom sector, and what we see today, the result of the spectrum auction is basically a reflection of that reform process.
Now, in terms of the amount collected, the sums that were there, is it as anticipated or you expected less, more? What did you think would happen in this?
So before the auction, all the estimates which were there from the analysts, from the industry bodies and everybody, the general anticipation was that anywhere between 80,000 to 1 lakh crore would be the spectrum auction result. But we are very glad that the whole industry has now come out of the deep trouble that it was in and getting into a new growth phase. That's why they've been able to take spectrum throughout all the bands, 700, 800, 900, 1800. So almost all the bands which were put to auction have been taken by the industry, and that's why the numbers which have come, 1,50,000 crore, is basically a reflection that the industry is coming out of its deep trouble.
By RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Growing Legacies, co-presented by Century Ply, Aankh Se Bachai. Co-powered by RK Marble, Khoobsurat Imandari.
Welcome on board the news track. I'm Rahul Kamal. Rahul Gandhi of the Congress says democracy in India is dead. The BJP hits back hard, saying it is the Congress and dynasties that are dying. You've got a big face-off. Home Minister Amit Shah, UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath coming out late in the evening saying the Congress out to insult the Ayodhya Ram Temple Sthapna Divas. All that and more coming up on the news track tonight. Rahul Gandhi detained. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra manhandled. Congress's mega dictatorship pe dangal. Gandhi Parivar's Friday trial by fire. BJP scoffs at Gandhi theatrics.
आज मीडिया पर भी बहुत हमला किया उन्होंने.
One-off street fight or an all-out war for 2024. That's our top focus on the news track. We have a power pack show lined up this Friday evening. Here are the headlines I'm tracking tonight. Amit Shah hits out at the Gandhis over there. Black Friday protest says the Congress timed its stir on the second anniversary of the Ram Mandir Foundation Day. Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Vadra released after a 4-hour detention. Rahul declares dictatorship is increasing in the country. Partha Chatterjee and his associate Arpita sent to 14-day judicial custody. Enforcement Directorate says there is a threat to Arpita's life. Mamata Banerjee meets Prime Minister Modi in the capital, demands that over 1 crore pending central funds for her state be released. China sanctions Nancy Pelosi and her family after historic visit to Taiwan. 68 PLA fighters and 13 warships crossed the median line around the island nation. The Modi government this evening came out all guns blazing against the Congress's Black Friday protest. Home Minister Amit Shah accused the Congress and the Gandhis of appeasement, saying that the party leaders and cadres specifically chose to wear black and hit the streets on the day the Ram Mandir Foundation was laid in Ayodhya. Remembering today is the day of the second anniversary of the Ram Mandir Bhumi Pujan. It was on this day in 2020 that Prime Minister Modi laid the foundation of the temple at Ram Janmabhoomi in Ayodhya. Rahul Gandhi detained.
हर रोज जो प्रदर्शन करते थे आप सभी ने भी देखे हैं, आप सभी ने भी उनके कपड़े देखे हैं. आज सभी लोग बड़े से बड़े नेता से लेकर छोटे से छोटे कार्यकर्ता तक सारे कांग्रेसी काले कपड़े पहनकर आए हैं. प्रचंड रूप से उन्होंने एक संदेश भेजने का प्रयास किया है कि राम जन्मभूमि का जो शिलान्यास हुआ वो और अब जो भव्य मंदिर बनने जा रहा है, दोनों के साथ हमारा विरोध है और हम इसी के लिए प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं. कहने की तो हिम्मत नहीं है, मगर आज भी इतनी जगह शिकस्त खाने के बाद भी कांग्रेस अपनी तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति छोड़ नहीं रही है. मेरा स्पष्ट मानना है कि उन्होंने 5 अगस्त के दिन श्री राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर का जो शिलान्यास हुआ है, इसी के विरोध के कारण ही काले कपड़े पहनकर विरोध किया है. आज ही के दिन इस देश के प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने राम जन्मभूमि का शिलान्यास किया था. कांग्रेस ने आज का दिन इसीलिए विरोध के लिए और विशेषकर काले कपड़ों में विरोध के लिए सिलेक्ट किया है कि वो एक सटल मैसेज देना चाहते हैं कि हम राम जन्मभूमि के शिलान्यास का विरोध करते हैं और अपनी तुष्टीकरण की नीति को वो आगे बढ़ाना चाहते हैं. और मैं तो यही कहना चाहूंगा कि तुष्टीकरण की नीति न देश के लिए अच्छी है न कांग्रेस के लिए अच्छी है. तुष्टीकरण की नीति के चलते ही आज कांग्रेस जिस स्थिति में है वो स्थिति में दिखाई पड़ रही है.
कांग्रेस के नेताओं का आचरण अत्यंत निंदनीय है. कांग्रेस पार्टी कई दिनों से आंदोलन कर रही है, अपने सामान्य कपड़ों में कर रही थी. सहमति असहमति हो सकती थी, लेकिन 5 अगस्त की तिथि को श्री राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर निर्माण कार्य के शुभारंभ दिवस के दिन अयोध्या दिवस के दिन, माननीय उच्चतम न्यायालय के सम्मान दिवस के दिन राम भक्तों को अपमानित करने वाला कांग्रेस का यह आचरण एक बार फिर जग जाहिर हुआ है। आज कांग्रेसियों ने काले कपड़े पहन करके जो प्रदर्शन किया है, यह से राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर निर्माण की तिथि के दिन यह राम भक्तों का अपमान है, अयोध्या दिवस का अपमान है, भारत के लोकतंत्र का अपमान है।
Donning black, the Congress's netas and workers took to the streets to protest against the centre, and it was the Gandhi leaders who were at the front line. What began as a protest quickly escalated into a showdown with the police. Here's a report on all the action that unravelled in the national capital.
फोर्स दिखाने के बाद हम चुपचाप से समझौता करके बस में बैठ जाएंगे, तो क्यों करें हम?
ये विपक्ष की आवाज को दबाना चाहते हैं।
पुलिस बल और लगातार पुलिस और कार्यकर्ताओं के बीच में यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं कि नोक-झोंक सीधे तौर पर देखी जा रही है।
Off the grid for weeks, this was Priyanka Gandhi on Friday. Dressed in black, jostled by the police. Carried by Congress crowds, rapidly becoming the face of the fiercest Congress protest in many weeks.
इनको लगता है कि जितने भी इनके विपक्ष में जो कुछ कहता है उनको ये दबा सकते हैं, और इनको ये लगता है कि दबाने के बाद ऐसे अपनी फोर्स दिखाने के बाद हम चुपचाप से समझौता करके बस में बैठ जाएंगे.
Just returned from attempting a public patch-up of feuding leaders in Karnataka, Rahul Gandhi kicked off the Congress's Black Friday, setting the mood with this quip at a morning press conference before the dharna.
How are you enjoying the onset of dictatorship in India? Are you enjoying it? लोकतंत्र की जो मौत हो रही है, उसके बारे में क्या लगता है आपको?
Rahul then changed into a black shirt and hit the streets, leading a fierce Congress crowd. After a collision with the police, he too was detained.
हम शांति से राष्ट्रपति भवन जाना चाह रहे थे. सारे के सारे एमपीज हैं, राज्यसभा और लोकसभा के, मगर यहाँ पे हमें अलाउ नहीं किया जा रहा.
आप लोगों को आगे जाने नहीं दिया जा रहा है, पूरे बैरिकेड कर दिया गया है. आपको इस पर क्या कहना है सर?
नहीं, हम तो यहाँ खड़े हैं, अब क्या करें, पुलिस वाले रोक रहे हैं, हम खड़े हैं. ठीक है.
आपके जो एमपीज हैं उनको डिटेन भी किया गया है.
हाँ, वो यहाँ पे हम सब आए थे, एक एक करके घसीट के ले गए. 2-3 को मारा भी है.
Matriarch Sonia Gandhi, ailing but forced to become more visible in recent days, also threw herself into the protest dressed in black. The Gandhi family in a dramatic, turbulent spotlight weeks after mother and son were grilled by the Enforcement Directorate in the National Herald case. Lurching from one election loss to another, the high-profile dharna allowed the Congress party to showcase its high command parivar after many years. A muscle flex that goes beyond the party's trials and tribulations, Rahul's Mission Black had 5 basic objectives. Mission 1, shift focus to price rise, GST, jobs and inflation. Mission 2, pile pressure on the government before the 75th Independence Day celebrations. Mission 3, show that the Congress is not on the back foot over the Herald case. Mission 4, reclaim primacy in the opposition narrative.
Joining us now, live and exclusive on the news track, senior BJP leader Ravi Shankar Prasad, who's been leading the BJP's charge against this Congress Black Friday protest. Ravi Shankarji, welcome to the news track. You've got Rahul Gandhi, Congress Member of Parliament from Wayanad, claiming democracy is dead. Rahul and Priyanka both out in the streets. the BJP furious with these charges, especially when Rahul says democracy is something which is in the past tense. India as a country, as a functioning democracy, he thinks is finished and done with.
Utterly irresponsible, shameful. What I said in the morning, let me repeat. Is there democracy in the Congress party? Does Congress party hold regular elections? Can the Congress create leaders beyond Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi? Therefore, the party in the family, the leadership in the family, and what the National Herald case demonstrates, the party's property should also be in the family. That is the democracy of Mr. Rahul Gandhi. The second point I would like to highlight, Rahul, अगर देश के लोग कांग्रेस पार्टी को वोट नहीं देते हैं तो हम क्या करें? हम उनके लिए वोट दिलवाएं? They lost 2014, they lost 2019. The most virulent and scandalous campaign Rahul Gandhi unleashed, unheard of in democratic India against the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Chaukidar, I can't repeat. He was given a bigger drubbing. The sister went to UP, ladki hu, lad sakti hu, got hardly 1 or 2 seats. The same is the case elsewhere. Therefore, if people are not voting to you, you are blaming Election Commission? Indian democracy? Grossly unfair and direct insult to the people of India.
Rahul Gandhi's charge on that is,
which I
he actually likened what's happening, Ravi Shankar ji, to what happened in Germany under Hitler, saying, Hitler bhi aise elections jeetta tha, give me the entire infrastructure, I'll tell you how to win elections, which is a complete stretch, linking what's happening to what was happening at the time of Nazi Germany in the realm of Hitler.
यही तो मैं आपसे कह रहा हूं राहुल जी, ये क्या राहुल गांधी बोल रहे हैं? ये तो उनकी सही नियत सामने आ गई. I don't believe in democracy. Give me the infrastructure, I will win. It is an insult to the people of India. It is an insult to the democratic instinct of India. It is an insult to the democratic tradition of India. But let me raise one more particular point. He has talked a lot about institutions. If he does not get bail or his cases are not quashed, then the judiciary is not fair. If he does not able to win elections, then the Election Commission is not fair. Therefore, if the system works to his advantage, keeps quiet, eyes shut on his corruption, then the system is all right. But Mr. Rahul Gandhi, I would like to gently tell you, under Congress, Indian democracy has become an epitome of corruption. Under the leadership of Narendra Modi, gates of middlemen are closed in the decision making. Defense contracts are being given in a fair manner. So is the direct benefit transfer. So is all the things. One thing I would like to tell Rahul Kamal, and that's very important. He talks of institutions. During COVID, you have seen how he made fun of vaccines of India, how he did not show himself he has taken vaccine in India. A great initiative of Indian scientists. Then Rahul Gandhi today has been irresponsible, and I completely echo what Amit Shah ji said today. This date was deliberately chosen to somehow appease a particular vote community by wearing blacks.
So the Congress seems to say that this attack late in the evening
was laid
by the Home Minister, by the UP Chief Minister, was a bit of an afterthought. That the linkage with the foundation day of the Ayodhya Ram Temple came as an idea much later in the day, through the day, because the Congress got the kind of publicity, the mileage, their protest got some traction, which is why the BJP is trying to give it some kind of a spin by linking it to the Ayodhya Foundation Day. How do you respond to this charge, sir?
अगर सुबह में हमारा प्रेस सुने होते तो मैंने चर्चा की थी, राम जन्मभूमि की भी चर्चा की थी, और 5 अगस्त को धारा 370 भी समाप्त हुई थी, याद है ना आपको?
Correct, absolutely.
मैंने उसका भी जिक्र किया था. तो होमवर्क करना तो इन लोग की आदत है नहीं, इन लोग की आदत नहीं है. But I will ask you a larger question. India has changed. The whole democratic narrative has changed. People have a stake in democracy of India. And Rahul Gandhi still has the arrogance of his family. Me, my family, their contribution. And because they are not getting all the leverage, hence is the problem. Rahul, allow me to speak one thing more which I had said in the morning. And what I had said, महंगाई एक बहाना है, सच्चाई में ईडी को डराना, धमकाना और परिवार को बचाना है. And I hold on very seriously to this charge. Let me put it today. Rahul Gandhi said, I always speak the truth. Rahul Gandhi, you are on bail or not? Did you speak? Are you accused of Section 420 cheating and 120B conspiracy in a criminal case complaint filed before the magistrate much before you came to power in 2014? Did you go to the High Court for quashing? You suffered reverse. You went to Supreme Court, you suffered reverse. You challenged income tax proceeding, you suffered reverse. Then what is this whole National Herald case, Rahul? If I can put in very simple nutshell, 5 लाख रुपया लगा के 5,000 करोड़ की संपत्ति प्राप्त कर लो. That is what Congress family commerce is evident in this. And I would like to repeat, because your channel is discussed and debated, National Herald old case, old freedom fighters newspaper, 80 crore loan of Congress party. The entire shares, 99%, sold to the family in 2010, Young India, before we came to power. 76% share controlled by Sonia Ji and Rahul Gandhi. Thereafter, 80 crore loan को माफ कर दिया कांग्रेस पार्टी ने. And the 50 lakh also came from Hawala transaction. Now newspaper including India Today has shown that. Now what should we do? Keep quiet? You occupy huge buildings in Delhi, in Mumbai, in Mohali, in Patna, in Lucknow, worth thousands of crores, earning tons of rent. But we should keep quiet. Then I can only say very gently, Rahul Gandhi, you and your mother will have to face the consequence of corruption.
The Congress's
Modi
big charge
does
there
not tolerate corruption.
is that while of course the government and the agencies are free to probe anything opposition parties and their leaders may have done, the same investigative agencies don't seem quite as aggressive or interested in investigating cases against those who are in the ruling government. Even if somebody happens to have cases against him or agencies active when he is in, say, a party like the Trinamool, when he enters the BJP, suddenly the agencies seem to lose their interest. How do you respond to this charge, Mr. Prasad?
From day one, this logic is coming. तो 70 करोड़ रुपया 2 फ्लैट में हमने रखा था क्या, राहुल बाबू, कलकत्ता में? From day one, there was so much of abuses against the ED, and today 70 crore have been unearthed or not. All the friends who are in jail in Maharashtra, former cabinet minister, did they get bail at all? All the recovery in Ranchi from IAS officers and the patrons is well known to you or not? What I am simply telling you, and I know for sure in Madhya Pradesh and many places, some BJP members have also been proceeded against. They should. Why not? We take tough action. But the larger issue is, you cannot stonewall investigation against your old deeds and misdeeds of corruption. Therefore, I always said very clearly and categorically, that is the real problem. हमारे परिवार के खिलाफ कार्रवाई करोगे? And today, one thing I must gently tell Rahul Kanwal, they have got the right to protest. Why not? That's democracy. I never speak against Priyanka Gandhi ji. Was it fair on her part today to behave in a manner she did? We have also suffered a lot. We have suffered Misa imprisonment in the JP movement. Police also lifted us and pushed in the jeep. We have suffered lathi blows. But did we do the same way in which happened today? You have gone for arrest, offer for arrest. Therefore, if you claim a legacy, Madam Priyanka Gandhi, then I leave it to your judgment whether your behavior today was in accord with that legacy which only you claim to represent.
Mr. Ravi Shankar Prasad, for joining us on the news track. Thank you very much. Appreciate you joining us. Was the street fight today a war for India or a war to save the Gandhi family? Can the Gandhis, especially Rahul Gandhi, sustain this momentum? The Congress will be hoping that this agitation will give it a push, that it needs to turn the tide against the BJP. But does Rahul have the ability to stick it and fight it out?
The beginnings of the big war for 2024? Or just another one-off street fight? A question that will haunt the Congress as it pulls off another high-voltage dharna in the national capital. Its third in the last few weeks. With the party's muscle fully energized on Friday around the three towering figures of the Gandhis, a question echoes without pause. Can the Gandhis sustain this aggression? The BJP has scoffed at the dharna as typical Gandhi theatrics for a dying party.
हिटलर चुनाव कैसे जीतता था? हिटलर चुनाव ऐसे जीतता था कि जर्मनी के पूरे इंस्टीट्यूशंस उसके हाथ में थे. उसके पास एसए थी, पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स थी, उसके पास पूरा का पूरा ढांचा था. मुझे पूरा का पूरा ढांचा दे दो, फिर मैं दिखाऊंगा आपको कैसे इलेक्शन जीता जाता है.
ये उनकी हताशा है. तो जनता का विश्वास है, यही तो लोकतंत्र है. तो फिर कहूंगा, राहुल गांधी जी, अगर जनता आपको वोट नहीं देती तो कृपया करके लोकतंत्र को आरोप लगाना बंद करिए.
Well, for a party that's fighting on multiple fronts, fighting against internal implosions, against a chain reaction of electoral defeats, and even the territorial ambitions of other opposition parties, Friday's protests is being crafted as a signal moment. The Congress hopes this turns the tide against the Modi Sarkar.
Our job is to resist these forces. Our job is to make sure that Indian democracy is protected. Our job is to raise issues of the people like unemployment.
उनके लिए महंगाई तो है नहीं. उन्होंने तो पूरी देश की संपत्ति, मोदी जी ने पूरे देश की संपत्ति अपने दोस्तों को दे दी है. उन पे कभी कोई कार्रवाई नहीं है.
As a political party and as elected representatives, we are bound to voice the grievances, the burden and the fears of the people, which is what we are doing.
इस तरीके से सरकार काम कर रही है, हिरासत में ले रही है. सैकड़ों बार हमारे सांसदों को, हम लोगों को अरेस्ट किया जा रहा है, अपनी बात रोकने से रोका जा रहा है. ये अलोकतांत्रिक है.
To be sure, the Congress has immediate as well as long-term objectives from Black Friday. For now, the Gandhis are hoping to capture the political mood and blunt the government's planned celebrations ahead of India's 75th Independence Day. Rahul especially hopes that with the national chatter dominated by the Herald case and Enforcement Directorate actions, he now gets to establish the narrative with price rise, GST, inflation and unemployment. The Gandhis will also be hoping that this power play proves a tipping point for the Congress party and triggers a larger party revival. Last but definitely not least, the ferocity of the protests is a message to other opposition parties that friendly fire among a divided opposition has only handed the advantage to the ruling BJP. As always with the Congress, it comes down to one thing. Does the party have the stamina, will and resources to convert a few hours of lighting up TV screens to a sustained national battle-ready campaign for 2024? Bureau Report, India Today.
So is democracy dead, or is it the Congress party that is dying? And is that the real peeve of Rahul Gandhi? Joining us on the news track representing the Congress, Supriya Shrinate, squaring off against her from the BJP, we've got Sanju Verma. Supriya, I see out in black again. In fact, you've got the Home Minister, the UP CM saying that you're doing this Black Friday protest as an insult to the second anniversary of the day the construction at the Ram Temple began, which is why for you and your party, Supriya, Amit Shah and Yogi Adityanath say this is a black day. Let's start with that.
Quite frankly, yet another desperate attempt by these guys to divert the issue once again. The reality is that the price pinch is being felt by every Indian, as is joblessness. The reality also is कि जिन कानों पर जू नहीं रेंगती थी, आज उनको प्रदर्शन की आवाज सुनाई दी. A desperate attempt after an entire day, this is the best they could come up with. But let me respond to them in their own fervor. श्री राम वेश बदलकर जनता की टो लेने जाते थे. आप अपने सिंहासनों पर बैठे हुए हैं और जनता को महंगाई से कमर तोड़ रहे हैं. Think about the people. Think about what you're doing to them and think about how they are suffering in your rule instead of trying to divert attention. I think that's the least and the most I will say on a statement as irresponsible and as distractionary as that.
Let Sanju Verma respond. The BJP forced to take notice of this protest. It got good traction through the day and therefore you're trying to spin it by linking it to the anniversary of the construction of the Ram Temple, when this protest on price rise has nothing to do with the Ram Temple. You're trying to find a communal or appeasement link. Sanju Verma.
Rahul, first and foremost, let me tell you, I am not going to make this debate frivolous by saying that, the Gandhis, पहले तो चोरी ऊपर से सीना जोरी. ये भी कहावत है, उल्टा चोर कोतवाल को डांटे. हिंदी में और एक कहावत है, खिसियानी बिल्ली खंबा नोचे. Now I am not going to call the Gandhis खिसियानी बिल्ली, but I have to put some facts before your audience. If the debate is indeed about inflation, fine. Parliament is a forum, and even indulging in a protest on the streets is a forum. Nobody denies that to anybody in a democracy. But my simple point is this: you speak about inflation, but the Modi government reduced excise on petrol and diesel by 5 to 10 rupees in November 2021. We followed that up with a reduction in excise on petrol and diesel again by 8 and 6 rupees respectively in May 2022. Now, why is it that Congress-ruled states, particularly Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, and where you have supported the JNM in Jharkhand, the reduction in VAT is minuscule. Matlab, you want to talk about price rise, you want to break barricades, but in your own backyard, you do not have the gumption, the sensitivity to reduce value-added tax and bring relief to customers. Point number 2, I will quickly finish. Rahul Gandhi says, Hitler ne bhi election jeeti thi, mujhe sare institutions de do, main bhi jeetunga. This, I think, reflects the sorry mindset of the Congress leadership.
No, but this is very problematic, Supriya Shrinate. When you won in Jharkhand or Gujarat, then the Congress doesn't have a problem with the results. But when you lose, you think that Modi is Hitler and that this is Nazi Germany just because people aren't voting for you. I must tell you this. Earlier this week, I was in Gujarat. I had an opportunity to speak to Congress leaders. Those Congress leaders, Supriya told me, why the BJP is likely to win in the Gujarat elections because of how strong they are. A full generation hasn't voted for anybody except the BJP. Congress leaders were certain that the BJP is going to win. This is your level of preparation of big state and you're blaming Modi for this.
No, before I answer that question, I want to keep this on price rise because that is the issue of the day. I will come to that. I will come to your direct question in just a bit. The price rise debate is very much on, but the finance minister gets up in parliament, somebody comes in parliament and says, free fund ka khana मांग रहे हैं. एक साहब आते हैं, वो कहते हैं महंगाई है ही नहीं, जाइए सब्जी खरीदिए, महंगाई कहाँ है. I don't know which castles do these people live in. भगवान जाने ये लोग कहाँ रहते हैं. सारे देश को महंगाई समझ में आ रही है, इनको नहीं समझ में आ रही है. चलिए कोई बात नहीं, नहीं समझ में आएगी भाई. जब महंगाई पर प्रदर्शन होता है, what were we trying to do? I want to step back and tell your viewers what happened today because I was very much here and I also think we were at the receiving end of the police and Amit Shah's police forces. We were doing a simple protest against price rise. Mehengai par halla bol. I don't think there was anything wrong with it. I don't think in this country protests have been suspended so far. There were 6 layers of police outside the AICC headquarters. We were being dragged. My own clothes were torn off. I had to source some more clothes from people. The way Priyanka Gandhi was manhandled and dragged to the police vehicle. Which state are we talking about? I mean, shameful. I heard Ravi Shankar Prasad, and I'm glad you are giving him a platform to resurrect his political career, because we know which direction is that going in.
Rahul,
and this lady who's sitting here and pontificate on our fortunes. I want to very strongly say one thing. You want to attack us? Attack us. Do not hide behind the police. Do not use
let me
brute
put that
force.
question
Do
to
not
Sanju Verma. Sanju, the Congress questioning the police deployment, the high-handed tactics. Why should the opposition not be allowed to protest? Surely they can carry out a protest without being dragged around and having their clothes torn apart, Supriya. Sanju Verma.
You know, Rahul, now can I please get the exact amount of time you gave the other panelists without being heckled? Thank you. Rahul, let us not deviate from the moot issue. The moot issue which your audience needs to know is this. In the last 8 years, inflation under the Modi government is 4.9%, under Manmohan Singh. 10 years, it was 8.4%, under Indira Gandhi, it was 8.3%, under Narasimha Rao, it was 10.49%. We have managed to rein in inflation despite two black swan events. One black swan was the global pandemic, the first in over 100 years. The second black swan was the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Even countries like US and UK, which used to struggle to have 2% inflation, are today grappling with 9.1% inflation. I think the Congress does not understand the key of economics. And let me tell you one more thing. Rahul Gandhi has this habit of saying, "Mujhe सारी institution दे दो तो मैं जीत जाऊंगा." By this, he has actually mocked the mandate of the people, Rahul Kawal. There were more than 17 crore people who voted Narendra Modi to power in 2014. In 2019, roughly 23 crore people voted for the BJP. Now I want to ask Rahul Gandhi, Lok Sabha 2014, Lok Sabha 2019 में तो धज्जियां उड़ी. लड़की हूँ, लड़ सकती हूँ, managed to win only 2 seats in Uttar Pradesh with a vote share of 2.35%.
Okay.
Congress has lost its ability.
So it's quite clear to our viewers. Okay, it's quite, one second, ladies. It's quite clear to our viewers that we have a situation on the show this evening where both guests have decided that they will answer the question that they choose to, not necessarily the question that's being asked. So can I just request that allow me as the moderator to frame the question? I'd be grateful if you choose to answer that question, and then if I butt in, you'll say I'm heckling you, which is not fair. So therefore, Supriya Shirne, I told you about my personal experience earlier this week in Gujarat, where Congress leaders who we were meeting were talking about how strong the BJP is, an entire generation not having voted for anyone outside of the BJP, and why the Congress is unlikely to do well. This is my own personal experience in Gujarat from just earlier this week. And Rahul Gandhi says that the BJP is winning because of institutional capture, but that doesn't happen in Chhattisgarh, that capture doesn't happen in Rajasthan, it doesn't happen in Jharkhand, it doesn't happen anywhere where the opposition wins, neither in West Bengal, nor in Tamil Nadu in the DMK ruled state. So where you win, there is no capture. Where you lose, suddenly institutions are captured. The BJP will very rightly turn around and say, this is insulting our democracy.
I'm glad you brought up the issue of institutional capture. Let's begin with absolute north. The National Conference, there is ED against Farooq Abdullah. Come down to UP, there is ED against Akhilesh and against Mayawati ji. You come down to West Bengal, there is ED against Mamata Banerjee. You go further down, there is ED against Shiv Sena. You come further down, they have divided a political party in Tamil Nadu. You come to Karnataka, there is ED against DK Shiv Kumar. How is it? And of course, the ED fictitious, fabricated cases, and I was sorry to hear Ravi Shankar Prasad say absolutely blatant lies, even though he's a lawyer. The absolutely fictitious, fabricated, vindictive, politically motivated cases against, forget about Rahul ji and Sonia ji. I'm asking you a question. Are you telling me that everybody in this country who opposes Mr. Modi, who stands up and faces him and asks him questions which are uncomfortable for him, which is price rise, which is unemployment, which is what he is doing to the fabric of this nation, will be actually intimidated by ED? Is that what it has become? There are multiple things in which I can point the ED towards for a more productive investigation. Why does the ED not go to Mundra and find out how come so much of drug is coming into Gujarat? Why does ED not investigate into the Dal scam? Why does the ED not investigate into GSPC? Why does the ED not investigate how MLAs are being bought and sold for 40 crores each? I want to understand. No, you will not. I'm still talking. Because if you start heckling me, it will become a problem. I will not let you speak. So be patient and let me speak. I am just asking you, Rahul. There are multiple directions. Forget about those directions. I also want to ask a very pertinent question.
Okay, I can't have a situation where both guests are speaking over each other. This is not my style. This is not something which helps our viewers, because then you're making noise, you're not making sense. Just one at a time. Supriya, I think you've spoken enough. If you listen to my question, Sanju, and if you promise to answer the question that I ask and nothing else.
Let me please finish.
Supriya, you've spoken enough. I'll come back to you in a while. A fader goes down. Sanju Verma, here is the question you need to answer. Name the one big BJP leader who's been arrested by one of our big investigating agencies for some charge against him, when those same leaders were in other parties, and when the same charge is leveled against leaders of another party for the same crime, action is taken. When they're in the BJP, no action is taken. The proof is in the pudding. The fact is that that's the way it's been over the last several months. Who's the big BJP leader who's been arrested by the investigating agencies?
Rahul, let me now make it very clear. I heard your question, and please allow me, with a lot of respect for you, I want to put my points across. First and foremost, I completely, denounce this demonization of the Enforcement Directorate and debate after debate by Congress spokesperson. The Congress spokesperson needs to know that on the 27th of July, Rahul, 27th of July, the Supreme Court upheld the powers of the Enforcement Directorate under the PMLA wide Section 3, Section 5, Section 19, saying the Enforcement Directorate has the power to sue a photo, conduct a search and seizure operation, and make arrests. I want to ask you one thing. If you have ample proof against anyone in the BJP, please bring it.
Ma'am, it's not my job to capture proof. It's the agency's job. No, because you're putting the onus on citizens or the media. It's the job of the agencies. When a charge is leveled, the agency must do its job equally.
What is your problem? You do not interrupt the Congress.
I have interrupted her, which is how I cut out to come to you. So don't level bogus charges, Sanju Verma. I cut out of Supriya to come to you. So how can I be accused of not interrupting?
Let me finish, Rahul. Please indulge me for 20 seconds.
Go on.
Rahul, I want to just say one thing to you. In February 2016, it was the Supreme Court. In May 2017, it was the Patiala House Court. In 2018, September, it was the Delhi High Court. All these three top judicial institutions of the country refused to quash proceedings against accused number 1 and accused number 2, Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, in the National Herald chain.
I don't think I'm in a mood to hear lies, Rahul, and unless you're not...
No, okay, Supriya, let us speak, please. Supriya, let us speak.
By paying only 50 lakh rupees. Accused number 1. Accused number 2, Madam Sonia and Rahul Baba are going to
be debating with her.
The prison bar very soon, and that is what is
Look at what we are debating and what is she talking about.
Making this Congress panelist today, who's looking like Poolam Devi, to behave like one to on national television. आप ड्रामा करना है कर लो, the law of the land will take its course.
Talk about price rise. Will you talk about the issues that really matter, or will you keep blabbering? That's the issue. महंगाई पर बोल नहीं पाएंगे, बेरोजगारी पर बोल नहीं पाएंगे, लहसुन प्याज मैं खाती नहीं हूँ, पेट्रोल की गाड़ी से मैं चलती नहीं हूँ, अब यही सब बेवकूफी की बातें बोलने आते हैं इनके प्रवक्ता. That's the problem with them. Completely irrelevant discussion that she's trying
to do. And then you sit here and give a bhashan on morality.
Okay.
Stop making sense a while back, by the way.
Morality, Sonia Gandhi out on bail, Rahul Gandhi out on bail, P. Chidambaram out on bail.
Okay.
अरे तड़ी पार था तुम्हारा नेता तड़ी पार था, just so that you know. The Honorable Home Minister of this country was declared a tadi par. Don't make me open my mouth. If you're going to do this personalized attack and vicious debate, I will tell you, आपका नेता तड़ी पार था. तड़ी पार था यहाँ का गृह मंत्री. Don't stoop to this level. Do a respectable debate. Come back with better points. Don't blabber on screen.
So I'm not certain that democracy is dead. As you can see, there's a very bustling, fiery democracy which is still quite alive and kicking. Whether parties are equally strong and fighting hard enough is a different matter. Supriya didn't answer that question despite me asking her twice. But what's very clear, in Parliament and outside, the government and the opposition aren't listening to each other. So the government is speaking, the opposition isn't listening. When the opposition is speaking, the government isn't listening. And that by itself is a big problem which our democracy needs to deal with. For the time being, you've heard from the BJP, you've heard a response from the Congress. We will keep tracking this story. On the other side, China escalates against Taiwan. Over 60 Chinese fighter jets fly over the Taiwan Straits. Details coming up on the other side of a quick break. Stay with us.
How does crypto TDS work? TDS deduction on cryptos depends on your mode and medium of transaction. If you have crypto at your disposal and you are thinking of selling it off, then from July 1st onwards, you will have to pay 1% of tax deducted at source of the transaction value to the government. Now, who will be liable to deduct this TDS depends on your mode and medium of transaction. So consider this, if you are buying and selling through an exchange, then no TDS will be deducted from the buyer on buying crypto using INR, while the seller of the crypto will be liable to pay TDS. The crypto exchange will deduct this amount and deposit it with Income Tax Department. The seller would be able to offset this 1% TDS from her or his total tax liability when he files for tax returns. A TDS certificate will also be issued in due course. However, in a peer-to-peer direct buyer-to-seller transaction, the buyer is required to deduct tax under Section 194S of the Income Tax Act. The next important point to note is how you are selling, whether it is in INR or another crypto. If it is in rupees, then the crypto exchange will deduct it from the seller. But if the transaction is done in crypto pairs, then 1% TDS will be deducted from both the parties in respective coins and then converted to INR. For example, sale of 1 Bitcoin from 10 Ethereum will incur a deduction of 0.01 BTC and 0.1 ETH, being 1% of sale value as TDS. The crypto that is deducted as TDS will be liquidated to INR at the end of the day, and this INR realized amount will be paid as TDS to the government. A newsletter from WazirX states, if TDS gets deducted in crypto, users will be able to see the INR value of this TDS in the trading report after 48 hours. The tax would be deducted only if the consideration exceeds Rs 10,000 for the financial year. But in the case of individuals or HUFs who are not into business or profession or are not subject to audit under the income tax, this limit would be Rs 50,000. Moreover, TDS shall be charged on net consideration, which is sale value after reducing charges and GST.
Chinese fighter jets and 13 warships come dangerously close to Taiwan. The United States summons China's ambassador to the US. G7 warns China not to use Nancy Pelosi's visit to ratchet up tension with Taiwan. ASEAN countries seek de-escalation. But is the Chinese President Xi Jinping listening? Or is this a dress rehearsal for Taiwan's invasion in the years to come? Join me, Gaurav Sawant, as I get you the latest on India First at 10 p.m. tonight, only on India Today. I've got breaking news coming in at this moment. We've just learned that Chinese military jets have scrambled over the Taiwan Straits in the latest uptick in tensions between these two countries. Remember, the People's Liberation Army conducting multiple live military drills all across the Taiwan Straits today. 65 PLA fighter jets and 13 warships crossed the median line between China and Taiwan. This a day after a massive muscle flex exercise by the PLA troops. Meanwhile, Nancy Pelosi sanctioned and Taiwan saying we're on our guard to ward off any misadventure. '68 armed Chinese Air Force fighter jets flew close to Taiwan. violating an agreement to not cross the median line in the Taiwan Straits. This is a major provocation after 27 fighter jets on day one of the Chinese war drills. 13 Chinese Navy warships also violated the existing norms, sailing beyond the halfway mark in the Taiwan Straits. Taipei responded by launching its own interceptor fighter jets and activating the missile defense system, insisting they were not intimidated by China.
I want to stress that we will not escalate conflict or provoke disputes, but we will firmly defend sovereignty and national security and stand by the line of democracy and freedom.
The United States has hit out at what Washington DC described was China's irresponsible actions. The US has condemned Chinese military action, insisting there was no change in their One China policy. The US summoned China's ambassador and lodged a strong protest.
The United States will not be provoked. We'll continue to do what we've done for a long time. We'll support cross-strait peace and stability and a free and open Indo-Pacific. We'll continue to conduct standard air and maritime transits through the Taiwan Strait, consistent with our long-standing approach to working with allies and partners to uphold freedom of navigation and overflight, which has enabled the region's prosperity for many decades.
Undeterred by global criticism for the provocative actions, Beijing hit back at the US. China announced a series of cancellations, saying there would be no more military theater command communications, no more meetings of defense committees, no more maritime security dialogue, no more illegal migrant repatriation, no more climate talks, and no more criminal justice assistance.
If the US really wants to take on responsibility, it must immediately stop interfering in China's internal affairs for any reason and under any excuse. It must immediately stop using the salami tactics to encroach on and hollow out the One China policy.
China is also angry with the statement made by the G7 group of nations telling China not to use US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to justify its military aggression. ASEAN countries too sought dialogue for de-escalation of tension, but with China continuing to fire missiles and for the first time close to Taiwan's territorial waters, the situation is only set to escalate. Bureau Report, India Today. This is where I wrap up the news track tonight. For your time and your trust, thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you 8 p.m. Monday evening. Till then, from all of us here, goodbye, good night, have a great weekend.
How does it benefit people like you and me, the common man, and as well as the business? I mean, what is 5G? What is the promise of 5G?
So there are two different things that will be experienced by the users. Fourth generation was a kind of evolution over the third generation. The fifth generation 5G is basically a totally new way of designing a telecom network, and that's why the experience will be very different. There are two elements. First is latency, which is basically how quickly does the equipment or the phone gets connected with the tower, right? Second is the speed. So the speed in 5G is going to be almost 10 times the speed in 4G. Now, is this sufficient in itself? No. What is important is the entire ecosystem. The availability of towers, the availability of fiber, the availability of spectrum, all those things have been addressed, and that's why the experience is going to be significantly better. So I'll also like to show you
Yeah, now when it comes, and this is the question I had wanted to ask you, because there was concerns with the Chinese company Huawei when the whole 5G auction process had begun. How have you avoided the fact that, there are a lot of security concerns that 5G throws up, and what are we doing to ensure that that doesn't happen? What is the substitute we are trying to make?
So when Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji announced the Atmanirbhar Bharat program, in that some of the critical technologies which are needed for our growth, the country decided, Prime Minister gave us a target that we must develop these technologies in the country. It was not an easy task. Developing the complete 4G technology stack end to end, which basically means the core network, the radio network, the network management system, and everything which is associated with it. Over and above that, moving from the 4G experience, building and designing the entire 5G ecosystem. What's important is, this has been done by a whole set of startups and other entrepreneurs who have come forward and put their efforts and resources in it. So if you see...
Yeah, can you take us through, I see here you've got the core. This is exactly what Huawei and others were making, and we are now doing this in India, you're saying?
Absolutely. So the core network, the radio network, all the elements of the radio network, even the chip which goes in the entire setup, all these are now designed by our Indian entrepreneurs, by our startups. They are not only going to install these in India, but they are also getting now international orders.
Chinese fighter jets and 13 warships come dangerously close to Taiwan. The United States summons China's ambassador to the US. G7 warns China not to use Nancy Pelosi's visit to ratchet up tension with Taiwan. ASEAN countries seek de-escalation. But is the Chinese President Xi Jinping listening, or is this a dress rehearsal for Taiwan's invasion in the years to come? Join me, Gaurav Sawant, as I get you the latest on India First at 10 p.m. tonight, only on India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Chinese fighter jets and 13 warships come dangerously close to Taiwan. The United States summons China's ambassador to the US. G7 warns China not to use Nancy Pelosi's visit to ratchet up tension with Taiwan. ASEAN countries seek de-escalation. But is the Chinese President Xi Jinping listening? Or is this a dress rehearsal for Taiwan's invasion in the years to come? Join me, Gaurav Sawant, as I get you the latest on India First at 10 p.m. tonight, only on India Today.
Presented by Aditya Birla Capital. Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-presented by JK Tyre Ranger Series. Stay wild at heart.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today, your primetime destination for news, newsmakers, talking points. The big talking point, is it now do or die for the Congress and the Gandhis as they hit the streets, claiming that they are standing against price rise and unemployment? Or is each opposition party simply doing its own thing at the moment? That's going to be the other big question we'll raise tonight. Let's first, of course, as always, bring you the 9 headlines at 9. Rahul Gandhi on the streets. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra dragged away by police. Gandhi family's Friday trial by fire as a nationwide stir over unemployment and price rise by the Congress sees several of their MPs and their workers detained and then released. The Black Friday face-off takes a new twist after the Home Minister Amit Shah attacks the Congress, links the protest to the 2nd anniversary of Ram Mandir Foundation. The Congress says the Home Minister's claims are absurd. The BJP has lost its nerve. A big meeting between Mamata Banerjee and Narendra Modi meet in the national capital. Mamata asked the Prime Minister for a release of central funds due to the state. West Bengal Chief Minister also makes a visit to Rashtrapati Bhavan. The Prevention of Money Laundering Act court in Kolkata remands sacked TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee and aide Arpita to 14-day judicial custody. ED claims it has recovered Partha's phone data, is scanning 50 bank accounts linked to him. Pakistan provokes on the 3rd anniversary of the Article 370 purge. India Today accesses an anti-India campaign that is spreading propaganda. A non-local labourer killed in a grenade attack in Pulwama. Incessant rains continue to lash Kerala. Orange alert issued in 8 districts including Palakkad and Idukki. Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan seeks Tamil Nadu Chief Minister's intervention to regulate water discharge from the dam catchment areas at the border. The RBI continues to signal that inflation remains a concern, hikes the repo rate by 50 BPS to 5.40%. Home loans and car loans will get further costlier. And in India's golden streak at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, para powerlifter Sudhir bags gold, Murli Sri Shankar wins silver. And China sanctions Nancy Pelosi and her family after the historic visit to Taiwan. Pelosi sends a message from Japan, says won't allow China to isolate the island nation. But tonight's top story, we've seen the Congress party finally hit the streets like not seen in recent times. That's right. The Congress party, led by the Gandhi family, were on the streets across the national capital, workers in several parts, protesting, they said, against price rise, GST hike and unemployment. Sonia, Rahul, Priyanka leading the protests in Delhi. Rahul Gandhi holding a press meet ahead of the protest, declaring there is no democracy left in India. His comments have drawn sharp reactions from the BJP, but clearly those images, particularly of Priyanka Gandhi Vadra being dragged by the police, have dominated the headlines. Let's take a look at how this drama unfolded on what turned out to be, for the Congress, they will claim, their version of Black Friday.
It is a rare sight. The entire Gandhi family on the road at the same time, wearing black, the universal color of protest. Breaking barricades, squatting on the road. Jostling against the police. Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra turned street fighters, a role that doesn't come naturally to them, a role they're often accused of taking up rather reluctantly. Even Sonia Gandhi, at 75 years of age, flanked by party MPs, held placards and raised slogans outside Parliament, leading a protest against price rise, GST and unemployment. The protests checked all the boxes. Lots of action, lots of drama. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra came armed with an LPG cylinder, an obvious reference to the rise in cooking gas prices. Their stated mission, a march from Parliament to Rashtrapati Bhavan and then Ghirao, the Prime Minister's residence, in defiance of prohibitory orders in place. But this was foiled by the Delhi police. The street protest lasted all of 4 hours before one by one the Congress leaders were packed into buses and cars by the Delhi police and taken to Kingsway Camp police station.
इनके मंत्री कह रहे हैं इनको महंगाई नहीं दिखती, तो हम पीएम हाउस तक चल के महंगाई दिखाना चाहते हैं, गैस का सिलेंडर दिखाना चाहते हैं जो आज कोई खरीद नहीं सकता है। उनके लिए महंगाई तो है नहीं, उन्होंने तो पूरी देश की संपत्ति, मोदी जी ने पूरे देश की संपत्ति अपने दोस्तों को दे दी है।
The day had started with a press meet by Rahul Gandhi, who declared democracy is dying in India, provoking an equally sharp reaction from the ruling BJP.
लोकतंत्र आज हिंदुस्तान में नहीं है, खत्म हो गया है. Democracy is now a memory in India. It is nothing more.
Mr. Rahul Gandhi, please reply to this straight question. Do you practice democracy within your party?
Union Home Minister Amit Shah, on the other hand, said the cat among pigeons, saying Congress protests were against the Ram Mandir movement as it was on this day, the 5th of August, that Prime Minister Narendra Modi did the Shilanyas for a Divya Bhavya Ram temple at Ayodhya.
कांग्रेस ने आज का दिन इसीलिए विरोध के लिए और विशेषकर काले कपड़ों में विरोध के लिए सिलेक्ट किया है कि वो एक सटल मैसेज देना चाहते हैं कि हम राम जन्मभूमि के शिलान्यास का विरोध करते हैं और अपनी तुष्टीकरण की नीति को वो आगे बढ़ाना चाहते हैं.
Reduced to power in just 2 states and cornered by the central investigative agencies such as Enforcement Directorate, it is do or die situation for the Gandhis. The Congress managed to hold a massive protest over price rise across the country and declared a Black Friday in the national capital. However, politics is not a one-day match, and the battle for 2024 is a long way to go. With video journalist Alok Das, this is Amit Bhardwaj reporting for India Today from Delhi.
So the Congress led by the Gandhis hitting the streets. Joining me now is someone who also hit the street just out of detention is Congress leader Sachin Pilot. Appreciate your joining us. Sachin Pilot, how are we to read what we saw on the streets today? Is it the recognition that the Congress finally has that you can't fight the Modi government or any government by sitting in drawing rooms, by tweeting away, but actually you've got to hit the streets? Is this a change in strategy of the Congress party taking up issues like price rise?
You see, Rajdeep, this has been an issue which the Congress party has been consistently been active on. Of course, there are other issues that took center stage a couple of weeks ago. But I think the pertinent question is that the government has shied away from answering questions inside the parliament. The response has been to suspend members of parliament, to put leaders in detention, to give no answers. The finance minister's speech in the parliament really was almost nothing in terms of answers to the questions. People of India are reeling under immense and high inflation. Food prices, fuel prices, living cost has gone so out of control, and there is no remedy in the sight. So government really should come forward with a set of procedures or steps they might take, answer those tough questions. Unemployment, farm crisis, these are issues that bother every single Indian, and we as the opposition are well within our right to ask those tough questions. The government, on the other hand, is trying to deflect attention by saying it's this family, that party, this leader. Just answer the question why people of India are suffering with the highest ever inflation,
No,
with the highest ever unemployment.
Sachin Pilot, the government and its supporters are saying that the Congress party has woken up to these issues only when their leadership is being questioned by the ED. So they are claiming that these protests are actually directed at the survival of the first family, in defense of the Gandhi family, and not about price rise and unemployment.
Absolutely incorrect. That the institutions are being weakened by the government of India, the agencies are being misused politically is a very open secret now. We've put our voices on that. But this is a totally separate issue. As a political party, as a principal opposition party, it is our duty, our right, our responsibility that we must speak out for the people. And what happened today? We protested all over India, but in our own Congress headquarters, the office, they put section 144, you detain people, put them in buses, take members of parliament into detention in the police stations. You don't allow us to do a dharna, do a protest march. We were not making any speeches, we were not breaking any law, we were not doing any violent protest. There was no misdemeanor from our side. But to not allow us the space and opposition people to speak even, that's unacceptable. In our democracy, BJP was in opposition for the longest time. But there was always space given to them. They could raise their voice, they could raise concerns, ask questions to the government, and we were answerable. Today we've seen that you muzzle the voice of the opposition. If you speak against the BJP or the government of India, you are going to be in trouble. You will be targeted. And today same thing happened. It's become like a common practice now. You put police force, use the agencies, use the government of India's entire strength to pick up members of parliament and take away. That's not acceptable. I think that's something that people of India are watching, the reaction of the government.
You know, Mr. Pilot, we saw some powerful images. For example, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra there in a sit-in on the streets, accusations made that she was being manhandled. I just want to understand, is this all a one-day event? Am I to understand that this, as I asked you at the start, is this a change in strategy, a realization that the Congress needs to hit the street? And do you have the organizational depth really to make this a nationwide protest? Most of the protests today was centered around Delhi. Do you have the organizational depth to take this across the country, and will it be sustained, or is this a one-day event at the moment?
You work in a very large national channel. Why don't you take inputs from Odisha, Guwahati, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Jaipur, Patna, Gwalior, everywhere? The Congress Party organization is pan-India. We demonstrate in every city, every block, every district, every capital, and people of India are watching what we are saying and what the reaction is. I would have appreciated if Government of India came forward and said, well, prices are high, we'll take certain steps and bring them down. We, I think in the Congress are very clear. We demand answers. We get none. In Parliament, they use their brute majority to throw out members of Parliament, suspend them. So we have a sustained campaign. Make sure that the voters realize what people say and what parties do. The BJP and the Government of India really now have to come to terms that they have mismanaged the economy. People are really suffering, especially the middle classes and the young people. The farms crisis, the Agniveer scheme, the unemployment, inflation, all critical issues. And I think in a democracy, the opposition role is almost as important as the government's role. There must be accountability, must be transparent answers to the question that we raised. But this shoving people into the police stations, that's not acceptable. I think that absolutely goes against the grain of what we stand as a democracy.
But the fact is that the BJP or the government can turn around and say, look, we are winning election after election. The people are with us. The Congress is saying it's a dictatorship. Rahul Gandhi is calling Narendra Modi a dictator, saying that, the fact is that the BJP claims we are connected with the people, while the Congress party is the one that is disconnected.
I think that's open to judgment. Who's more connected? Yes, you win elections, you lose elections. It's part of an election cycle. I don't claim, to say that we have won all elections, but I can claim that our intent is right. We are in opposition. We fully respect the mandate of the people of India, but we have a responsibility. We'll discharge our responsibility. Let the Government of India discharge its responsibility. But to say because you win elections, you can do as you please. Winning an election does not give you the right to undermine institutions, to have the highest ever inflation, to let the economy get so badly disturbed. You have, in a parliamentary democracy, to keep answering the questions that are being raised. But to say that you have one election and you have the voters of India in your pocket for eternity, that I think seems a bit arrogant, and no one should ever think that, because you have to keep going back to people. Elections are won and lost not for eternity, but for a 5-year term. So, and while you're serving the people, you have got to give space to the opposition, Rajdeep. My problem is that entire opposition, especially the Congress party, every time we raise a question, you try and stifle that voice. To muzzle the voice of the opposition is not a healthy sign. I think we live in a time and age where people are very smart. They know who's saying what. I'm not saying the Congress party has no faults at all or we are absolutely perfect. But yes, in this case, we have raised a very genuine issue which really matters to the people. Instead of answering those questions, you're alleging things. I mean, मैंने देखा है कि विपक्ष usually puts question to the government. Here, the government is questioning the opposition.
My final question to you. The images we saw, as I said, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra sit in, Rahul Gandhi breathing fire and brimstone against the Modi government, Sonia Gandhi also seen outside Parliament. Am I to understand that the leadership of your party now will be Sonia, Rahul, Priyanka, a Trimurti, or are we going to see in the next 1 month a fresh leadership to the Congress? The question arises, who will be your Congress president? Is all this a part of now seeing the Congress in a way having a new leadership with the Gandhis taking a more direct role frontally? What are we going to see? What we've seen today, is it a sign of the times or not?
We are going to see a collective, formidable challenge to the leadership the Government of India has gone today. The BJP has to answer questions. In the Congress party, Mrs. Gandhi is the Congress president, and all of us are working unitedly for the people of India. There are no elections today and this week or next week. But at the same time, it is our job to keep those questions on the table, to be on the streets, to live and fight for the people of India that may not have voted for us, but we owe them that much. So the Congress party is well within its right, and I think the leadership issue, we'll have elections in the next 4 to 6 weeks. It'll all become clear, but our issues, our aim, our principles and convictions remain as they were.
But will the Congress party be the magnet for other opposition parties to come together? No other opposition party was seen on the streets with you. They were doing their own thing. So the question arises, will we see the Congress now trying to become a magnet for other opposition parties, or is it, as I started off, at the outset, just first to ensure that the ED heat, as your critics accuse, is off the Gandhis' back?
Not at all. I think the Congress party has a historical role to play in Indian politics. It's not about magnet and central position. It's about give and take. It's about understanding that this country needs a strong opposition, and all political parties that are opposed to the BJP will come forward. We will forge alliances. There'll be some give and take. It's not easy to work things out, but I'm sure as the time approaches for the next election in 2024, everybody will sit down together, put their heads together, understand what this country and our democracy needs, far more than what personally me or someone else or some other party needs. So the opposition is strong. It has to get stronger, and you'll see that in the next few months.
Okay, on that note, Sachin Pilot, is always a pleasure talking to you. Thank you very much for joining me here at the top of the news today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so while the Congress led by the Gandhi family went on the offensive today and took to these street protests on price rise, the opposition itself was presenting very different images. Mamata Banerjee, for example, was with the Prime Minister in a one-to-one chai pe charcha, raising issues, she said, related to funding needed by Bengal for government schemes like MGNREGA. This, of course, comes in the backdrop of what happened last week to one of our ministers who was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate too. So that led to some speculation. There was also Sanjay Raut, who continues to be in jail, arrested by the ED in Mumbai, and he and the Shiv Sena, remember, are taking on now the BJP there and claiming that the ED is being misused. The Shiv Sena, of course, splitting, and a government in Maharashtra being formed by Eknath Shinde, the rebel Sena leader. And Arvind Kejriwal, meanwhile, is proceeding with his election campaigns in Gujarat in particular, and also Himachal Pradesh. So the opposition moving in different directions. And that really leads me to ask the big questions today. Let's raise those big questions. The first big question, is this do or die for the Gandhi family? Number two, will the opposition accept the leadership of the Gandhis? Do or die, will they accept their leadership? Is each opposition party simply doing their own thing? And can there therefore ever be a joint opposition challenge in a way to the Modi government on issues like price rise or indeed the ED's actions? Let's get straight into our debate today. And joining me now on the big debate is Priyanka Chaturvedi, Shiv Sena MP, Dr. Shashi Panja, Minister in the Trinamool Congress Government of Bengal, Dr. Syed Zafar Islam, former Rajya Sabha MP of the BJP, Shama Mohammed, National Spokesperson of the Congress, and Rahul Srivastava, National Affairs Editor. So let's take those big questions. And since you are gheraud almost today, Zafar Islam, by the opposition, let me ask you the first question, which is quite simply this. Those images of Congress persons protesting on the streets, of Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, Rahul Gandhi being taken into detention, the Congress has occupied the mind space at least for a day. Does that worry the BJP, the manner in which now the Congress is hitting the streets?
It is very apparent that leaders are out to protect the family. For them, family comes first, then the country comes, and the people of this great country comes, and of course the party comes. So their loyalty lies with the family, and that's why they're trying to protect the family, because they will cease to exist if they are not loyal to their family. And that's why everybody is on the street. But everyone in the country knows that it is not for the people of this great country, not for the country. The issue is only to safeguard the interest of the first family of Congress party. They are into corruption. They have committed sin, and now ED is interrogating them. ED is asking them questions. That's why they are really disturbed.
So you don't accept that these protests are about price rise, these protests are about unemployment. You maintain that these protests are about the survival of the Congress because their first family is being interrogated by the Enforcement Directorate. Am I correct?
Yes, Rajdeep, let me tell you, the world knows, and the people of India know. They are fully updated what is happening across the globe. Everyone knows that the inflation and Mahanga in every other country is skyrocketing, while it is still controlled in India. See the situation in neighboring countries and see the situation in the developed economies and everywhere.
But you're saying this is not about price rise, this is about saving the first family. Let me get Shama Mohammed to respond to that. Shama Mohammed, you want to respond before I go to my other panelists? Is this the optics of it? Is this about price rise really? Or is it about the Congress survival because its first family is being targeted now by the Modi government?
Rajdeep, I also happen to be a doctor, since you mentioned two others who are doctors in this panel. Yes. So I also happen to be a doctor. Now, the most important thing today, we had put out a circular 1 week back that we will be protesting on price rise. We're very clear on unemployment and the 5% GST there. So the question arises is, when we were not protesting, all of you all were asking, where is the Congress? Today, Congress is out on the street. And let me tell you, Rajdeep, I fail to understand why one cannot protest in a peaceful manner in a democracy. What is the problem of the Bharatiya Janata Party? What does Mr. Modi fear? Of course, we were protesting price rise. I was, in fact, at AICC, Rajdeep. I failed to understand why there is Section 144. I couldn't get out of my office. And when I got out today, the policewoman pulled my sari off. I mean, luckily, the Youth Congress workers surrounded me. The policewoman pulled my sari. I mean, I didn't know what to do. They helped me out. And you saw the way Priyanka Gandhi was manhandled by the police, by Amit Shah's police. The question today you need to ask them is, of course, there's a huge price rise. They cannot say there is no price rise. He says everything is controlled. When did the gas price start increasing? From 410 to 1,053?
Dr. Shama Mohammed, prices have been rising for months. It's only now it appears that the Congress is mobilizing itself, and that too principally in Delhi. The fact is, therefore, the government will link this to the Enforcement Directorate questioning of your leadership. You should have been out on the streets much earlier.
So, Rajdeep, we have been out on the streets in states multiple number of times. And you know that we have protested in states last year many a times. And that's when you ask us, why are senior leaders not out there? Why are you not protesting in Delhi? And this is one question you had asked me in one debate. Today, the senior leaders, the senior most, are out on the streets protesting. And now you ask me that why is it happening in Delhi? Of course, we have to do it in Delhi. You remember when Sushma Swaraj and Arun Jaitley and all were protesting, did we stop them from protesting? Of course not. We want to protest in a peaceful manner. We are clear. I want you to ask Zafar Islam, why is Section 144 there when we want to peacefully protest? Is peaceful protest not allowed in a democracy? Today, what Rahul Gandhi said is very right. Democracy is dead in this country. There is no democracy.
Zafar Islam, respond that there is an excessive use of force. You're trying to intimidate the opposition, particularly the Congress. The manner in which you've gone about it, the police force outside the AICC headquarters, all designed to intimidate.
Rajdeep, you have to understand that the Congress party has lost its credibility in the eyes of the people of this great country. They understand, the people understand that why they are doing this drama now. When the world is experiencing inflation here as well as across the globe, and we are acknowledging that there is an upward pressure on the price rise. But it is being controlled, and all the policy measures are being taken to address the concern. Having said that, it is very important for everyone to understand that Congress party is trying to disrupt the parliament. Congress party is trying to disrupt everywhere. If they really want to discuss the price rise issue, they can discuss in the parliament.
But it's very interesting while the Congress and the BJP are facing off here in the national capital, guess what? Mamata Banerjee having chai one-on-one meeting with the Prime Minister, Dr. Shashi Panja. The buzz in Delhi, could there be some deal between the Trinamool Congress and the government, particularly after your former minister Partha Chatterjee was arrested and serious charges are being made of corruption, lots of cash being found with his aide? Is there a deal in the offing? Congress on the street, Mamata having chai with the Prime Minister?
No, Rajdeep ji, it is very clear that there can be political differences, and we are in fact fighting it out against the ruling dispensation, but there are no political compromise. This was a pre-scheduled appointment, and in fact Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister of the state, is fighting for her state, because here when you cannot defeat a party by in a mandate, in a people's mandate, then you try to strangulate the state economically, and that's precisely what is happening. She's gone there to fight for her dues.
You're saying she's raising economic issues, but the fact is, a couple of weeks ago, she was seen in a photograph with Hemanta Biswa Sarma, Assam Chief Minister, and Jagdeep Dhankar in Darjeeling. Few days later, she decides to abstain from the vice presidential election, despite her differences with Mr. Dhankar. Now she's seen with the Prime Minister. What's the message going out? Is Mamata Banerjee softening while Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra go hit the streets?
Now, what you said, meeting Jagdeep Dhankar, he was then the Honorable Governor of West Bengal, and the Chief Minister of Assam was there. And incidentally, Mamata Banerjee was there in North Bengal in Darjeeling before they had arrived. So it was purely a courtesy visit.
Right.
I mean, the least we would do is to...
So there is no deal. So you're saying there is no deal.
Why should there?
You're saying there is no deal. Mamata Banerjee will be uncompromising in her opposition towards the Modi government.
Absolutely. Because what we are trying to say, that political differences are there, but they should not impact the center and state relations. It's impacting the relations because he is depriving. They are taking it politically. They are taking out political vendetta. We have been fighting for this, not today, for years along. We have been fighting against this.
Okay, so you're saying it's about asking for your dues for Bengal. That was what the meeting was. We were told it was also about GST rates being slashed. But Priyanka Chaturvedi, I am in Mumbai at the moment, and here the buzz is about the Shiv Sena. Not only has the party split, but you've got one of your leaders, Sanjay Raut, in jail with the Enforcement Directorate. You moved an adjournment motion in Parliament seeking a debate on what you're saying, misuse of the Enforcement Directorate. The impression I get is every opposition party is doing its own thing. You are doing your adjournment motions in Delhi, Congress is on the streets, Mamata is seeking funds from the centre. How do I read it? How do I read these conflicting signals in a way that one is getting? Priyanka Chaturvedi, how do I read these conflicting signals?
You can either choose to read conflicting signals, or you could look at this as a Chief Minister of West Bengal who's being denied her rightful funds from the centre, having to meet the person who's leading the central government, which is the Prime Minister of India, having a conversation on that particular issue. I wouldn't want to read too many things between the lines as far as the opposition leadership is concerned, and elected Chief Ministers of a state are concerned, who are getting no cooperation from the centre. And that is because we know that Mamata Banerjee ji has been fighting the fight on the streets of West Bengal. Having said that, I was listening to this conversation by the argument coming from Syed Zafar Islam. I just want to say something. The price rise discussion that happened in the Lok Sabha, we heard almost mocking tone and tenor, not just of the finance minister of the country, but also the elected representatives representing the Bharatiya Janata Party in their particular constituencies. We had a very learned Jayant Sinha ji saying, "Mehengai kahan hai? विपक्ष महंगाई ढूंढ रहा है." एंड निशिकांत दुबे जी सिंह, हमने तो फ्री फंड का राशन दिया था. There is record tod महंगाई, which Zafar Islam ji himself admitted, and he says, oh, दूसरे, compare it to the other nations. I would ask him, he's a financial expert, can he also tell us what are the per capita incomes in these countries that he's comparing it to? And you'll have an answer to that.
No, but is the battle about record tod mehengai, about unemployment, or is it about, as the government is alleging, because your leaders, whether it's Sanjay Raut in Mumbai, or whether it is the Gandhi family in Delhi, or whether it's Partha Chatterjee in Bengal, the ED is after you. So it's about your survival. Is it about survival for the opposition, or about raising these people's issues consistently? So will you all consistently raise it?
No, I'll be very glad to answer this question. Let me give you some facts and figures which are coming from the Minister of State of Finance of this country. And this is to a parliamentary question that I had put across, that what are the cases, number of cases as summons by ED were issued between 2004 to 2014. Answer is 200 plus summons, all right. Then I asked them 2014 to 2022, 8 years versus the 10 years. There are 3,000 plus summons, 3,000 plus summons. Then I asked them what's the conviction rate of these summons that are given. 23 people, which is 0.5% of the summons issued. All right, we stop at that. Then we look at political representatives. Out of 609 cases, which are political representatives have ED summons issued to them, 570 of them happen to be from the opposition. So what am I to understand? What is the country supposed to understand? An Enforcement Directorate, which is supposed to maintain financial accountability and transparency and is a constitutional body and has to work independently of any fear or favor coming from any part of the, whether it's the judiciary, whether it's the executive, whether it is the legislative, is today working as an extended department which has been heavily weaponized by the Bharatiya Janata Party, which is at the center.
Are your protests inside Parliament and outside Parliament about the ED, or are they about Mehengai? Are they about Naukri? Are they about the economy? I want to get this very clear.
Democracy is not just about protesting inside the Parliament, outside the Parliament. Democracy, when someone says murder of democracy, I'll tell you, democracy consists of three major pillars. There's the executive, there's a judiciary, and there's a legislative. And the fourth which is considered popular, is the journalists and the media. Today we see them under constant attack. Constitutional bodies are being undermined, whether you look at an Enforcement Directorate, whether you look at the CBI, whether you look at the Income Tax, whether you look at the Election Commission of India. Every single agency is being undermined. Every single agency is being undermined in this country, and that is what democracy tells us as elected representatives in this country, in a democracy where the treasury benches are as important as the opposition benches, that we speak up for undermining of all these procedures, all these processes. And that is what we're doing. And if that includes price rise, if that includes joblessness, if that includes the weaponization of Enforcement Directorate, we will raise those voices.
Okay, so these are multiple issues you're claiming to raise. Rahul Srivastava, how do you see it? Do you see this as the opposition finally realizing that the only way to fight, in a way, the Modi government, or fight for their own survival, is to hit the street? And you can't simply now either tweet about it, but you're going to have to do something more. In that sense, the Congress seems to have realized, there aaya durust aaye, that you've got to hit the street, including their leaders. You can't fight politics in the drawing room anymore.
Rajiv, it's always said that the floors of democracy are made from the dust of the villages. I think the opposition, the Congress may have realized it, but I think several political parties have in their own spheres, say Mamata Banerjee, have taken to the streets a long time ago, and perhaps they benefited from it already. The last election in Bengal was a classic example that when a party is on the streets, it does manage to do much better.
Syed Zafar Islam, you're listening to these various voices from the opposition. Rahul is not the opposition, he's giving us the objective perspective, but the sense we are getting is that the opposition is finding a voice and the government wants to in some way silence it. That's the charge made against your government. That the figures, for example, that Priyanka Chaturvedi gave, where a majority of the ED cases, for example, are to target you. How do you respond?
Rajdeep, it is a baseless allegation, first of all. Second, this people who have committed crime, people who have committed deeply into corruption, they will have to face the music. Earlier, the understanding was, tum bhi khao, main bhi khao. But today, there's a government who is extremely critical about corruption. Zero tolerance on corruption, and that is something which is so apparent that we are allowing agencies without any interference, that whenever you have the evidence, when you have the lead, when you have enough evidence, then you must, they are catching those individuals who have committed crime or corruption in the past. Like, for instance, just see, Priyanka Chaturvedi was talking about a finance minister and her speech, and also some of our colleagues, she mentioned that what did they speak on the floor of the parliament. But just see Sanjay Rao, see the video. I mean, what is he trying to do? Is he a Robin Hood? Or has he won some medal for the country? I mean, he is being interrogated for corruption he has committed. And see the kind of body language. That only suggests that earlier government, there was complete tolerance on corruption, but there is zero tolerance on corruption now.
Yes, Priyanka Chaturvedi, you want to make a quick observation?
Very, very small observation. he was talking about Sanjay Raut ji. Sanjay Raut ji was good. The visuals seem to have really disturbed Bharatiya Janata Party clearly, and they seem to have forgotten that those who they've used ED tactics on and almost arm twisted them to sit in their laps and become a part of the Bharatiya Janata Party is right now the sitting Chief Minister of Assam. Ask him to speak about Sardha scam. Ask him to speak about the Louis Berger scam. There's so many. Suvendu Adhikari ji, I can name so many people. In fact, Nitin Gadkari ji is on record saying, जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी में शामिल होता है, उस पे हम वॉशिंग मशीन चालू कर देते हैं, वो उनके दाग धुल जाते हैं. That means these are dags put out of convenience to be able to pressurize, arm twist, democracy and enforce democracy model to be implemented by the Bharatiya Janata Party. I have given you numbers. Numbers speak for themselves. I have also given you examples of how ED inquiries go into a cold storage as soon as these people join the Bharatiya Janata Party. So, you know, his entire charge sounds ridiculous. While today Sanjay Raut ji is facing all these charges because he refused to cow down to this kind of bullying tactics. And there are those, Maharashtra is a prime example, there are those who were facing
there will be those, of course, who will say there is no smoke.
The Bharatiya Janata Party are seeing their entire slate cleaned up from the ED charges.
But there will be, of course, those who will say there is no smoke without fire in the cases that the ED has filed. But, you know, Shama Mohammed, let's return to where we started. Are we to understand that the Congress party now will persistently take up these issues? Will price rise, unemployment now become the calling cards? We are told of a Bharat Jodo Yatra that Rahul Gandhi intends to initiate from October. Is the Congress also realizing you cannot fight politics sitting in a drawing room? Let's be very clear. You may argue that the Congress has been out on the street. The criticism is still there that far too many of your leaders have never really hit the streets consistently.
Rajdeep, I just want to remind Zafar that not allowing Parliament to function is also a form of democracy, was told by Sushma Swaraj, none other than her. So let's understand very importantly, he keeps saying ED, corrupt. I mean, who is the only politician who was convicted in 2011 and who went to jail for corruption is Yediyurappa from the Bharatiya Janata Party. I mean, none of our politicians have been convicted like Yediyurappa has been put behind bars. And the other thing which we really want to clarify today is he keeps talking about ED and our leaders. Our leaders were called for questioning, both Sonia Gandhi as well as Rahul ji. Both of them went to the ED. Rahul ji, in fact, for 5 days, 50 hours, Mrs. Gandhi for 2 days. And in fact, she said, do you want to ask me more questions? I'm ready to come. So this is the way. So we are not hindering their investigation in any form. And the other important aspect is, now, let me tell him that a question asked in the parliament that how many youths were given jobs from 2014 to now. How many of them applied? And the parliament's answer is 22 crore youth applied for jobs from then, 2014 to now. And the government could only give 7.2 lakh jobs from a man who promised 2 crore jobs a year. So, of course, we will fight for unemployment. Another thing, whenever we talk about gas prices, every time they come and say, you know, we have the PM Awas Yojana. I'll give him another important information. In the last 5 years, 4.13 crore people could not afford a single refill of LPG. This is again an answer from the parliament, while 7.67 crore people refilled it only once. Of course, we are going to fight for this.
Ma'am, I asked you a question. Am I to understand that you will hit the street? I just want to therefore put across what Amit Shah has just said. Just a minute. Amit Shah today has said that Narendra Modi did the Ram Mandir Shilanyas this year and this day last year, and therefore the Congress's black dress protest is against the Mandir. This is what Amit Shah is saying. Listen to what Amit Shah said, that this is not a black day protest about prices, this is against the Prime Minister and the Mandir. And Yogi Adityanath is also now calling the protest anti-Mandir. So new spin, good spin bowling being done by the BJP is all I can say. Listening to what Amit Shah said.
आज ही के दिन इस देश के प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने राम जन्मभूमि का शिलान्यास किया था। कांग्रेस ने आज का दिन इसीलिए विरोध के लिए और विशेषकर काले कपड़ों में विरोध के लिए सिलेक्ट किया है कि वो एक सटल मैसेज देना चाहते हैं कि हम राम जन्मभूमि के शिलान्यास का विरोध करते हैं और
You know, Zafar Islam, that is really googly bowling of the highest order. I have not heard something so absurd. Is this really the spin that the BJP is seriously expecting people to believe that these protests are against the Mandir? Surely not. Zafar, No, just a minute. Let Zafar Islam respond, please.
Rajdeep.
Zafar bhai? Yes.
Yeah, I respond to that. You have seen Congress, you just do a back testing of their approach and their statement and what they have said in the past. And you will get to know that they were totally untied. And that's why the Honorable Home Minister has acknowledged and everybody has acknowledged that they have chosen the date, particularly because this is the date which coincides with the date where the Shilyanas of Ram Mandir was decided.
I am amazed, Zafar Islam. You're saying this with a straight face. You're saying this with a straight face, Rahul Srivastava. I mean, I thought that, just a minute, Rahul Srivastava, the BJP is a very intelligent party. But really, for the BJP to link this now to anti-Mandir protest, is the BJP seriously unnerved, Rahul Srivastava? Is this a sign of some nervousness?
Absolutely.
See, Rajdeep, I think this is not sign of nerves. I think if there is a method behind what is being done. See, in politics, we don't have clean cupboards. We have skeletons one way or the other. And I think if an ED knocks at your door or my door, they will always find something. It can even be spit and run. The problem here is if you see Shiv Sena, there is Sanjay Raut being targeted. I think it's primarily because somewhere the BJP and the center, the BJP wants to dismantle the core of the Shiv Sena.
No, Rahul, I am referring to Amit Shah's statement saying these protests today were anti-Mandir.
Now, I just want to tell you one thing. The country remembers November 9, 2019. That is when the Supreme Court verdict came on Ram Mandir judgment. And that is something that came via the Supreme Court. It did not come via Bharatiya Janata Party's efforts. It was a collective effort of whether it's Shiv Sena, Bharatiya Janata Party or whichever other political party. This was a win for the temple. It was a win for our culture, and in November 9, 2019. So this connection that he's trying to make is so absurd, and it clearly shows that they really are impacted by the kind of protests that you're seeing, the kind of opposition unity that you're seeing, and they know that they are cornered. They do not have answers to major questions.
I'm not seeing opposition unity, ma'am. I am not seeing opposition unity. I am seeing, let me therefore turn to the question. Since you mentioned opposition unity, Shashi Panja, is a party like the Trinamool today ready to join hands with the Congress on the protests on the streets? Trinamool Congress has not joined the protests. You're not even supporting the opposition on the vice president issue. Where is the unity? The BJP benefits from all of you being splintered.
The BJP should actually be aiming for a positive vote. If they really want to win the hearts of the people and the people's mandate, they should fight for a positive vote and not use so many other institutions to try to win. Anyway, Rajdeep, I was actually looking at your Twitter youth with Hemanta Biswa Sarma. It's getting pretty interesting, and we hope this will graduate to a full-blown show or a debate. Let's see how it turns out. But having said that, opposition unity will
none
always
of you
be
are
there.
answering my questions today.
No, I'm answering.
I'm sorry, ma'am. None of you are answering my question. I asked you a question. Are you ready to lead protest? Just a minute. The Congress has hit the streets. Are you all ready to join them?
We are joining every. Have you seen the parliament? When actually the parliament was allowed to function to raise the issue, did you see the floor of the parliament? The entire opposition was together fighting on price rise and people's issues. So the opposition is extremely united. We may differ on vice presidential issues. You see, we differed even on not from the opposition parties, but on the president who got elected. Today, Mamata Banerjee has gone and she has visited the honorable president of the country. So, there can be certain issues on which we may differ. That doesn't mean the opposition is disunited. And Mamata Banerjee is always said,
but there is a question.
I am a soldier.
There is
I will be standing in the rear of the line.
Okay.
I will be standing in the rear
I
of the
want
line,
to know though, Rahul Srivastava, 30 seconds, Kaun Banega Challenger. Somewhere in all these protests, are we seeing each political party positioning themselves ahead of 2024? Congress saying we are hitting the streets on price rise. The Shiv Sena saying we will take on the Enforcement Directorate and their excesses. The Trinamool Congress saying we are a party which is a party of soldiers that takes on the BJP. Are we seeing Kaun Banega Challenger playing out again?
Yes, Rajdeep, there is definitely the decline of the Congress, and regional players doing better in challenging the BJP, definitely there is a race on. Say, for example, Mamata Banerjee tweaking her policy right after the raids on her ministers, and also perhaps realizing that she has got a long way ahead as far as the Bengal elections are concerned. Importantly, I think what the Congress is doing is perhaps realizing that hitting the streets is important. One, it has to remain the principal opposition party. Second, within the Congress, there the public perception that the Congress is not fighting for the first family, but for the people. That impression is a second element. The third is, I think, what's going to happen in the Congress is the next 1 month. As far as the leadership issue, when did you see Sonia Gandhi going into the floor of the House, well of the House? When did you see protests like this? I think the Congress first family is settling that debate also. So there is definitely a battle on. Idea, Rajdeep, behind these ED raids is discrediting your opponents basically to a point and raise questions about the core leaderships of the party, that this is what they are about. And that is why today equating the protest of the Congress to the Ram Mandir foundation element.
I will now ask one last question to you, Zafar Islam. Today I got into a Twitter battle of sorts with Himanta Biswa Sarma, because in the morning I raised, why not Rahul Gandhi and Narendra Modi have an open debate? I just mentioned it when Rahul Gandhi had his press conference. Himanta Biswa Sarma said that I will send a Zilla Parishad leader to take on Rahul Gandhi. I don't need Prime Minister Modi is way above Rahul Gandhi. Just a minute, ma'am, now. Zafar Islam, are you ready for a full debate? Narendra Modi versus either Rahul Gandhi or Mamata Banerjee or an Arvind Kejriwal. Should we have a proper debate on all these issues, from price rise to the economy? Are you ready for it or not?
Let me respond to this. Let me respond to the Rajdeep. First of all, it is not a hidden fact that Mr. Sarma has worked very closely with Rahul Gandhi, and he understands him through and through. What is his intelligence level? What is his how much he can really debate with the Honorable Prime Minister? And that based on his understanding, based on his experience, he has stated something which probably he thinks is the best fit for a Zilla Parishad.
So we will have no debate, no press conference. So we will have no debate between our top leaders, and we will not have a press conference
of the Prime Minister for that many years that he's been Prime Minister.
Okay, I seem to have struck a raw nerve by saying that. I struck a raw nerve this morning by suggesting there could be an open debate. I have struck a raw nerve by mentioning the word press conference. Let's leave it there. Let's leave it there. Okay, this is supposed to be news without the noise. Sometimes it is noise. I appreciate, though, all my guests joining us. Temperatures are rising clearly on the street and in the studio today. Thank you all very much for joining me. Okay, you're watching the news today. Let's take a break. On the other side, we'll turn to our good news today story. It comes tonight from Kerala. We'll tell you more on why this person is our good news story.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
We've just concluded the historic 5G spectrum auctions. How satisfied are you with the outcome of this and what is its significance?
See, the 5G spectrum auction has concluded with good success. It's a reflection of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi's reform program. In September last year, he set out a very important structural and procedural reform. He followed it up with reforms in WPC, which is the spectrum management body of the country. Then there were reforms in how telecom towers are set, how the optical fiber cable which has to be laid, so what are the ROW permissions. So there is a whole series of reforms across the gamut of telecom sector, and what we see today, the result of
Welcome back. Let's turn to tonight's good news today story. Gopinath Muthukad is one of India's most celebrated magicians. Now, Muthukad, who has stopped performing magic, now runs an arts academy for differently abled children. His motto, magic with a mission. Take a look at tonight's good news today story.
Magician Gopinath Muthukad hung his cape a few months ago. But his post-retirement mission is as beautiful as his magic. The Kerala illusionist is teaching differently abled children various art forms through an initiative called Different Art Center.
I am not a magician, I was a magician. I stopped my profession, that magic profession.
With the new approach towards teaching the specially abled, the centre says it trains children in various art forms with a touch of magic to enrich their physical and mental development. Children are taught dance, music, painting, magic and various instruments.
They conducted a research, a study on these children, what's happening to them. And comparing to the pre-assessment and the final assessment, they found that their IQ, EQ level developed like anything, and the disability percentage is decreased like anything.
The centre, inaugurated in 2019, now has more than 100 students. It also conducts programs with audience to boost the confidence of performers and create greater self-awareness among participants.
This is our 7 areas: Beethoven, Bengal of music, dance, Western classic, magic and instruments, then last drawing area.
Even after his retirement, magician Gopinath looks to pull off a final act by aiming to help the specially abled children.
And what exactly is that magic he's seeking for? To know that, a little bit of more time inside the Different Art Center at Magic Planet is all that you need. With video journalist Tinku Rajashekar, this is Shivimol KG reporting for India Today from Thiruvananthapuram.
Our image of the day also comes from Kerala, where India added another medal to its tally on day 7 of the Commonwealth Games. Murli Sri Shankar made history when he won a silver medal in the long jump event. The 23-year-old from Palakkad, Kerala, had a best jump of 8.08 meters in the final. A bronze in the high jump. Now we've got a silver in the long jump. India hopefully jumping to greater and greater glory. On that note, thanks for watching. Stay well, stay safe. Good night, Shubhratri, Jai Hind, Namaskar.
Raj.
Gender-agnostic fashion lines and models are now prominent in India too. While the trend is still catching up, more non-binary models are getting their due finally. The Pride Month each year brings more awareness and the change is palpable.
Fashion seems to be breaking the gender barrier, right? And I think a lot of that credit goes to people like Ranveer Singh, who are massively looked upon, looked up to by this particular generation. The fact that he breaks stereotypes and he's not conforming to this whole idea is great. So people say if he can do it, so can we. And which is so ironic in India because our royals, our Rajas and Maharajas were always wearing these very sort of flowy, clothes, which today, well, could have been considered feminine, but that was part of how we were. In fact, even like jewelry and men with so much jewelry and stuff was very part of our Rajas and Maharajas and the royal culture. So I'm glad today we're coming back to this point where, that whole thing in the middle where we went through saying skirts are for women and shirts and pants are for men is sort of dissolving, and that's incredible.
Fashion is a means of self-expression and new social constructs in order to bring about sartorial changes as well. Whether it is the Indian kurta or the dhoti or the angarakhas, Indian tradition has always had elements of gender fluidity. Today it is the printed pants, bomber jackets, tees, all screaming gender fluidity. The designers are getting more aware, discerning of inclusivity and creating genderless fashion. They are involving models who are queer and non-binary and giving them their due. Nitin Baranwal, who identifies himself as queer and non-binary, was featured in an iconic Rahul Mishra ensemble. In fact, the Sabyasachi ex Bergdorf Goodman made a statement in this regard too. Model Rabani Victor has been featured in multiple designer
Presented by Green Lamb Laminates, Har Gustakhi Saaf. Co-powered by HDFC Bank Parivartan, a step towards sustainable progress. In association with Hetic Fittings, make your furniture work beautifully. Offer पे ऑफर सिर्फ कल्याण ज्वेलर्स में.
.68 Chinese Air Force fighter jets and 13 warships come dangerously close to Taiwan. China's reckless provocation angers the US. Washington DC summons Beijing's ambassador and condemns the military action. China hits back at the US. China, Taiwan and US tensions escalate. Is China preparing for war? That's our top focus on India First. There is a sharp spike in tensions and the world is worried. China has claimed it fired missiles and rockets close to the waters of Taiwan. The US summoned the Chinese ambassador and launched a strong protest. China cancelled at least 6 sets of engagements with the US, including climate change dialogue and maritime security dialogue. But can this escalation lead to a shooting war between China and Taiwan? And is China being called out by ASEAN and G7 countries? What does that mean? I'm Gaurav Sawant. We'll get you much more on this big story, but as always, let's get started with the headlines on India First. Union Home Minister Amit Shah hits out at the Gandhi family over their Black Friday protest, says the Congress timed its protest on the 2nd anniversary of the Sri Ram Mandir Foundation. Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra released after 4 hours in detention. Rahul Gandhi declares dictatorship in India and the end of democracy. Former Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee and his close associate Arpita Mukherjee remanded to 14 days in judicial custody. The Enforcement Directorate tells the court there is a threat to Arpita's life. Mamata Banerjee meets Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Delhi, demands that over 1 crore pending central funds for her state be released forthwith. Pakistan provokes on the 3rd anniversary of Article 370 purge. India Today accesses an anti-India toolkit to spread propaganda against India. Non-local labourer killed in a grenade attack in Pulwama. The situation is escalating from 27 fighter jets and bombers that crossed the median line yesterday. The figure has shot up to 68 Chinese fighter jets and bombers that crossed the median line between mainland China and Taiwan in the Taiwan Straits. Is China studying Taiwan's response? How long will this escalation continue? Taiwan too scrambled its jets, activated its air defense systems, and the president of Taiwan insisted the country stands firm. The United States summoned the Chinese ambassador. G7 issued a statement telling China not to use Nancy Pelosi's visit to escalate military tension. .68 armed Chinese Air Force fighter jets flew close to Taiwan.
violating an agreement to not cross the median line in the Taiwan Straits. This is a major provocation after 27 fighter jets on day one of the Chinese war drills. 13 Chinese Navy warships also violated the existing norms, sailing beyond the halfway mark in the Taiwan Straits. Taipei responded by launching its own interceptor fighter jets and activating the missile defense system, insisting they were not intimidated by China.
I want to stress that we will not escalate conflict or provoke disputes, but we will firmly defend sovereignty and national security and stand by the line of democracy and freedom.
The United States has hit out at what Washington DC described was China's irresponsible actions. The US has condemned Chinese military action, insisting there was no change in their One China policy. The US summoned China's ambassador and lodged a strong protest.
The United States will not be provoked. We'll continue to do what we've done for a long time. We'll support cross-strait peace and stability and a free and open Indo-Pacific. We'll continue to conduct standard air and maritime transits through the Taiwan Strait, consistent with our long-standing approach to working with allies and partners to uphold freedom of navigation and overflight, which has enabled the region's prosperity for many decades.
Undeterred by global criticism for the provocative actions, Beijing hit back at the US. China announced a series of cancellations, saying there would be no more military theater command communications, no more meetings of defense committees, no more maritime security dialogue, no more illegal migrant repatriation, no more climate talks, and no more criminal justice assistance.
If the US really wants to take on responsibility, it must immediately stop interfering in China's internal affairs for any reason and under any excuse. It must immediately stop using the salami tactics to encroach on and hollow out the One China policy.
China is also angry with the statement made by the G7 group of nations telling China not to use US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to justify its military aggression. ASEAN countries too sought dialogue for de-escalation of tension, but with China continuing to fire missiles and for the first time close to Taiwan's territorial waters, the situation is only set to escalate. Bureau Report, India Today.
And joining me on India First is Sana Hashmi. She's a visiting fellow at Taiwan Asia Exchange Foundation. Inar Tanjun is an advisor at the Taipei Institute. And we will talk to both about the current situation and is it likely to escalate in the days ahead. But before that, I quickly want to cut across and listen in to Nancy Pelosi's statement in Japan. Now, despite repeated warnings of severe consequences from China, US Speaker Nancy Pelosi, she stands by her visit to Taiwan. She reaffirmed US solidarity with Taiwan. Of course, there are sanctions against her and her family. She cannot visit China. But Pelosi reiterates that while her Asia trip may have led to China holding these unprecedented military drills, it was never about changing status quo.
U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has defended her high-profile visit to Taiwan earlier this week, claiming it was never intended to change the regional status quo, but rather to preserve peace in the Taiwan Strait. Speaking at a news conference in Tokyo on Friday, Pelosi addressed the Chinese military drills and missiles which went off around the island in the wake of her unannounced but highly anticipated visit. She further vowed not to isolate the self-ruled island claimed by Beijing.
They may try to keep Taiwan from visiting or participating in other places, but they will not isolate Taiwan by preventing us to travel there. We've had high-level visits, senators in the spring, a bipartisan way, continuing visits, and we will not allow them to isolate Taiwan.
Pelosi's stop in Taiwan marks the highest level visit by a U.S. official in 25 years, where she met with Taiwanese President Tsai Ing-wen and praised the island's democracy and human rights record. Beijing was quick to condemn Pelosi's trip, which also took her through Singapore, Malaysia, and South Korea before ending in Japan, one of Washington's closest allies. 5 of the missiles fired off by Beijing this week landed in Japan's exclusive economic zone, prompting further warnings from Tokyo that increasing Chinese military activity in the Taiwan Strait threatens both national and wider regional security. China's military exercises near Taiwan have further disrupted key shipping lanes and prompted several commercial airlines to reroute or cancel their flights around the island for the time being. In response to the increasing military action nearby, Taiwanese President Tsai Ing-wen said Taiwan would not provoke conflicts, but would firmly defend its sovereignty and national security. Premier Su Tseng-chang had stronger words, referring to China as the, quote, evil neighbor showing off her power at our door.
So Taiwan's called China the evil neighbor next door. In our tangent, US summoned the Chinese ambassador and condemned the military action. China's being called out, being called irresponsible. Sir, the question that's being asked is, if there is no change in the US stated policy of one China, why is Beijing targeting Taiwan?
Well, if there's no change in the policy, exactly. But there is. I mean, Biden said on 2 occasions that he was determined to defend Taiwan. If you go back and read the 3 communiques that were initiated in the 70s, early 80s, you'll see that it was agreed that there's only one China, that the relations with Taiwan would be very low-key, unofficial. So, this is a direct contradiction of that. It's an abrogation. This isn't the first time that the U.S. has walked away from its treaty obligations, whether it's the Paris Climate Accord, Kyoto, the UNCLOS.
So take on the U.S., why target tiny Taiwan?
I mean,
you can't take on the U.S. China cannot take on the U.S., so it's targeting.
You're asking kind of absurd questions. Look at the history. The U.S. kicked Taiwan out of the UN and said that it is part of China. Now it's trying to say that Taiwan has the right to have any kind of system it wants and that it will defend it. Can those 2 things be reconciled? I don't think so.
Either ways, so what justifies the use? I'm just asking, I just want to understand, sir, what justifies sending 68 aircraft, crossing the median line, or 13 warships, or firing so close to Taiwan's territorial waters? But let me take this to Sana Hashmi. Sana Hashmi, the escalation, the firing close to Taiwan's territorial waters, is this testing Taiwan's response and limits? How are China's actions being viewed in Taiwan? Some kind of a dress rehearsal perhaps for an actual assault, as some argue?
I think that it's hardly about Nancy Pelosi's visit first. I think it has been building up since 2016, at least, since Tsai Ing-wen came to power. So I don't think it's at all about Pelosi's visit. And of course, as you said, that it's one of the things is to test Taiwan's preparedness. And I think now that we have seen that they are also targeting US today sanctions by sanctioning Pelosi and the 8 countermeasures, I think it's also about how China has viewed Indo-Pacific, that it views it's led by the US. And now I feel that it's kind of retaliation to the Indo-Pacific and Quad as well. So I think we have to see the broader picture. But now if we talk about Taiwan's response, I think Taiwan's response has been to have consistent interaction with the people through social media statements, just to tell people what's actually happening in Taiwan and apprising the world of what's actually happening in the Taiwan Strait. What is China doing? Its response has been firm and calm as of now, but at the same time, there is reiteration of its position that Taiwan believes in the status quo, but will fight to defend its sovereignty. So I feel they're also trying to urge the international community to support Taiwan and see Taiwan's perspective too.
Okay. On our tangent, G7 countries also criticized China, said do not use Nancy Pelosi's visit as an excuse to justify military aggression. Sir, are China's actions being called out as inappropriate by democracies in different parts of the world?
Do you mean the same democracy that is trying to extend NATO into the South China Seas and Asia as a way of containing China? Is that the one? These are the same powers, the G7. The European powers. Well, come on. I mean, this is disingenuous. The fact is, if you want to look at the wider picture, Nancy Pelosi's husband is pleading not guilty to driving under intoxicated. She's the subject, and he's going to be the subject of investigations when
How
the
is Nancy
House
Pelosi's husband central to any discussion on what China is doing to Taiwan, sir?
She is trying, her visit was trying to deflect the attention of people away from her problems, the fact that she's going to be no longer the Speaker of the House. If it goes to the Republicans, there's a 17% chance that the Democrats will keep the House.
Why should Xi Jinping then help her? Why wasn't this visit treated with the contempt that it should have deserved? Be that as the case, sir. I'm just trying to understand. Is China just using this as an excuse? Using this as an excuse to ramp up military pressure on Taiwan, try to take Taiwan by force?
It is not an excuse. If you recall, China said adamantly and forcefully that there would be consequences if she went there, that they were afraid that because of Biden's actions and the actions of the last three presidents, that the three communiques were being put aside. They were being cast off. Donald Trump's advisors advised him during the beginning of his presidency to abrogate those communiques and go forward without them. So China has every right to believe that the U.S. has been gaslighting it with this, now you see it, now you don't, we'll defend it, oh, I'm sorry, we'll walk that back, and then saying it again, and then walking it back, changing in State Department websites.
And in your view, that justifies holding sea lanes of communication to ransom?
Okay, and in terms of India, what have you done in Kashmir?
No, don't worry. Don't worry about Kashmir. There is no similarity. There's no similarity. I'm sorry, that's disingenuous. Let's stay on the issue of Taiwan and China.
The issue is if Taiwan is part of China. That has been acknowledged by the world, the UN, and everybody else. The US is now trying to change that. So China, of course, is upset, and they're trying to make it very clear that this is not something, this is a red line. This is not something you dance around. So every country has their red lines. You have yours, and China has theirs. You need to respect that.
Sana Hashmi, some argue that China is behaving like a bully. In fact, your Prime Minister said China is behaving, Taiwan's Prime Minister said, China is behaving like an evil neighbor next door. But some analysts argue China is actually validating some of its doctrines, war doctrines and war games. The current military drills are perhaps a dress rehearsal for actual operations to take over Taiwan by force in the years to come. Is that an appreciation even in Taiwan, that perhaps in the next 2 years, maybe 5 years, this is exactly how China will try and take Taiwan by force?
I think in Taiwan, there is no timeline with respect to that, but you're totally right about it. I think once Xi Jinping secures the third term, it's going to be very difficult for Taiwan, I agree, but I don't agree with my fellow speaker that the US policy on Taiwan has changed at all. Even if Biden has said thrice in a year that we have a commitment to defend Taiwan, White House backtracked that. So I don't see there's any official change in the policy. Unless and until it's on paper, how can we even say that there's a change in policy? And I don't think a lot of countries have actually recognized Taiwan as a part of China. They have acknowledged and kind of accepted the one China policy, but it's a totally different thing that they recognize Taiwan as a part of China. So I don't really agree on that point. But I think it's highly provocative, and they're now targeting, like what they did yesterday, the missile that flew over Taipei and landed in Japan's exclusive economic zone. That means that they're ready to hit the civilians as well. And I don't know how this is actually justified.
Okay. Inarth Anjan, you want to respond to that, sir?
Yeah, at a time when the U.S. is experiencing huge inflation, what is this doing for the people of the United States? Why is she there? Why was this important? Why did she know that when she went there that she was provoking China? Did she go there? And this idea, I'm sorry, I guess my colleague is not a lawyer. She doesn't understand how these things work. But, you know, with a legal document, a communique, once you've agreed to it and you've put your solemn word on it, it's not subject to interpretation just because your time changes. It is either in effect or it is not in effect. If you want to be honest, you can say, look, we abrogate it.
Lawyers, you say, would be firing missiles the way China is firing missiles. Lawyers would send in fighter jets the way China is sending in fighter jets. I'm just trying to understand because...
I know. You don't understand because you fail to go back to the time. You know, the U.S., there was never a ceasefire between mainland China and the Taiwan. It was the U.S. 7th Fleet that intervened and prevented the Chinese mainland from taking back the country from Chiang Kai-shek. I mean, that part of the country from Chiang Kai-shek. That was foreign interference. You should have some appreciation of how colonial powers have been.
Or is that what is required even today?
China does not need to have... You have to understand
lanes
something
of communication need to be kept open, Sana Hashmi. You know, the US 7th Fleet, the Pacific Fleet, is Taiwan expecting a bigger role? How long can Taiwan, take on this blockade? It's impacting Taiwan, it's impacting Japan, it's impacting South Korea, it's impacting trade. But what are Taiwan's red lines? Or are they being reworked?
Now the approach is to just wait and watch, and we have to see if China continues the military intimidation post Sunday. But of course, military intimidation would be there in terms of encroachment, in terms of what we are seeing right now. But I think it would be a mix of military plus diplomatic and also verbal bricksmanship. And I don't think Taiwan is looking for escalation, but what we are seeing that, of course, G7 statement, but we're also seeing strong responses from US, Japan, and South Korea. They are planning to resume the trilateral military exercise. So I think it's hard for China as well. Is China really trying to form two groups with the Indo-Pacific countries on one hand and China, Russia, North Korea on another hand? So I think I strongly believe that it's actually retaliation to what has been happening since the emergence of the Indo-Pacific construct. So it's just not about Taiwan, it's just not about Taiwan's increasing profile at the international stage. There is a larger perspective that we have to understand here.
In our tangent, is China actually trying to push the envelope, saying how much will the world actually accept? What happened between 2014 and 20 when China was trying to militarize these waters? The world response may have been muted. But has President Xi Jinping bitten more than what he can chew at this point of time? Clearly, the indications are the world is reacting.
What do you mean by militarize the waters? You mean between the Taiwan Straits, the one where the U.S. warships are sailing up and down every month? Are you saying that they militarize that? That's been at a status quo for quite some time. The fact is that 1/3 of Taiwan's economy depends on the mainland. So over $70 billion in investment, hundreds of thousands of jobs.
And vice versa, would China not be impacted? Would China not be impacted by Taiwan?
But you have to remember the scale. China is much larger than Taiwan. Taiwan, if
is it
China
just Taiwan? I'm trying to understand, sir. Is it just Taiwan, or would there be consequences, whether it's United States of America or Europe or other countries in the world?
China would not have to fire a single bullet in order to bring Taiwan down to its knees. The fact is that China regards Taiwanese as fellow Chinese. What they don't like
to be brought down to their knees is what you're saying, sir.
The U.S.-backed government there, Tsai Ing-wen, who was facing election, who was, according to the Taiwanese newspapers, secretly invited Nancy Pelosi to come. Why? For political reasons. This is not to help her country. You know, at the same time that Nancy Pelosi says, I stand with Taiwan, she's responsible for passing a bill that's going to subsidize American chip companies so that they can compete against Taiwan. Taiwan supplies 90% of the chips.
Let me get Sana Hashmi to respond to this. Sana Hashmi, I want to understand. Sana Hashmi, China wants to bring Taiwan to its knees. That is the tactics, perhaps immediate tactics now, immediate goal now, long-term takeover even by force.
If they wanted to, you really need to pay attention to what people are saying.
You must listen to what you said, sir. But let me get Sana Hashmi to respond.
I said if they want to take the
Taiwan feeling isolated? Is there an apprehension, Sana Hashmi, that China seeing what happened in Ukraine? America promised a lot of assistance, but it remained restricted to weapons and intelligence. Should the same happen here, then China perhaps can do better than what Russia did in Ukraine.
First, I would really like to respond to my fellow speaker. First, I think we have to really distinguish between the moves that have been done by federal government and the Congress. And I think congressional visits have been very common, and we have to accept that it's normal. Taiwan is not really asking for independence. And even Nancy Pelosi didn't really talk about China when she was here. So I think China really overreacted. And you're talking about China treating Taiwan and Taiwanese as Chinese. But I think you really have to ask Taiwanese what they actually think about themselves. And I don't know if you have really looked at any recent literature on that, but you would see that there is a huge change in how Taiwanese are perceiving themselves. So I believe that they have a right to self-determination, and we have to respect that first. We have to really ask the Taiwanese what they want. And about your question, I feel that more than the US, it's Japan as well. And Japan has said several times that our security is linked to Taiwan's security. And I think by doing all this, China is also targeting Japan. And I'm pretty sure after Pelosi's visit that US is also committed to defend Taiwan. But I'm pretty sure that other Indo-Pacific countries are also thinking about their response in a case of any invasion from China.
Okay, but will there be an invasion, or will there be gradual choking of Taiwan in the weeks, months and years ahead? We'll be tracking that story very closely. Inar Tanjan and Sana Hashmi for joining me here on India Today. Many thanks. A quick break. News and updates continue on India Today. Stay with us.
So there has been a lot of talk recently about a security vulnerability on smartphones known as the dirty pipe vulnerability. Now this one has the potential to infect major Android smartphones and any other device which is functioning on the Linux operating system. Now Linux is one of the most popular operating systems and Android is powered by Linux. What happens is when this dirty pipe vulnerability infects any Android smartphone, it will not only compromise the operating system but the phone as well, and it will make it susceptible to further attacks. So if you use an Android phone, this is very crucial information. The attacker can easily bypass the security and gain root access to modify the system without taking your permission. Basically, it puts your device at risk of foreign intrusions and it can tweak the system any way they want. Dirty pipe is the name of the vulnerability, a serious bug in the operating system which allows malicious data to be injected into any file. Now this vulnerability has been found on the Linux kernel version 5.8 or higher versions of this. And since most of the phones in the market, including Android smartphones which majorly dominate the market, since all of them are built over the Linux kernel version, this is a major concern. Android 12 users are most at risk because it has been discovered that the Linux kernel version 5.8 has been majorly used in Android 12. So if you're wondering how do you get to know which version of Linux your phone is functioning on, this is the way to do it. Go to settings on your phone, click on About Phone. Scroll down to the Android software version. Tap on it and that will tell you the Linux kernel version that your phone is on. So if the Linux kernel version that your phone is functioning on is 5.0 and below, then your phone is really not in danger. But if the Linux kernel version is 5.0 and above, then make sure that you check for any updates on your smartphone. And if you don't find any, then do contact the smartphone manufacturer to ensure that your phone remains safe.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission, to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Presented by eBix Cash. हर खुशी के लिए काफी है. Co-presented by CoinDCX, your gateway to crypto. Co-powered by Green Lamb Laminates. हर गुस्ताखी साफ.
Hello and welcome to the Business Today show. I'm Arpita Mukherjee. My guest today is a true doyen of the Indian financial sector. To him goes the credit of creating India's largest private sector bank. But not just that, he then went on to become or serve as chairman of one of India's leading technology companies. And now the government has given him the task of reviving infrastructure development in the country as chairman of the National Bank for Financing Infrastructure and Development. You would have guessed, my guest is none other than the legendary KV Kamath. Mr. Kamath, pleasure having you on the show and great to see you again.
Thank you, Udayan. Likewise.
As I said in my introduction, you've worn so many hats in your life. I mean, of course, ICICI Bank is the big one, but then chairmanship of Infosys, the National Development Bank, and now as the chairperson of NABFID. I mean, these are very disparate and diverse kind of responsibilities you have undertaken in a very checkered career. But which of these stints have you really enjoyed the most?
Well, I think enjoyed is too narrow a term. I would also add challenging and, gave you a sense of contentment and enjoyment. So I would think three things. Infosys was different because it was an established company with a great history of leadership. So I was in a transitionary position there. If I look at NABFID, which we can talk about later because it's still in startup mode, then it's really between ICICI and the New Development Bank or the BRICS Bank. ICICI was again, right in the midst of a challenge in the 1990s, going on to dream something and maybe make your dream come true. Dream was initially of survival and then building things. I think was a much bigger challenge than NABFID. Much bigger challenge than NDB. NDB, the interesting part was that you had to work with 5 cultures and learn how things get done in a different context and execute it. But overall, I think ICICI probably, if I look at on that the frame with 3 reference points, ICICI would have been the most challenging, most fulfilling in a way, and learning, I would think from a learning point of view also the most, thank you.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me that you say ICICI. I mean, you almost single-handedly brought that bank up to where it was. But having done that, I mean, it's been quite a few years since you stepped off the MD's chair there. Do you still keep tabs on how your old bank is doing?
I keep tabs on everything that is happening around. Your last question, I think, is going to be, what are my other interests? My interests are trying to understand what happens around me. And that includes in every space, whether it is the IT space, whether it's the technology, the new technology, old banks, that indeed would mean ICICI Bank also. So I look at working results of all banks, try to understand what's happening, just to educate myself. Nothing from the point of view of talking to the bank and giving them feedback. If at all I have feedback to any of my relationship with as a customer, and not as anything in the past. But yes, I look at all banks, I look at performance, and see what is happening so that I'm wiser.
Well, back in your day, I mean, there was this intense competition between the Trinity, as we'd like to call it, the Trinity of private sector banks. There was ICICI, there was HDFC Bank, and there was Kotak Mahindra Bank. And not much has changed today. I mean, HDFC Bank seemed to have been ahead over the last many years. But over the last couple of years, you would have noticed that people are talking more about ICICI Bank stealing a march over HDFC Bank. In your day, how did you see the competition between the three? And how do you see the three of them positioned today in the marketplace?
I think actually, if you look at the period 96 to maybe the mid 2000s, or 2006, 2007, the ICICI Bank was clearly ahead in a lot of things. Again, we had to probably do things because of a theory of constraint. We were constrained by capital, so you jump higher, you raise money in first the GDR market and then the ADR market, and then the bank follows suit. For survival, you need to diversify and recast your strategy and become a retail institution. That is, I'm talking of ICICI. And you see the bank as a vehicle and you merge the two. So we have had to do things because constraints came in our way, challenges came in our way, and we jumped. And in jumping, we set up new things. Similarly, roll out of ATMs. There were 30 ATMs in the country. We said, let's roll out 1,000 ATMs because we're not going to get branches. We're getting 50 branches a year. And the number one bank then had 10,000 branches. It would have taken us 200 years. So we adopted technology strategy. And then, getting into retail also was portfolio diversification. So in those days, we built all those things. And we didn't have the luxury of CIBIL. So we had to build the book in a hard way. And thereafter, I think from 2005 or 2006 onwards, we started getting CIBIL scores and things became easier. And I think the competitive reference changed. So I would think most part of my leading ICICI, it was like a lonely journey. Lonely because a lot of things you did because you had to survive and you had to grow. And of course, there were then competitors said, but honestly, at that point in time, our thought was more on building a strong foundation for the bank rather than competition. The competition came later on, yes.
And what about today? Would you say that ICICI Bank is ahead, or do you think the other two competitors are equal stalwarts?
Let us look at three reference points for any institution, not only a bank, in the not only financial services business, but any. We are talking of financial capital, human capital, and technology capital. And then it is all enveloped by governance and leadership. So if you look at the first three, they are all today available in the marketplace. And today all banks are properly capitalized, clean balance sheets. Human capital, I think, given 20 years of or more of being in business for these banks, again, you had a scope to build up capital, human capital as you want. And technology has been changing rapidly, but is available. Yes, I think in all institutions, and I'm not talking of these three, across any institution, there is a hubris. And with time, even in technology use, there is hubris. And then there's also the fear of change of technology. Do I want to change? So that makes changes in terms of how you look at your path forward. And we will talk about later on the digital startups. So those will have a lead on the incumbents in that field. So I think in terms of the core requirements for driving a business, all banks are the same. I think they have a leadership plate which also has been tried and tested. I think it is now each leader's way of doing things, the current leadership, which will determine the future of these banks. But then, no, I don't think there is, in my mind, competition in the Indian context. There is only one word: opportunity. Because if you look at India 25 years down the line, and I always use 10% as my aspirational growth, and you have a 10% doubling every 7.2 years. In 25 years, you will double from 3 trillion to 6 trillion to 12 trillion to 24 trillion as the size of the economy. So where is competition in this size of the economy? You will need institutions of a much higher order, many more of them to drive this. And I think I cheer and will wish every one of these and more who come into the field great success, because that's what India needs.
Now your focus is different, but not quite different, because you are no stranger to financing infrastructure. But the core thrust is infrastructure. And on that, India has slipped a bit. I mean, in 2007-8, the period that you were talking about, our capital formation had gone up to a really respectable level in the high 30s. From then, it's been downhill. I guess part of your job is ties in with bringing capital formation up to very respectable levels again. So before I ask you about NABFID, A macro question on whether you think we are at a stage where capital formation can take off again after a decade of being in a bit of a slump.
I will answer it this way. There is no other choice. There is no other choice. And in a way, I put the reference context before this, assuming a 10% aspirational growth and hitting a 25 trillion economy. So you have to invest. There is no choice. Now, how will that investment is, I think, the question really that you are asking.